Hello, everybody. Whoa, that wasn't supposed to go off. I have new slides, though. I was supposed to reveal that later, but it accidentally went off in the beginning. Hello, how's it going, everybody? Welcome back to Broken Crown. We were not
Welcome
here
to
last week.
Technical Difficulties.
It's always technical difficulties. That's the name of the show. I mean, besides Broken Crown. But we were not here last week because I was sick. I was out. I was actually in hospital.
It wouldn't
But
actually be a bad name for a show.
technical difficulties? Someone's already got that
Yeah.
name. Someone's already got that
Do
name.
they?
They got to.
Is it a decent show, or is it just like we
No,
made a
I
clip
don't
of for a
know
name?
that. I
The
don't
reason we
know
went
that
Broken
for a
Crown
fact.
is actually me gaslighting because I told Aiden it would sound very regal. In fact, it's reference to the fact that every time I'm on this show, my teeth grind together.
Oh well. Well, my teeth are grinding together
Bill, how
because
are
I'm
you?
quite happy. I'm quite happy to be back. I missed you
Willingly.
guys last week. I missed the show last week, and also, it's not actually that much has been going on because we are in a deep containment and distraction cycle right now, which is why I've made new.
We are bored shitless people.
Well, and it's on
Like
purpose.
we are.
It's on purpose because we have completely. I'm astonished the expediency with which we have just freaking returned to 2016 politics all over again. It's all transgender stuff or 2019 because it comes around in these cycles of it, which is complete and utter slop politics.
Shoot the gorilla and reset the fucking clock.
Well, and then
Yeah,
you know.
basically.
Well, there's all this stuff. We're supposed to be paying attention, of course, to women's basketball, which no one has ever cared about or ever will care about. But there's a bunch of men joining women's basketball, which is right back to 2016 bullshit. I mean, quite literally,
It's
it is
just
the
shit
same
posting,
playbook. And then also at the same, well, funnily enough, though, that's all the distraction. But we're not the only ones who are being contained. Typically, it's the right being contained, but it's not always the right. The left gets contained very easily as well, and that's what's happening with Hassan Piker as the new socialist. What's her name? Francesca Hong has lost in Wisconsin.
You don't see it so often with the lefties because they are easier to contain, so it doesn't take as
Well,
long
right.
as opportunities to see it.
Yeah.
That's remarkable.
Right. It's much easier to contain them. So Hassan is realizing that, wait, maybe you don't actually have any power and maybe you're not supposed to win. And this is all just they're just siphoning you off into your own little socialist area so that you can pretend like electoral politics is real instead of fake and gay. Oh, anyway, and Hassan, by the way, his head is getting smaller. I'm a little bit concerned. I don't know how he manages to do this, but somehow his head is getting smaller. That's breaking news.
People from the Ivory Coast yet again out of a job.
Then there's just been a whole host of Jewish tricks, as there always are, but
I was gonna say, like, that's like every other day.
well,
I thought we were moving away from the learned helplessness on the show.
well, okay, but because we weren't here last week, I didn't talk about, well, we weren't here to talk about how Israel just declared an open invasion on Spain over Spain telling Israel and the US to kind of piss off over the Iran stuff. Just open invasion on Spain. And of course, they have seeded their lefty lunatics with all of the narratives about how, Ceuta is actually owned by the Moroccans. They've always owned it, even though they've not owned it since 1490. And of course, on the right, they seed it by saying, well, Spain didn't help out the United States and Israel's greatest ally, so fuck them. Look how easy it is to get the normies to go along with any narrative, pretty much. Meanwhile, also, at the same time, although you can get normies to go along with narratives, Trump has really lost his Midas touch, if he ever had one, because the people this is happening consistently, Trump's picks, his nominees are losing. Look, we've been telling you about this, the way that the Republicans and the conservatives are going to go, and I've been talking about this for a while, and there's more and more evidence of it all the time, is that the next stage for the Republicans is I think it's going to be Hispanic American pride because it's going to be Marco
Oh,
Rubio.
give me fucking strength.
Get over this idea of a wall. They're just as American as you and I. That's going to be the new kind of shit on the right. And I've found some articles from some of the like hardcore neocon boomer sites, parts of the internet where they
Which
are
is definitely
actually
not eased
talking
with the
about
fact that Nick Fuentes is Hispanic.
Well, there's that too. Yes, there is that as well. And then
Folks
what
at
else?
home, do you really want to be giving up leadership of the right wing to what can best be? Like, let's face it, it's meant to be America first, not work for wogs.
And yet.
I stole that joke from Friendly Geordies, and I don't care.
And speaking of, rug pulls of... Also, I said it was Insecure, Contain, Distract was the title I put on this. The insecurity is certainly coming from Hassan Piker, for example, and from AOC, who's making a big spectacle out of her freezing her eggs, which is really like... that's also in and of itself distractionary. But it
white
seems...
women freezing her eggs? No, good God, if we can only get all of them to do that.
And in addition to that, I wanted to talk about the happenings between Restore and Reform, and that several people have now had their, I guess, hope in restored because because the Telegraph has come out and attacked them and called them anti-Semites a whole bunch again.
You're talking about the Sargon video?
I didn't watch Sargon's video on it. I'm just talking about the happenings as of late.
Sargon made a video on it, and within 5 minutes, I was asking myself, what the fuck is this man talking about?
Okay.
I had no idea.
We'll go through it. We'll go through it then.
It was terrible.
Rupert threw out a plea, or what seemed to be a plea, to work together with Farage and combine
by the way,
forces. Farage said no.
That Sargon video, I want to know what you make of the first minute of it.
All right, let's watch it then. Before we do, though, I wanted to hit these super chats that we got before we got started. Thank you guys for waiting for us for a little bit, as Spoon was having some issues, and I'm always having issues. But Arsion for 5 says off topic, but I just got done off topic, but I just got done watching the Manosphere Jubilee debate, and I'm going to ask: is there evidence that promiscuous people are more unfaithful? And I did ask you if you meant that like people who had more marital partners, or who had more premarital partners are more likely to be promiscuous during marriage, and the answer is yes. All of the research that I looked at regarding that is a pretty hard yes, and it's consistent. It's not just like a little bit more; it's like 4 to 5 times more likely to.
It's as if learned behavior, consistently continues.
Yeah, almost like that. Almost like we engage in patterns of behavior. Mighty Biscuit for 5 says, so I wish I could be in the Discord call to hear what the heck is happening. It's either Aiden panicking because Spoon or nothing. I wasn't that panicked today. Surprisingly, I wasn't that panicked. I was a little bit panicked, but it was a minimal. It was a minimal level of panic. TJ France has been a member for 10 months.
I was more annoyed than she was.
You were actually, for once, yeah. I don't know why I wasn't too panicked. I got a lot of work done today, so I felt good about that. TJ Francis has been a member for 10 months, says, Ave Crown Crew, blessed stream upon you. Thank you, man. I know not what fresh hell we are in for, but I stand ready. Glory to you in your houses. Thank you, sir. It's a lot of... Laughing Cavalier, that was my exact... I was actually going to bring up that exact point. Laughing Cavalier said, I forgot AOC was still a thing. That's why they've done this. That's why they've got her in the news. It's like, yeah, hey, remember AOC? Remember identity politics? Remember woke? And in fact, AOC...
let's face it. Welcome to the left wing of politics. Are you ready to be treated like a Kids' Choice Award host? And like, oh, you're 26, you're like... In this case, I guess you bump the numbers up to like 36. Get your
AOC's the same age as me, and she's 36. So yeah,
she's like old news.
Well, she and her fiance broke up recently.
What can you lead them with? Because it won't be policy.
I mean, she and her fiance recently broke up, so I think that's probably, if she's doing it for any reason,
really,
publicity. Yes, yeah, the guy she was with for forever. They broke up.
Lost her steady supply of white dick.
Lost her white dick.
How tragic.
Yeah. Sad, but.
The entire squad is married to white men.
Of course they are.
So anyone in any other situation, the lefties would be like, "Is this like a puppet situation?" Like everyone's always ranting and raving about how like leaders are ruled by their spouses, but the entire squad completely comprised of people who have a bleached fetish and still not a fucking crumb of inquiry.
Indeed. Every such case.
Are you watching the Woke One
And I was about to bring that up,
She
is
was
that,
one run.
which is,
Uh,
but that's just how it is. So not only is this is also AOC who said this, and there seems to be a
yeah,
large agreement. It's just they're
Black
like,
Horse brought it
yeah,
up.
yeah, that's just how, yeah, woke one was crazy. It was like, wait a minute, woke one, what do you mean? I thought woke wasn't real. I thought woke was a figment of the imaginations of the Nazis or whatever, you know? But no, of course woke was real. I mean, real in that it was a social phenomenon that
Do
occurred.
not
Everyone's
ever allow
forced to
yourself. Don't even entertain this. Don't
Yeah.
even entertain the idea that it wasn't. It's gaslighting.
Well, no, now
The
they're
the only conversation on the matter that needs to be done to take take St. Louis' approach. The only arguments with a sword point.
It's the way it always works, though, right? Where it's not happening, it's until you go from it's not happening to it's happening and it's a good thing. And now we're at like, oh, it's actually that was a bad thing. But now with woke 2, which is not happening. It's not happening, but it's a good thing. You know? I guess. I don't even know. I'm not even sure what the fuck woke 2 is.
On a
Because it's
related
the
note to my
same
Fed
fucking
posting, I was
bullshit.
suspended from Twitter recently, so
Right.
I don't have my usual outlet.
Yeah, and we have really no
bullshit
idea why
opinions.
Bill was suspended.
It's the usual of what was the exact word they
It
used?
said suspicious activity or something, right?
No, it was very specific, inauthentic.
Inauthentic, which by the way is
Inauthentic
what they
behaviors.
Oh, I don't know why I have this article up, but I was going to talk about the sports ball stuff because it's it's a perfect example of distraction stuff.
I am not.
We're back to
spending.
white privilege. We're back to
I am not
men and
spending
women's
time.
sports being the news topics, right?
I'm not spending time dissecting bread and circuses.
Well, I mean, as long as I think we're dissecting it as bread and circuses.
I'd rather just kick them.
Really, just do what?
If you're not, do you either? It's like, welcome to sports. Do your job or fuck off.
Well, yes, exactly. Exactly.
Why are we even watching this Drek anymore? Let's just go watch fucking like Battle of Nations, so we can just watch the same fight every year, Russia v America.
Well, that's why I do the science stream now on Sundays, and
Because
why
Russia will
on
win.
Thursdays I wasn't there last week because again sick in hospital, but not this Thursday, not tomorrow, but next week I think we'll be doing Overcast over here on this on the Overcast channel again, so that'll be there as usual next week, I believe. Anywho, and that's
why you felt the need to drop a fucking promo in the middle of a conversation, but there we go.
because it is getting tiresome to talk about the same slop cycles over and over again.
Spoon, I'll take a moment to appreciate
from the perspective as a social scientist, it's interesting to catalog phenomena, but it is
I'm out here in the fucking learn helplessness ghettos whilst everyone else fucks off to the fucking nice take stream.
Alas.
Saying?
I don't know. Shall we get distracted first?
No, Bill wanted to say something.
Oh.
No, I've forgotten what it was.
Because you got distracted, which is a good time to... Whoa! I put a new thingy up.
Well, you're not streaming to us in any shape or form. So
I know. Don't worry. I put a very stupid little animation in it. Just because I had the... I don't know. I thought about doing it today. That's all. So, yes, I do need to share my screen with you, obviously.
Yeah, none of us had any fucking criteria as to what you just said.
Well, you wouldn't have seen... I could have shared the OBS thing, so you could have seen the actual overlay, but now here you go.
Oh, also on a random side note, can we discuss the fact that GTA 6 is going to be $100 fucking?
Yeah, sure.
So it's going to be not purchased.
That's fucking insane.
People are going to pay for it, though.
If they do, they deserve what they get.
Apparently, it's more. The deluxe version is sold more than the normal one.
The deluxe version has a bunch of missions that are only in it. It's literally the only full version of the game. It's on disc, it's like locked content. If there was a disc, which there isn't.
As I say, there's no disc. You buy the box and it's got a code in it, yeah?
Even if you download it, I believe it's still there. It's just like hodgepodge. In any case, Rockstar has been getting away with shit for far too long. They needed to be shit canned for not making Bully 2.
Yeah. I mean, I agree on that. Oh,
also,
sorry.
can you just make a GTA in the 1980s again?
GTA $0 on Pirate Bay, indeed. Flan the Man for 5 says politics is fake and gay. Indeed, sir. Luckily, my real sport ball is back soon. America football, by the way. Yes, sport ball, of course, very real, as is wrestling. Much more real than politics. I think that probably is true.
Possibly, yeah.
Was that Russian?
Where?
What? Are you okay?
Where do you see Russian?
I thought you said something in Russian, man.
No, he spoke perfectly
How
clearly.
on earth
Why couldn't I hear it?
when I say anything in Russian?
I think this headphone sucks. It sounded very strange and muffled to me, so I don't know what the fuck was going on. Sorry, Spoon, what did you say?
Man.
Which was what?
I didn't say anything.
Oh my god, I asked you what you said, though. Because I couldn't hear
No, it
it.
was like 2 minutes ago.
Oh my god, okay.
We are clearly very forgetful these days.
No, I couldn't hear what you said, so how could I remember what I didn't hear? Anywho. Okay.
No, me.
So, again, like I said, we're back to many of the old narratives regarding women's basketball, which, again, nobody cares about, but keeps being in the news. It's been in the news consistently for, like, the past 4, 5 weeks. 6 weeks, something like that. There's been so much attempt to distract people with fucking women's basketball, and women's sports, of course, in general, being something that nobody gives a damn about. But it's the old playbooks, white privilege, and men and women's sports. We are right back to 2016 in this kind of stuff. So Carrington tells critics to do research over white privilege post, which also, this is just...
She says with a blonde dye job weave.
It's a weave, yeah, that's clearly not real hair. But this is...
She's black, none of it is
This
real
is
hair.
Mustard Carrington, who has told her critics to do research.
Is that her actual name?
Dijonai, yeah. So, like Dijon, like the mustard.
Is this the one who, like, fucking all but, like, elbow dropped the person that they were fouling?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's the one.
Yeah. She's
violent
and irrational.
Uncode your opponent.
Research, indeed. Like
Big
Putin's
bitch, the
fingers my
octagon's that
wires.
way.
Maybe. Uh-oh, is that what was happening? Maybe. Let's see. But Aiden, a Foyd pointed at a brown woman. I know, it's terrible. We're supposed to give a shit about this. Like, yeah, of course, she's violent and irrational. We know. Amid ongoing furor from her on-court confrontation with Indiana Fever's Sophie Cunningham and subsequent social media
I think that's
posts.
a different pronunciation. It's furor. Furor is something much different.
Furor.
Something I'd actually give a shit about.
Oh, I guess so, right? Oh, yeah, you're right.
Teutonicus.
Yes. Carrington was ejected from her side. WNBA's defeat for committing a hard foul on Carrington. Tried to snap her neck. Was it this one or another one? I don't know if it was this one. It was some other. If it wasn't this one, it's another black woman.
Stop giving a shit.
Like, just, like, literally put her arm, like, up at the other woman's neck. And then posted about white privilege on social media, tagging the Indiana Fever. Her actions have been heavily criticized by several American sports analysts, including Who Cares? On the Speakeasy podcast, Acho said it was not a race-based decision to call that a white privilege-based foul is to completely undermine the term white's privilege and also completely ignore... Well, of course she does. But of course she tried to fucking get this girl's head cut off. And of course she said, well, it's white privilege for you to give me a foul or a card or whatever. Because you've taught these people their entire lives that they can just say things like white privilege and get away with it. And it works. She's still gonna get away with it, essentially. And the fact that we're talking about it is all, again, distractionary. For just pay attention to the fucking bread and circuses. We were
WNBA
right
has
back.
never made money and it never will.
Nobody cares. I mean, nobody cares. It's bizarre to me that the choice du jour of distraction is women's basketball. Again, something that nobody cares about. And I'm not saying that to be rude in particular.
Getting the kid off.
Well, that's true. But now you can't record their bums anymore. You can't show them on TV. You have to everything has to be like a above the waist shot, or else it's considered misogynistic. You can't even the one little bit of fun that you could probably have watching women's basketball has been stripped away from you. Oh. Anywho, let's see. Not a race-based decision. You hit her in the head. You drew blood. You didn't connect with the ball at all whatsoever. So to me, it was just a very ignorant and to some degree asinine thing to do by Dijonai Carrington to suggest that the call was based on white privilege. However, this prompted Carrington, whatever 28, to issue a response on social media, though she's yet to fully explain the meaning of her post in the aftermath of the game. Writing on X, she said, "I never once claimed the assessment of the foul was white privilege, but she did. She literally did. She posted this and said it was white privilege. She posted posted the clip of her attacking this woman on the court and with just, saying white privilege. So you did. But again, it's like, certain groups of people live in the perpetual now, She's not doing it right then, so it didn't happen. Didn't do
Well,
nothing.
okay, let's cut to the bullshit.
Can't believe
Cut
we're so
the bullshit
back to
cut
this.
through is that they've discovered that with the opportunities shrinking for white people due to DEI, that white people are actually more than capable of completely eviscerating black athletes in fields that they thought they had complete dominance in for decades. And it was all a matter of, let's face it, white people had better things to do with their life than to prance around on a court bringing in sponsorship
it's why the
deals.
sports ball stuff, I don't know how well it works anymore. Particularly women's basketball. But I don't know how well the sports stuff actually works at getting people properly distracted.
The WNBA has never distracted anyone. It's been a running fucking joke in the sporting industry as a whole. Like, let's face it. Like, is anyone really going to be watching basketball for the, could anyone find that even mildly titillating? Anyone who's into that kind of stuff is probably
and again, you can't even show their bums anymore.
And just gone over to watching like Japanese female volleyball.
Yeah, there you go. I'm sure that's much more entertaining. If you're getting come on. There's one reason to watch women's sports
and their figures. Why the hell would you watch them play a male sport?
I think because it's like an acceptable way to just publicly like watch hot women. And then again, if
black women, so why the fuck would I?
Well, again, yeah. I would say I'll reiterate what Bill said. That just go watch Japanese competitive women's volleyball. There you go. Right?
10 years removed, back in 2016, we watched Harambe be shot, and now we're watching the very same thing repeat itself, but this time they'd actually deserve it.
It started when they shot that damn gorilla.
All I'm saying is, if you're a small black child and find yourself falling into the court at a WNBA game, don't move, just in case.
Just in case. Let's see. And she lives in the perpetual now, so she never did it. She didn't do nothing. Of course.
Shaped or eternal, etc., etc.
Yes. We got it. Yeah. Try exercising your critical thinking skills. I know you studied psych. That's deeply ironic. Furthermore, I'm the last thing from ignorant or asinine. When it comes to speaking on white privilege, do your research on that one. I actually went to school, one of the top universities, might I add, to educate myself on this exact
You're
subject.
a psych major who had a basketball scholarship.
Well, I don't know if she's a psych major. I don't know what the hell she was.
She studied psych and let's face it, had a basketball scholarship.
Yeah, on a basketball scholarship as a black woman. So she never did any fucking work. even in a field like psych. And trust me, particularly the undergraduate level, you're not doing fucking anything. As we learned, I talked about it on Sunday on the science stream. We talked about Jason Arday. I'm not going to bring it up tonight because I did talk about it on Sunday, but I mean, that's a perfect. Jason Arday was a professor at Harvard. Not Harvard, at Oxford, and the youngest and blackest professor in the history of
never
Oxford.
Mind. I instantly know the story.
Yeah, who has been who stepped down from his position due to plagiarism, and his life story. I would say I learned more things about it since Sunday. It is the most fabricated. Original character, do not steal. I was born a poor black child, give me attention story. I mean, it's like he didn't learn to talk until he was 8 and until he was 11, didn't learn how to read until he was 18. He had has had and continues to have a million different health issues and rare diseases, but then he runs marathons. He runs 38 marathons a month or something. Like things that make. Also, his doctoral thesis plagiarizes the film Spartacus.
Okay, I'm going to throw down something that's going to probably trigger a bunch of people. I'm going to just say, I need you to look at a picture of the guy.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm going to post something from Dark Souls.
Okay.
Behold, the jubilant Katarina.
Hang on, let me open
this. Oh, God. Yeah, there is an uncanny resemblance.
There is. Let me pull it up over here. Yikes. That's what he looks like, though.
I have noticed there's a lot of
black people
appearing in these kind of memes.
Jason Arday?
There's one shot of him I remember very vividly.
Well, yes, also the dreads are fake. Well, I mean, like, of course they're fake. It's black hair.
Him in the hat. In the hat.
In the hat? Yeah, that's it. Yeah, right? There it is. Let's see. Yeah, I see what you mean. Yep. Uncanny.
Same dark rings around the eye. He's wearing guy liner. Same facial proportions, same nose.
Yep. Well, so he's yeah, it is a dude, but he's wearing eyeliner, so it is difficult to tell. And he had the hair put in, so I mean, all Black Clover's hair is fake, but the dreadlocks are fake. Yeah,
it's kind of
not his natural hair.
How Nicki Minaj has the exact same facial structure as Rasta Claus, the guy who's
he does look like that. Yeah, the Tupac impersonator who played Rasta Claus. He does look like him.
There's only so many face presets in the character creator.
There's only so many. There's only so much you can do with it, I guess. All right, so yeah, I want to talk about that too much.
We're all playing Sorrowing.
It's just some more nonsense that of course happened. Hello, Horwitz, Pembroke and Horwitz. All right, what are next? Some more sports ball distractions. There was the white privilege one, then there's the transgender one where, hey, remember when the Daily Wire decided they wanted to make movies and the only one that they made that apparently was even slightly profitable was the one where they had a bunch of the Daily Wire stars dress up as women and play basketball? Lady Ballers. That was, I think, their only film that was in any way successful or
remember when Jews used to be funny?
I do, actually. I wish they'd go back to it occasionally.
Well, Mel Brooks is trying his best, apparently. People are hopeful about Spaceballs too.
Well, that idea went up in smoke.
But that's Spaceballs.
They gave up in smoke already?
What? Oh, am I not logged in? I might have to use a different browser then. Actually, give me 1 second. Or will I be all right? Okay. So anyway, there's a bunch. Oh, yeah, I'm going to have to. Give me 1 second. I wanted to use that browser because I knew it was going to work better, but alas, I have to switch it over to this one. There we go. 1 moment. Just, so what it is, though, is that it's a bunch of men have been signing up to do this kind of stuff, to play for the WNBA, because, why not, I guess. Yeah, because you can get away with it, Why not? Obviously you can. Obviously you can. And it's perfect distractionary. It doesn't actually offend fucking anybody. But
no one gives a shit, but you can drum up some hate.
Exactly. And some distraction from the fact that shit is still popping off with Iran. Like, that's never stopped. Also, by the way, which I'll get to later, Trump.
That's the thing.
Yeah, the Strait of Hormuz is still not open, by the way.
It's going to remain closed until Trump is gone.
In the earness of all the people watching at home, not just going off on their merry business to go do literally anything else.
No, I'm not going to get weighted down in the Iran stuff today. However, it is deeply embarrassing on the international stage when Donald Trump does give a list of 15 key points, a roadmap for Netanyahu for peace with Gaza. And he just says, lol, no, I don't give a fuck. Because that's your greatest ally, right? What we went to war with Iran over? When Donald Trump turns back around and says, so you're going to stop attacking Gaza, right? Right? Of course fucking not.
Once again, Israel acting in a manner that should only be like the sole area of expertise of the Americans.
Yeah. It's the tail trying to wag the dog, and it can't. Trump does not have power over that. Netanyahu's going to do whatever he wants. He did whatever he wanted regarding Iran, and we're still stuck in that quagmire.
I look forward to the biblical plagues raining down on that place.
Well,
let the Levant be completely stripped bare.
What the IRGC has said is this: like, look, we're not making a deal with the United States until Trump is out of office.
Trump, yeah. Though returning to the matter of the Israelis, let's not forget that the Israelis explicitly said that Spain should look out for wildfires. When we know that the Israelis are notorious for sending out arsonists into places that disagree with them even mildly, and now we have lost over half.
It's so much more complicated.
This is my area of expertise.
Okay.
I have literally gotten a fucking bulletin from the industry that we have lost over half of the European crop of pretty much everything.
Oh, I thought you were talking about the stuff in Spain. Yeah, you were telling me about that earlier. Yeah.
Spain is the bread bowl of Southern Europe. We have lost over half of the fucking potato harvest, over half of the onions, over half of every basic fucking root vegetable, over half of the greenery. We've lost pretty much over half of everything.
Fuck. Well,
the price of fish doubled again this year. The price of meat doubled again.
It was a bunch of Israeli commentators, even Netanyahu's own son, who came out in the weeks and months before the invasion in Quetta, who were all saying very directly, no chance for ambiguity. Fuck you, Spain, for not siding with us. we're going to flood you. It would surely be a shame if you got flooded with a whole bunch of migrants. And then look, they get flooded with a bunch of migrants all of a sudden through Morocco, through
and the woman filming everything, like hair blown in the breeze, as casual as she can be, is of course Mossad.
Right. Yeah, almost assuredly. But that's happened, and then there's been a huge spate of articles that have come out about Restore Britain that people are saying are proof that it's not containment. I'm sorry,
she really just watched the beginning of the Sargon video.
Yeah, when we get to it, I didn't know he'd done that. But look, it's Restore Britain is totally not contained because the Telegraph and a bunch of other rags have written a bunch of articles about how who is it exactly who they want to get rid of? Charlie Downs. Charlie Downs is anti-Semitic, and Rupert Lowe has to kick Charlie Downs out of the party, which he's not gonna fucking do it. And by the way, it's all just theater. It's all just fucking theater. It's all so fake and gay. Regardless of what Rupert Lowe or Nigel Farage says, although Farage won't even say this kind of shit, they're all beholden and loyal to that little country in the Middle East, ultimately.
Yeah, every last single one of them.
The only if you cannot find a leader who loves his people and cares for them like his own children, you will never find peace. You'll never find anything approaching anything of value.
Oh, shit.
So here's the slop, though. There's a couple players, I know of at least 2 that I have that have joined. Whoa. Where did they... This is what I was worried about, and now it's crashed. Okay. Alrighty. Let's see.
You have a browser that isn't shit, Hayden.
Well, Spoon, I wasn't logged in on Brave, so I had to use this. I was planning on using the other one, but somehow I got logged out.
I mean, logged in.
Brave's the good one.
You can't use Twitter if you're not logged in. And I don't want to go through and log in on stream. Yeah. So,
the eligibility guidelines. I am officially declaring myself a WNBA prospect. If simply declaring who you are is all that's required, then I meet every single requirement.
It's so boring, though. This is so... I can't believe we are doing this in 2026.
No, your stream is paused, so what are we doing?
Yeah.
Well, I paused it now. Oh, you didn't have the screen up. Okay.
Necessary on Discord, to compete in the WNBA. My team and I have carefully examined the WNBA's eligibility criteria and governing framework.
Who's this guy?
We can't see.
It's up.
It isn't.
No.
Oh, fuck, because I had to change the fucking thing. Oh. Hang on. Now it should be. Okay, sorry about that.
I have no idea who that is.
Okay, I'll play it. It's not that it really matters. This guy, Ennis Cantor, has, after careful consideration reviewing the eligibility guidelines, declared himself to be a WNBA prospect. If simply, the text is just what he says in the video. So
I have a theory.
This is what he looks like, by the way.
He's Turk.
Yeah.
Surrounding self-identification and inclusion. Based on the current guidelines, I can and am officially declaring my eligibility for the upcoming WNBA draft in May 2027. I am definitely not here to mock, make fun of, or disrespect any community or personal choices. I am simply asking...
It's just so tiresome.
Put your burqa on, love.
Yeah, get your burqa on. What's going on? If you're a beautiful and strong woman, where's your burqa? Like, although I have to also, I do want to be clear though, the counter jihad shit, which is coming and is accelerating, because I like to look at the Western Journal because it's full of boomer slop, and when you see what the boomers are concerned with, they are way full back in counter jihad mode, and they haven't gotten out of it since the Iran war started.
That the current rules be applied equally to everyone. The rules that represent the very values many WNBA players and coaches have publicly advocated for. My team and I are prepared to ensure these guidelines are applied equally.
Who cares, man? Like, he's gonna...
I don't care about Turkish performance. If I cared about that, I'd, just cut the middleman and noose myself.
Well, there's that guy, and then there's another one, which is, again, when you see trends and it all happens at the same time, it's so clearly... I mean, it's not like these people individually are coordinated, but... Look, the reason that you're finding out about it and that it's in the news and that this is what the news cycle is the coordination. It's agenda setting, right? McCoons and Shaw, 1979. Correlation of 0.98. Yes.
It's essentially like watching a TV guide.
Yes. Here's the other one.
Bunch of performative pageantry, fantastic. Let's just cut the bullshit. I don't need to busy myself with the opinions of Browns.
Listen to it for a minute.
Earlier this week, I made the announcement. I'm
Royce White, very ironic.
Look at the guy's last name is Freedom.
Freedom? What?
The other guy, his Cantor Freedom.
Right, yeah, I forgot his name was... Yeah, oh my god. Gag me.
identify as sometimes identifying as a woman for purposes of basketball, professional basketball. So I'll be declaring for the WNBA draft in 2027 as well. I mean, I think I'd be unstoppable. You know, but I'm
How are we still doing this? Why are we still doing this?
I don't know. You're the one who put the docket.
Well, yeah, because like I said, this is the news. I know.
Because it's just
Unless you
Draken
want me to talk
pageantry, like it
unless
always
you want me to
is.
talk about Israel and Iran, because then I could talk about
No.
that. Well, that is the actual news.
Let me cull through the fucking Drek like this. Anything sports related, you can pretty much cull.
Women are doing woman things, which I do think what a lot of this abortion stuff is, because that's been back, in the news cycle a lot recently, is I think that women desperately just want to be
It's
told no.
recycling in 2016.
It is also recycling from 2016, but this is up. There's now like, what is it, like, it's a number of states, like 7 or more states that have now allow up to birth abortions, if not more than that. And I think women, generally speaking, as a class, desperately want to be told no. I think a lot of people as a class honestly want to be told no. I think a lot of minorities as a class want to be told no, you have to stop.
I have a bunch of things to tell them in the wood. No is not coming to mind.
Guess why I think they do this kind of grotesque stuff? What they're doing is they're sitting here signing, this is in Massachusetts, signing this bill to allow up to birth abortions, and they're giggling and laughing with glee as they do so.
Yeah, because it doesn't apply to any of them.
Well, some of them are a little bit younger, but the fat ones and the old ones, no. However, I do think I really think women want to be told no. I think they want to be told, you gotta fucking knock this shit off.
Remember this at home, folks.
They're just laughing because they're getting away with it.
Killed more people than both world wars combined,
Jesus.
including civilian casualties.
Yeah. It's so funny.
Oh, I heard something really hilarious the other day, and by hilarious I mean fucking terrifying. Do you know what's happening with Senegal?
No, what's going on in Senegal?
Senegal is going under an ethnic cleansing, and because there are literally no surviving reporters in the area, they've all been killed.
Yeah.
They are having to track the deaths by the stain on the ground.
Fuck, that's rough, man.
That's pretty disturbing.
Senegal is literally so saturated with blood from the genocide that it is literally bubbling up through the soil.
Jesus.
Hang on, let me dig out a friend of mine works at The Hague. And let me find that number.
Roman Mishkin said, government, those women who support abortion are exactly like their mothers. This will end abortion. Oof, maybe. But speaking of women, AOC, and I mentioned this before, is doing this, I believe, a stunt, because, yeah, everyone forgot she existed. It's like, hello, I would like some attention. I've ordered some attention. Can I get some attention now? Here you go. Here's the attention you ordered, AOC, which is that she's filming herself on camera. What is she injecting herself with? Is it the? It's got to be a fertility drug, because if she's having her eggs harvested and frozen, then first that you have to they give you a hormone that increases the production of ova. So that, I guess that's what she's injecting here. I'm being simplistic about how I describe that. So yeah, a 36-year-old squad member calls her fertility decision badass. Suicide's badass.
Was it Senegal? Did I get muddled up? Hang on.
Here it is.
Don't be weird about this.
It's weird that you've posted
Sorry,
it.
Sudan, I got it mixed up. That's my bad. I've mixed up black people again.
Oh, Sudan. That's always happening in the Sudan. That's always happening in the Sudan.
Okay.
Of all the places that are like roughly not as.
No, I got it mixed
bad,
up with Sudan. I always get that's my bad. My bad, folks. I always get those two mixed up.
Sudan, that makes me
maybe Jesus. 70,000 deaths in 2 weeks.
Jesus Christ!
Holy shit!
By hand.
Ooh, that's a big number in 2 weeks.
It's literally just we're back to Rwanda.
That's a big number, though. So, I mean,
well,
you can't get accurate reporting on the ground there. I mean,
it is. They are tracking it via. Okay,
you said via blood stains. You got the article.
Massacres taking place. There are such that there are no living journalists or survivors to provide testimony. They track the carnage through satellite imagery of the blood-stained earth. Direct quotation from someone I know who works at The Hague.
Oh my god! Oh, I know who works at The Hague, so that's legit. Fuck. Holy shit.
Be kind to the Zoomers in your circles, gents. You never know who will end up working somewhere funny.
Yeah, that's true. So yeah,
If those of you in the FBI are watching out there, hello to my ex.
AOC says, don't
Hey,
be
Lizzie, how's it
weird
going?
while she's about to do something very weird on camera to do. Yeah, but because again, it's a spectacle. It's bread and circuses. Look, well, I'm rewarding it enough to point out that it's bread and circuses. Are you not
Hashtag
contained?
Huevos Rancheros.
Yeah.
Even though I know all of you will be. Okay.
Do I need to really watch this woman hit the wall in real time?
Because I mean, she chose
as a dog
to do this.
snuffles in the background,
Yeah.
like it's looking for truffles.
That wasn't so bad.
Doesn't even show the use of it, so chances are this is all performative.
Yeah, she cut right before she stuck that needle in, didn't she?
It's like whenever you see someone do like a video of, say, it's usually something stupid like the little like breakfast sandwich maker grill thing,
Oh, yeah,
and like
yeah, yeah.
inevitably there's a cut right as the sandwich lands.
Right, yeah, right.
So you are fooling fucking nobody.
Yeah, her egg carton is empty.
Now, women can
We're the
have
same age,
effectively well into like it's even mentioned in the Bible explicitly, like in healthy conditions up to like 60
Well,
in extreme
not,
cases.
well, not normally.
It's in the Bible. Shut the fuck up.
Yeah, that's true. It is in the Bible,
But
but
we are literally, the environment we live in is so fucking toxic and so like built up with aluminium salts that we like let's face it, I speak from experience over here where the radium is in the water, we die by the bushel.
also these women have spent most of their lives on hormonal birth control.
Yeah.
That's when
Let's
by
face
the
it,
way,
the
new
average person
Substack is out. I mentioned it on the Sunday stream, but because it's more science oriented and will be on the science channel. Which I came across a harrowing hypothesis. I don't know this. I can't prove it, but I'm a little suspicious. Something strange, something fucky-wucky happened in the data. If some of you have been around at least my content for a long time, years ago I did a video called it was the problem of the pill, I think it was called, or something like that. Hormonal birth control and the problem of the pill, or something like that. Women something, the problem of the
That
pill.
was your Minds IRL speech as well, I believe.
Yes, and I spoke about it at Minds IRL and at the International Conference for Men's Issues in 2018, I think, or 2019. I don't remember which.
2019, because it's the year
Right.
you were
Yes. Yes. It was the year I moved here. Yes. However, I thought, hey, maybe I'll go back into that research just out of curiosity. And it was weird because like 2018 was the last year that any of those studies could be replicated. None of them have replicated for the past 7 years or so. And in fact, like we can't find statistical significance on any of this stuff anymore. Well, at the same time, women have stopped taking hormonal birth control at the rates they used to. It used to be around 30% of all women who used contraceptives were using hormonal birth control. Well, it's now about 10 to 11% in 7 years, right? The other thing that's changed is that, like I said, all those findings about how women were attracted to different types of men while they were using hormonal birth control also can't be replicated. So something very odd has happened, and my hypothesis is that it is a mass-level social contagion effect as a product of female intersexual competition and mate choice copying. And so at this point, they don't even have to be taking the damn thing anymore. It's become socially contagious to the degree that it has changed culture fundamentally because of how women communicate shit with each other socially.
And those of us who enjoy anime are playing the long-standing game of trying to figure out, does this count as a standalone complex? Because no one's ever really sure.
I don't know. I don't know if it counts as a standalone complex.
Everyone who's
maybe.
watched Ghost in the Shell, what the fuck even is this shit? I know the term has been used for everything.
It has been. It has been. But speaking of a term that's been used way too often, though, is the term woke. And AOC brought that up recently as well, as mentioned before, is that, man, woke 1.0 was crazy. Remember that thing that we were told wasn't happening? Well, it did happen, and it was a crazy thing, I guess, instead of just... And that's power downstream from culture? Yeah. Sharp Proflight, yeah, potentially. The thing is that if they don't have to take the medicine anymore, now it's socially self-perpetuating. I mean, I don't know. I don't really know what the long-term implications of that are. Well, I know there's some genetic long-term implications that aren't going to be good, and certainly not for relationships. So, however, I also explained, I could give a really good hypothesis and explanation as to why there have been the looks maxing trends. Like, why is it suddenly become the case that the only men that seem to be able to get dates or that act like they can get dates from women who are increasingly having less sex, by the way, both sexes, Gen Z, it's about a third of them haven't had sex in like the last 3 to 4 months, which is not the case in millennials and older generations, that was like 15%, 20%. It's much higher in Zoomers.
It's almost like a discourse on the matter of sex has become incredibly toxic, and it's just become far more stressful than it's worth.
Why do you see this increase in interest in looks maxing and stuff? It's because those men do get a disproportionate amount of attention from women. The reason why they would get a disproportionate amount of attention from women is because if the hormonal birth control stuff has become socially contagious to the point where it doesn't even matter if they're taking it or not, the men that women find attractive when they are using hormonal birth control, and like I said, now it appears socially as if they're all taking hormonal birth control, are men with highly masculine features. Oops. I mean, I don't know if I accidentally, again, came across like a kind of horrific finding here. It's parsimonious, though. It certainly is parsimonious. It would explain a lot of stuff. I don't know, though. It is just a hypothesis. It's a scary one, but that's my new video. I've just got done finishing that. It's up on my Substack if you want to give it a read. The article is, and then video will be out in probably like a week and a half.
I wish Representative AOC a very happy continued case of destroying and betraying yourself for nothing.
Yep, she sure has. So here's your...
Have fun selling your people down the river. I can't wait until you get to see your loved ones turned into slave labor, like you undoubtedly wish.
I'm sure she would be happy with it, yeah. So here she is talking about how woke one be crazy.
Local city councilman that has this saying woke one was crazy.
Woke one was crazy. Okay, that's interesting.
And I think that what's important is that we have to assess what
was it. I mean, did the
candidate is
movement go too
saying
far with some of those positions? I mean, you briefly supported the idea of defunding the police.
Briefly. AOC was one of the faces.
Yeah, she's like a spokesperson. Yeah.
Yeah, AOC was the face of woke one in many ways. I mean, not like an OG one, like a later. Why are we even accepting these talking points of woke 1 and 2? It's just nonsense, just perpetual noise from these people. The perpetually outrage. That's their bread and circuses. Now, it's not the right doesn't have perpetual outrage that they get distracted by as well. But they've never stopped being distracted by this shit. You know, it's curious, though, there has been a putting away of woke. We've talked about it. We've seen it happen. There has been a definite putting away of the more insane aspects. But did they really just take like a 6-month break from it, 9-month break from it to do the shit in Iran and come back? Because it was, I don't know. I think it's going to be a little bit different. And I think you're going to go through all the phases all over again. So it's going to start with a little bit of stuff. It'll be bit more tongue in cheek because now we can make fun of it. And then in 10 fucking years, it's going to be, we'll be right back where we were 3 years ago in terms of the intensity of this nonsense. And that's just the perpetual fucking cycle of distraction and containment. Anyway. Yeah, well, we're in woke 2 though now, apparently. I guess they comes in eras like Marvel movies.
Well, you know, I think that during this time and especially during COVID, there was a huge opening of the Overton window. We were shut down. There was some of the highest unemployment rates that we have seen.
Wait. What did you just say?
Hang on.
There was an opening of the Overton window.
Yes, right.
Okay, pardon my language, but what the fuck
She's
does
not
that
the
mean?
only. Who else talked about opening the Overton window recently?
Yeah, that's how you know these people don't know any.
Who else did that though? Do you remember, Spoon?
No, it was also some freaking women on Twitter.
Well, I think it was,
No,
yeah,
it
because we were
was, wasn't
laughing at her on Overcast, weren't we? Like 2 weeks ago, 3 weeks ago. The Overton window.
Okay.
I didn't know it opened. You know, right? Apparently, did she say that too? Is this just they've adopted this verbiage that you can open the window now? Let's listen again.
It's hard to take someone on in a debate when they are literally using absolute fucking gibberish.
Yeah, let's listen again.
Please.
Well, you know, I think that during this
You don't think
time
ever, shut up.
and especially during COVID, there was a huge opening of the Overton window.
She said, "Oh,
I agree,
good
I don't believe
fucking
in the window.
catch, Spoon." She's also saying that you can open it now. The fuck? It's so weird when they're especially their nonsense narratives line up, right? You can open it now.
Were shut down.
Okay.
There was some of
Yeah.
Okay, here's another weird thing that I've seen. I
Yeah.
saw Tucker Carlson do an interview with Hunter Biden,
Yes.
It was Hunter.
which is really bizarre. And I also see, I don't know how the hell he managed to do this. Chris Williamson,
Yeah.
he's doing one with Hunter as well. Why are we suddenly seeing the public cleansing of Hunter Biden's image?
Well, I asked that question when he did the interview with Nick Fuentes.
Do you think maybe he legit turned around and said, if you don't get me a shot at the White House, I will release everything I have?
I do wonder I don't know if they're trying to wash Hunter
Yeah, there's a
Biden's
weird
reputation.
whitewashing of him.
It seems to be.
Yeah.
He's considering he was on the board of directors of that
Burisma?
Ukrainian of Burisma, he certainly knows more than enough to bury the entirety of his dynasty and probably several others.
Oh yeah, for sure.
Definitely more than enough to sink like the Clintons and maybe the Kennedys.
Everyone talks about the Overton window. What about the Overton chimney or the Overton microwave? Good question, Ginger Plumber. Indeed. I didn't know it opened. I thought it shifted. I guess it does all kinds of things now.
I don't talk too much about it. The Yanks will wonder why I haven't put a fucking AC unit in it yet.
Oh my god.
Oh god.
the highest unemployment rates that we have seen because of those shutdowns.
Yeah.
And I think that the doors were really open in trying to entertain any and every policy that was going to get us to a better place. And I actually
Really?
Okay, notice how it's a lot of the terminology she's using is anti-security. There's no closed regions. It's all open.
No, but it's also
It's
it's
just-
bizarre. It's
I know.
it's
Well, she doesn't actually know what anything it means. She's an actress,
well, yes, of course she
and as
doesn't.
meaning she is, well, as Rome dictated to us, an unclean profession.
Yes. But what she's saying is also just nonsense. The reason it went too far is we were trying to get people jobs. Meanwhile, so many people got fired in that era, right? For, I mean, the what is sort of one of the seminal cases was the guy who landed the space shuttle, or he landed the thing on an asteroid or something, wasn't it? And he was wearing a shirt with like a sexy woman on it that his friend made, and they canceled him over that. Such an exemplar moment of the insanity of woke one, if you will, right? Yeah, you weren't giving anybody jobs. You weren't helping anybody with that. It was just a massive money laundering scheme that a lot of activists got very rich off of, yeah, it didn't obviously do anything to help anyone. She knows that. Oh, if she knows anything. She is just an actress, though, as you say. She could just, I mean, she probably is just
reminds me of
lying.
you, Aiden.
That's what they do. What?
That
What does?
picture. The one on
He's
Discord.
posted.
Check your phone. Checking your phone after a heavy night of drunk texting. I am therefore leaving immediately for Nepal, where I intend to live as a ghost.
Goat.
Oh, goat. I can't read. It's also tiny on my screen.
Are you
Let's-
drunk?
No, it's just tiny on my screen. Not yet.
It's funnier that way.
Keza, who's been a member for 43 months, says, "Your king has blessed the stream. AOC freezing her scrambled eggs is amazing, as the delayed disappointment will be glorious for all to see when Mother Nature destroys the feminist lie." Back to GT3. Have fun, all. Yeah. Thanks for stopping by, Keza. I mean, I don't even know if she did. She actually did it. Like I said before, she did recently, I guess, break up with her fiance. But
She was basically known for having tits, and that's it.
yeah.
actually think that the discussions
barely has that.
that were had in that time were quite fruitful. I
They're doing
think
what?
that when we talk about crime today, it's fundamentally different than the way that we talked about crime in bringing crime down, right? And I think that we all share in the goals.
By just not enforcing it.
Well, okay, what does that even mean?
What? It means nothing. What do you mean bringing?
That's word salad.
She's quite literally saying nothing.
Or yeah, she has to say
Yeah.
bringing crime down because she can't say prosecuting more.
Of course, yeah.
She can't talk about enforcing.
It means
law.
not prosecuting crime. It means just letting
Yeah.
things slide, because whatever. Yeah.
You know how people used to bring crime down in the old days? They used to just take you and hang you in the public.
Yeah,
that
Bailiff's
would
Cross
solve a
over
lot of
here.
issues. Yeah, sure would.
Yeah. I
Also,
would prefer we go back to that, just like public execution, because then you can get other people to look at like that's what happens if you fuck up.
well, they don't
Yeah.
want that because they use they use indoctrinated mass shooters as their main method of pushing gun control. And every time one of
And
them
all sorts of narratives.
pops up and immediately gets shot by a member of the public who had a gun, they get a lot of egg on their face, you know?
Yeah, that just happened with the good guy with the gun. Was it last week?
Yeah.
So I watched Brandon Herrera's video on it.
The man, pour one out from a man who helped pin down that mass shooter. I think it was it Idaho? I think it was.
He shot him with like a gun
using a suppressed subsonic 5.7.
5.7, yeah.
Pour one out for the man. May he recover from this mortgage.
His wallet will never recover. No.
It would have been cheaper to pay a hitman to kill him.
Something is giving me a headache, and it's either my headband or it's my earrings, so I'm taking both off. My bad. These are big, and so they're a little bit heavy.
None of us would have taken.
I'll try to
you've got fucking gyroscopes bolted to them. We wouldn't have taken it as a point of ire if you took if you just suddenly slipped those off.
They're a bit heavy, so it's giving me a headache. Look, I can tolerate looking cute and having my makeup or my jewelry on for about an hour before it starts to hurt my head.
Okay, it's like women in shoes going out for the night.
I absolutely.
God, I can't do that though. My legs are too busted.
Don't even fucking go there, Spoon. This bitch takes 45 minutes to get ready to run into the fucking weed store. Like, it's like you're not even going to be in there more than 5 minutes, woman. 45 minutes.
We never just go to the weed store. I go out and I get my smokes. We usually go to the store, the regular store.
Yeah, because I send you into the weed store and you wander up the road to the corner store whilst you're meant to just be going in. Whilst I'm usually stopped in a loading bay. Anywho, sorry, let's get on with it, okay? To be
honest, I have no idea what the fuck AOC is.
News for once.
I have no idea what AOC is rambling on about, but I guess let's finish it.
Oh no, some fucking Porter bullshit.
Yeah.
Low a crime rate as possible. I think that.
Sure, she did say what you said, Bill. The point's to lower the crime rate by what? Not prosecuting, I guess. Yeah.
You know, during lockdown, of course, rhetoric in that time is not rhetoric that we would use today. And I'm grateful that these candidates have the opportunity to present.
Rhetoric in that time is not rhetoric we use today because it wouldn't fly right now. But they'll build it back up to that. Like I said, I think we're stuck on this fucking carousel forever. That people will still keep falling.
If you allow it.
If you allow it, yeah.
Again, there's the magic switch that makes everything go away.
Who they are to their electorate.
Got to drill a third hole for it. There's a magic switch that makes all the problems go away. You just got to drill a hole in the receiver for it.
True.
Don't let the AATF find out.
And don't let, yes.
She paid the tax stamp, which I think is cheap now.
They brought out this one, which, well, I mean, like, for years and years, this is just funny, I guess, to me, more than anything. But years and years, the left has certainly made this claim that, I mean, since I was a kid, growing up in West Virginia, you know, that Southerners, conservatives, etc., right-wingers are inbred hillbillies. Well, Democrats are standing by their main nominee, who is hit with a report that he fathered children with his second cousin. There he is.
What?
Against all odds, it's most likely Hebrew.
Oh my God.
What's your name?
News. Democrats, dude, this fucking Chiron thing here or whatever, you can't get to go away. Democratic senators are still backing Maine Senate nominee Troy Jackson, who replaced former candidate Graham Plattner on the ballot. Huh?
You see, Rick, I looked at his ear count.
Troy Jackson?
Let's look it up. Troy Jackson.
Ray's Catholic, but the ear count don't lie.
Oh, yeah. Huh.
He looks like someone I wouldn't trust around.
No.
children.
Hang on though. Where's early life?
He has I don't trust physiognomy.
Raised Catholic, yeah, okay, that's all it says. All right.
It means crypto Hebrew.
He looks really shady.
Yeah. Replaced former candidate Graham Plattner on the ballot after the latest allegations threatened to yet again shake up the race for U.S. Senate in the Pine Tree State. Plattner, following a series of scandals and culminating in sexual misconduct claims, was forced to drop out of the ahead of the Democratic primary to take on Senator Suzanne Collins, Republican Maine, earlier this summer. But now a bombshell report, so they've already had this guy, Plattner, I remember that, drop out over sexual misconduct claims. And now the guy who's replaced him in the race, turns out, had fathered 2 children with his second cousin. The recent report was enough to turn lawmakers against Jackson, with most stressing the necessity for Democrats to win the swing state races in order to win back a majority in the upper chamber. Not an easy feat in Maine, where Collins, a moderate, has represented the state in the Senate since 1997. Means other senator, independent Angus King, said, "I have no idea what you're talking about, and I'm not going to comment on it anyway." Every senator who Fox News Digital spoke to on the issue this week denied having knowledge of the report. I don't know anything about that. What I do know is that we have to elect Democrats up and down the ballot box, said Angelina Also Brooks, Democrat Maryland. I haven't heard of these reports, said Chris Van Hollen, Democrat Maryland. Troy Jackson is somebody who obviously is in this fight for working people. Oh, please. Sheldon Whitehouse, Democrat
They
Rhode
try him out
Island.
as a logger and put him in his little fucking dungarees. It's just embarrassing.
Yeah. Democrat Rhode Island ignored the crux of the question. "I think it's super important that we win that seat so we can put an end to wild cost increases and rampant corruption that Senate is right now indulging." Again, the woman in place there's been in place since 1997. Wayne Wire editor Stephen Robinson first reported last week that Jackson shares 2 children with his second cousin, Lana Pelletier. In posting the genealogical findings, the independent journalist claimed Pelletier's father is a cousin of Jackson's mother. The report has made waves after Jackson received 94% of the 601 delegate votes in the process this summer to replace Plattner, who dropped out of the race after a rape allegation finally forced his Democrat allies to turn against him. Plattner denied the claim, along with others made against him, but ultimately it was a nail in the coffin that resulted in him ending his bid for U.S. Senate before the deadline for Democrats to even get a new candidate on in the main primary ballot. Without directly denying the report, Jackson's campaign said in a previous statement to Fox News Digital that it was an attack campaign from the Collins camp. Whether or not it is, I mean, like, I don't know. It would just be funny. It would be funny.
Well, considering that a member of the Democrats is literally married to her brother for the longest time.
That's true. You know, one of the other members of the squad is married to her brother, so this is not actually that unusual or unexpected.
I know that there are obviously jokes to be made about Guernsey, and it's like 60,000 people and 4 last names. But as we've seen, I've got a clean conscience there. However, second cousin, like, it seems... It's more the fact that it's like some kind of like bastard children that seem to be the bigger issue, really.
I don't know. Vote blue no matter how dysgenic they are, apparently. Right? And that is basically what that one woman said, wasn't it? It's just like, look, we gotta win. We don't care.
Okay, no. Having said that, the response from the right is vote red because of how dysgenic they are.
Well, the person in question, Troy Jackson,
it is the same.
He most resembles to me in terms of physiognomy, like someone who would be a member of, say, the BNP, or perhaps like a broader part of the Conservatives, and will eventually be found in bed with 10 rent boys, only 3 of which were probably still alive.
Yeah. He looks like he would have been a Tory, would have been found a
Tory, or like maybe fringe UKIP or something like that, like weird era disgraced disgraced BNP, fortune, that kind of shit. He just like, this is a face.
He gives off that vibe.
He will be in some kind of
sex scandal. Inevitably, yeah. Roman Michigan says 88% of Gurney cysts are called Letessier. I don't think that's true, Bill.
Letessier is a reasonably common last name, but not that many.
Wait, Spoon, are you saying that we have a uniparty? No way.
No, not at all.
Not at all. Solon the Lich for 200 ARS says, woke one was crazy. AOC, poster girl of the idiot left. It made me laugh hard that she called it like it's over, as if the mouthpieces for the crybaby mafia ever acknowledge you know what. Maybe we overstayed our welcome. Yeah, of course, no, they're not. It's weird. They are kind of acknowledging it, that it happened, but it's like, man, that was crazy, right? Man, we went a little too far, maybe. Of course, there'll be no real acknowledgement of the absurdity and the insanity. Now you can just downplay it. It's all in the past. Little oopsie.
Let's point something out funny on AA stream from yesterday. This is the comment on that video, which just made me chuckle. It said, AA, recall that you started your own YouTube channel to help correct Sargon's errors. Here we are 10 years later.
Let's do that next. Let's move on to that.
Truly a Sisyphean task.
Shall we? Let's. What you had the Sargon video that you were mentioning? Because we can talk about the. We'll talk about the Restore UK stuff and.
I am going to do a video on this. And I'm probably going to call it something like "In Defense of Sargon," and then just put brackets. Not really.
All right.
Because guys, a reset UKIP.
Guys.
Like, Iraq, if you're out there, thank you for that. That's going to be
that was a great one. I've reset UKIP.
Just you don't even need to watch it. You can just watch the first just watch the first 90 seconds.
Okay,
and then you'll go, what the fuck?
Okay.
And you'll see what I
Before
mean.
we
It's
start-
funny.
All right. All right. He's responding to an article from AA.
AA,
Sloppyism Strikes Back. Oh, yes, yes. I did see his article. I didn't get around to reading all of it. I did start it, though. But, all right. And I think I heard... Oh, AA did talk about this yesterday. He talked about Carl's response, and I was listening to yesterday's stream. I didn't catch all of today's.
I'm aware that I have some sort of eye infection that I woke up with this morning.
Is this the part you wanted us to watch, Spoon?
Like he's got a sty. There's
Sorry.
a lot of that going around. I think it's the heat.
I didn't even notice that up until he said it.
But yeah, it's noticeable now that
It's
he's
his
pointed out, though.
swarthy eyelids. That's the 1/100th black he is. It's all in the eyelids.
It's the melanin is concentrating. Oh no! I hope it gets better.
Well, usually his
Seriously,
melanin
though,
is
that
concentrated in
sucks.
his policy because it doesn't work.
That
It's
too.
a bit painful, actually. Probably have to go see a doctor. or
Stop
something.
poking
You
your
can do
eyeball.
poke it then.
I see him all but fucking grind his fist into it. Like, no shit. You've got a
God,
sty,
okay.
you retard.
Oh my god. Okay. All right. So what's his thesis here? It's 30 minutes, Spoon. You said we only have to watch like the first 90. All right, 90 seconds.
Yeah, the first 90
Um,
seconds, yeah.
But for now, let's talk about this Substack from my buddy Academic Agent, otherwise known
Buddy.
as Nima Parley.
Oh, sure, buddy,
He
pal.
has
That's your
Well,
pal,
their
guy.
body is.
his
But actually, I
detectors,
said-
and I'm not.
I should, for frame reference, to cure a sty, you are actually meant to rub it, to be fair.
Oh, are you?
Yeah, it's the same principle as
Want to
like
get
moving
all
the
the
lymphatic
icky
around. Moves the lymph
everywhere?
around. Well, it pushes it back into the area next to
No,
the
but then if
node,
you touch your
so
other eye or something,
it's not if it's a weeping wound, if it's a sty, which normally doesn't seep. If it's just a sty is subcutaneous and isn't near a pore.
I haven't had a sty
you
since I was a
it
little kid.
pushes back into
so-
the muscular tissue, then it's dumped back into the node, and basically just helps clear it.
I used to get them when I was a kid and I go swimming in the summer. A lot of the times after like swimming all summer, I get styes. But no, I haven't got
It's
one.
in the
since I-
Maryland Bay, which is basically a septic tank.
No, or in pools, you know.
You.
No.
One of them. I like him. I think it's important to have critical voices on your own side
But
because it's easy to find yourself in an echo chamber.
wins the
It's easy
but.
to find yourself
like happens.
in a position where you think you are privy to all of the correct information and you have considered everything, and yet there could be something outside of your vision that is something that you didn't even know you had chosen to ignore. But I think that's something that's happened actually with AA rather than with us. Say us. The people who don't agree with him. I don't know who us is meant to be, but the people who don't agree with him on this. Because
Wait for
he
it.
made a prediction, and a lot of his predictions have come true, actually.
Yeah.
His prediction's been way better than mine. My prediction's bad. I don't...
Well, at least he
Okay, stop
admits
there.
it.
Okay, no. So let me get this straight. You start this video by saying this person, AA,
Has a really
is
good track
outside
record.
of your echo chamber, has a better track record than you, and is not in the echo chamber. So you openly admitting that he has a better prediction than your record. Your prediction is pretty bad. But now we're going to listen to you and you're going to tell us why he's wrong. Why the fuck would you do that?
It's not a good way to start your argument. No.
That's a retarded way to start the argument. You're just
Especially
saying
when we
this
all
is
know
better than you.
who's gonna be his
Listen to
4
me.
years' time.
And not the guy. Listen to me, who doesn't have a good. I mean, he unfortunately, yeah, he kind of like shot his own argument in the foot, like immediately, and then he goes on for
why
another
would
32
you start
minutes.
a video by saying this? This is just
Listen,
retarded.
everyone knows that the writing has always been on the wall. If AA thinks it now, Sargon's going to think it in 3 to 4 years,
Sargon was thinking in 3 to 4 years. Yes.
maybe 5
I mean,
years.
it was so.
Okay, can I just point out this is something that I've seen Sargon do in a bunch of videos now. The one that he did previously with the Twitter nationalists of the Vanguard thing. By the way, what the fucking hell does that even mean? That to me just sounds like you're terminally online. But he started the video by saying like, this is not going to be well received. It's going to piss people off. It's like, dude, you would think after being in politics, make that sentence what you will, for like 10 years, you would understand this concept called diplomacy.
Yeah.
And you know, if you're going to make a video that is going to annoy people and you actually want them to listen and not just react to it, you are going to cater the message that makes it palpable, or not palatable, sorry, and not like immediately put them on the defensive. Like, this is the kind of crap that makes people take the piss out of him because that's objectively dumb. And I don't know why would you start a video in this kind of manner. It makes no freaking sense to me.
Well, I guess
Like,
the
what are you
point is,
doing?
look, I'm being transparent. I'm being open about the fact that I don't have a very good track record with making
Okay,
predictions
yes,
on this
yes,
kind
well
of
done
stuff.
for the honesty, but I'm now going to take points away from you because you deducted because you have no fucking sense of self-awareness. That's like, I would never ever start a video by saying, "Hey, look, the person I'm critiquing and think is wrong has a much better track record of being right than I am." Like, why would I do that? What do I gain?
Yeah, unfortunately, you shot your credibility in the foot in the first 90
You haven't
seconds.
even
Yeah.
got to the bloody argument yet. Like, what the? Oh.
Oh well.
There is a difference between humility and self-sabotage. I should know. I use both in
Well,
spades.
this is an ongoing thing too, where it seems that, well, at least I've
Okay,
seen
can I-
Scrump and Blam seem to have gotten into it a bit with like Morgoth and Millennial Woes and quite a few
Can I
other
tell you what the
people.
problem is?
Hmm?
This is how, because I used to watch Sargon quite a bit up until he recommended, or not recommended, he mentioned the Cathedral and Moldbug.
Yeah.
And this is the thing. Sargon is the kind of person that if you're in the Truman Show, he can sort of show you the door, but you have to go
Mhm.
through it. And then
Yeah.
once you walk through it, you basically just fall down a rabbit hole, right? But he will never walk through it himself.
Hmm.
And the problem with that is if you show people more intelligent thinkers than you, and they appear to dwarf you, and you don't listen to them, people go, why would you recommend these people and you seem to be antagonistic to them? Like, it doesn't, like, that's the kind of shit that makes people go, that makes no sense. Like, why would you recommend people that are smarter than you and you don't listen to them? Like, your view seems to be like completely antagonistic to, like, that's make people suspicious of you. Like,
I mean,
this shit with AA. Like, if he is more right than you and your politics are shit and you're in politics, why don't you listen to him more often? You just admit he's more right than you. What do you gain?
I mean, it was the last.
I don't
didn't go
get it.
to the Witten last year because none of us went last year for some reason. But I don't remember. There was some reason none of us went. But the year before that, when I went to the Witten, it was the speech that Sargon gave sounded like AA from like 2020. I mean, it was like to the point that it was a little bit shocking as to how much it sounded like AA from 4 years prior. So that's the thing. I mean, if that remains consistent, no, if that pattern of behavior remains consistent, then the thing that AA and Sargon are disagreeing on right now, or that Sargon doesn't agree with him on, he will be sane in 4 years. Just if things remain consistent. For the guy you're also saying that we shouldn't listen to, whose opinions you have come over to time and time again, Carl.
Yeah, like, I don't. It just looks like clickbait.
Maybe it's just clickbait.
By the way, I didn't listen to any more of the video. I stopped there because that opening to me was just absolutely retarded, and I turned it off. I have no idea what else he has to say. Seriously.
Yeah.
Oh wait, no, I did.
Fair.
It was like 5 minutes
fair.
of it with. No, I watched like 5 minutes of it, and I had no idea what the hell his point was. I mean, I messaged Harry, and I just said, "Is his point like Charlie attacked by the Telegraph? What does that mean? Like, what is that indicative of anything?"
Does he not know what it is indicative
I don't
of?
get it. No, I don't know. I don't know what he's trying to say.
Well, I can give you my hypothesis. I'm pretty sure about. It's to give
smoke fucking face, isn't it?
Well, it's absolutely to give credence and credibility back to Restore, so that they can maintain their position as the containment party.
That's what he's trying to say, because I don't think he. That's.
I don't know if that's what Sargon's trying to say, but I think that's why they're doing it. Oh, they're nasty, nasty, bad anti-Semites. They're too far right. In fact, Restore is way too far right.
Go
ahead.
No, I agree with that, but the question is, what is Sargon trying to say?
Oh,
he's
I have
not
no
trying
idea.
to say that. He thinks AA is wrong. That's AA's argument.
Well, AA is
not
correct.
Sargon.
He's correct.
Yeah, that's my point. That's what I'm saying. Like, what the hell is Sargon trying to say? Because I have no idea. 5 minutes in, I'm going, what the fucking hell is this moron waffling on about?
I didn't finish reading AA's article, but I'm
but
glad we came to the same conclusion, because it's obvious what that's, at least that part of it, is about to me. So, I don't know.
Oh yeah, Onyx. I remember that when Sargon was told that by Dickie Spencer. I think that moment lived.
Oh, you're
rent-free
not
in
as smart
Sargon's
as you think you
consciousness.
are? Yeah.
Yeah, because I've noticed with Sargon, he's managed to, like, in the space of 10 years, increase his dialogue, but he still has the exact same politics as 2016 him. He hasn't changed in any way.
Yeah.
He's still like the same typical slop merchant, and it's either for
Classical
me, it's just for
liberal.
engagement purposes, but yeah, or
Mm.
he still believes in like democracy
Enlightenment.
as featured, whereas everyone else who the thing of it is that the way that the biggest critics of the Young Turks are former fans. That's a lot like the same with Sargon. Is
Oh
that
yeah.
a lot of his biggest critics are people who used to watch him, and
Yeah.
I would say the reason why a lot of people dislike him is because he showed them smarter people, and then he didn't read them. Like I would say, most of Sargon's audience that doesn't dislike them is the fact that they're intellectually further than he is.
Yeah.
When
It's,
someone's
it's,
been
and it's
part,
frustrating.
Why do you say the same shit? Like,
And it's
yeah, like
and
5
it's
years later.
frustrating because
rule of thumb.
there'll be a times when it seems like, oh look, he's getting it. He's like he's
And
on
then he'll
point.
just face
He
them,
he
yeah.
does things like he does listen to AA sometimes, and then won't.
Anyone who has been part of more political movements than they've had bowel movements, you should not be surprised when they're full of shit.
Damn.
Yes.
Damn. Very good
That
quote.
tells me they need more bowel movements.
That's true. Yeah, not
Take
regular
some
there.
lactulose and call me when you stop thinking what dumb bullshit you thought was good was good.
Ginger Plumber for 5 says, you hear about the deputy commissioner of Mount Vernon. She was arrested and fired for helping her son with a pew-pew. Very funny story. Guess her race. I didn't hear about that, but I did look it up. So maybe we'll do that here. Why don't we do that real quickly while I've got it up here, since that's apparently all. And we'll get into the restore stuff in a minute. But what was this about? Husband and a former Mount Vernon police officer arraigned. Deputy Commissioner custody after alleged role in Bronx shooting. James Licard, husband of former Mount Vernon police official who has been accused of attempted murder, was arraigned on Thursday. Bail was sent at $150,000. James Licard and his wife Jennifer Lackard and their son Chase Lackard all face attempted murder, assault weapons possession, conspiracy, and reckless endangerment charges for a shooting that took place outside the Bronx courthouse jail in June. Chase Lackard, 20, is accused of firing the shots. Well, is this a picture of them? But let's look them up. You said guess the race. I mean, it's in the Bronx, so yeah. Yeah. He looks like a future scholar, an astrophysicist right there. Sad. Anywho, let's talk about the restore and reform stuff, since we watched that section from Sargon, shall we? So, I actually, before we do, I did want to talk about this, because I was in the hospital in England last week. You know, so I had a health emergency. And the same week, August 4th, a patient's refusing to be treated by non-white staff as NHS reports shocking rise in racism. It's because they don't speak English. And I don't really trust them to be able to do their jobs.
Because every time you've seen them try, they failed.
I was in the hospital for 4 days. On the last day I was there, as I was getting checked out, they found out I had a bruised rib. I'd been there, sitting there for 4 days with a bruised rib, and no one bothered to check for it. Meanwhile, then they told me that, oh yeah, like you've got this elevated chemical in your blood that shows that you might have broken bones. And no one bothered to check? For 4 days? Until you're discharging me?
No.
That's the NHS for you. But it's like, I had nobody white. Maybe one nurse who was white.
Wasn't it recently, like
this was in London
month,
too,
that they found that some woman in England died nearly died because they'd left like a 22-centimeter set of forceps in her?
I mean,
that's more common than people think.
Yeah. Jacob Lowe for €5 says, well, I think they have worthwhile things to say. Scrump and Blamblast are sanctimonious pricks on Twitter.
So am I. You still listen to me.
Well, now I just have to be a sanctimonious fucking prick off Twitter. Thanks, AI.
In particular, Scrump likes to fuck with people and he likes to get up in their business and
gadflies are them. I'm out of every archetype of personality out there. The gadflies are the people who think they're the funniest, but are the bunch of most worthless fuckwits possible.
That's just what he's always been that way, though. I mean, that is how he's always been.
Fucking personality transplant. Don't they do heads now?
I don't know. That's just how he is. He likes to make people angry. So Paul,
I think he just has a lack of patience.
Yes, that too.
So did Harold Shipman. I thought he was a prick too.
Bedfordshire,
That's
Bedfordshire,
fine.
Bedfordshire, how do you pronounce this? Properly, I mean. That's where the Wit End is, though. Base diagnostic radiographer, originally from Nigeria, because of course said, it's definitely got worse. People are more expressive. In other words, by the way, they've always felt this way. People don't like being treated by doctors
The incompetent.
with degrees from Nigeria who can't speak fucking English.
I wouldn't even trust a fucking thermometer to give me accurate degrees in fucking from Nigeria.
No. NHS staff have been called dirty foreigners and monkeys. I mean, where's the lie? Amid noticeable and unacceptable rise in racism from patients. Is it racism? If you can't speak English and you can't do your fucking job? No, it's just they don't want to be treated by you because they know that you don't speak English, you can't do your fucking job because you have a degree from some literal degree mill in a shithole country that does not hold to any standards.
As I have said, one day they will have to actually double check all the credentials of these people, and I use the term people very loosely, and it will make oh god, I never think of the term, the crisis that academia dealt with.
Replication.
Recently. The replication crisis. It'll make the replication crisis look tame. It will probably be what kills the NHS if it doesn't crumble under its own weight first.
Well, it's going to crumble under its own weight. It's already strained to the max.
Well,
to run this fucked system.
Amy was whinging that the food was shit, which in a place that was praised for only its food and nothing else. It was macaroni and cheese allegedly.
Yeah, well, no.
And I told her, listen, it took in the time it took them to microwave that, it cost the taxpayer like 2.5 million.
2.5 million in time it took for them to microwave. I'm going to send this picture though, so you can see what my mac and cheese looked like in the hospital. Like, I mean, like none of what I found was the most tolerable was the shepherd's pie or cottage pie, which I like in general.
To run the NHS for 5 minutes is £1.9 million.
Jesus.
389 grand.
In the time, this was I did manage to eat half of it. It tasted like nothing. It came in a rectangular brick. And they only gave me like one little pepper packet, but it tasted like nothing. And it was a solid brick
as I mentioned
mac
to you,
and cheese.
It's because it's intended for people who have like non-functioning stomachs.
Like they don't give you salt or anything. Like you can't, and that makes sense because salt can be very, hazardous for your health and stuff.
I would say that the food safety in the NHS is perhaps the one thing reliably worse than MREs.
Yikes!
That's a hell of a statement, actually.
People say MREs are good, and the ones I've had have been okay. That was awful, though.
Well, yeah, because here's the thing: the NHS, you're just there to get better, and with MREs, you're there to do some business, or at least hold the place up whilst Israel bombs someone.
This is not British food. This is NHS food. To be fair, I've never seen. I think unironically the food is better in prison than in the NHS.
I bet it is. Still better than Indian food? No, see. There was every day there was some kind of Indian thing on the menu because you can select like lunch and dinner, right? What you want. They give you a little list. And every day there was tikka masala or something or some kind of curry.
Well, I will say this
every day.
Whenever people talk about halal food, you always get the halal option, even in MREs. And it's like lamb stew with like, it's always something that's like the equivalent of having like the Arab wrestler come out to fucking sitar music. Like it's always the most cartoonishly fucking like stereotypical food possible.
Yeah, Graham Wolf says he likes MREs. They're like a box of chocolates. Never know what you're gonna get.
Dysentery, usually.
No.
Well, I know what you're usually going to get. You're going to get some prick to put the chemical heater in a bottle and throw it into the barracks.
Yeah, that's what you're going to get.
Everyone will get reprimanded because someone will get burned.
The Royal Society of Radiographers said the trend over the past 18 months is a poor reflection on society, or is it a poor reflection upon the NHS? And described the behavior as unconscionable. Some have been refused to be treated by non-white staff. A poll of its members revealed. Yeah, if I could have, I would have. A sonographer in the Midlands of Asian descent, so in other words, he's a Paki, said several patients have said to her, "This country just isn't the same with all these people coming over here taking our jobs," as if she sounded like too, I guarantee it. She said such incidents had become more prevalent, blaming the media and certain political parties where people are openly expressing such views. Look, it's the fact that the quality of service is in the fucking toilet because these people don't speak English,
they have degrees from degree mills in countries with 0 medical standards. That's why people don't want to be treated by you.
I think one of the things that might have got me shit canned on Twitter was a thing I retweeted, which was simply saying like, "Oh, it was in a bunch of Indians saying, oh, the average IQ in India is 104 when you use their metrics."
Right.
Those of you at home might not know. I'm, at least as I understand it, because I don't deign to pretend to be part of any kind of like, I'm not part of the system, these kinds of systems. But generally speaking, as I understand it, IQ is basically measured on a curve. 100 is always the
It's on a normal curve, yes.
So when you go on at a global scale, the Indian average IQ is like 73.
Yes.
It's actually below the blacks in some cases.
It depends on what your sample is, because what they will often do is only sample, because India also has India has a caste system, obviously, so they will survey the best and brightest of India, and oh look, the average IQ is like 95, but then I mean that's
no, it's still 75.
If you take their top 10% is like 95, 100. That's their top, right?
And so when they scrape average for white people.
Yeah. However, something like that. I don't know. There's conflicting reports on that too, because India doesn't. They cheat at everything. It's part of their. I forget the name of their thing where it's like where you're kind of allowed to cheat. In fact,
cheating to get to 75 is wild.
It sure is. And the same week that I was in the hospital, and I'm sitting there looking at my phone and stuff, I saw that Connor Tomlinson's wife was also in the hospital and had very serious problems with getting any treatment from NHS. So like, it was fucking weird browsing Twitter that week to see that article show up, and then also have not just myself being in there and having to deal with that with not being checked out for 4 days properly. And then basically, like, when they did finally actually do an exam, and we're like, oh yeah, even though we had done this blood test 4 days ago and found out that we thought we might have broken bones, we didn't bother to check that today. Also, now we need that bed, so get the fuck out, which was insane. They just sat me in a bed in A&E for 4 days and didn't fucking do anything, essentially. And then by the time they got ready to actually check out what was wrong with me, they just kick me the fuck out. Let's see. Oh, what did I? I'm sorry. How did I? Somehow I have a thing here that I want to bring up, but I somehow forgot to save the link. So let me get this. Yeah, here it is. The Financial Times. All right, got it. Which is that I saw this article this week as well. Before we get into the restore stuff, which is that. Oh man, I just had this article up, but I guess now it wants me to pay for it. One moment, let me get around it. Paywall. I can tell you what it is that, I'll just tell you the finding from this, because I don't know if I'm going to be able to get behind the paywall. It's that,
Wait, you can do that?
Yeah.
There's a website that does that?
Yeah, removepaywall.com. Sometimes
Does it work
works.
at the New York Times?
Often. It depends.
Interesting.
Well, I could also just do this real quick. I can tell you what the finding though here is, or what the finding is here, which is that functionally illiterate Americans, whatever that really means, but
Blacks.
Americans who score very low on mathematics and
Blacks.
written tests of intelligence.
Blacks.
Yes, blacks. In other words,
Blacks.
Yes, earn the same wage as so people who are illiterate in the United States make as much as the average Brit of average intelligence. Things are not going great. In other words, so you can be retarded in the United States and make as much money. Yeah, things aren't going great in that sense. But yeah, bring in, by the way, how many more? 3,000 immigrants this week, something like that? In the past 2 weeks, something like that? Yeah, do more of that. Meanwhile,
those of you who live in England,
I guess it's a positive for the United States that you can be functionally retarded and do okay there, but
Well, yeah, they've got Congress, haven't they?
Right, yeah.
But
indeed, yeah, proof positive that you can be functionally retarded and do quite well in the United States. Oh,
Those of you in England, just remember that this will escalate until they butcher you whole.
inevitably. Rupert Lowe, though, has been making a lot of sort of unforced errors. So, here's this article. Rupert Lowe's family company has a royal warrant, despite the Restore Britain leader his refusal to confirm. Fucking page got all fucked up. It was my fault, though. Confirm whether King Charles is a white Briton earlier this week, which he did refuse to do, by the way. And this is what I said with these unforced errors.
Greek.
I mean, that is it's by
German.
Restore Britain's standards for being half Greek and such, or part
Greek, half
Greek,
German,
whatever,
no white.
you know. However, Rupert gave like a very Weasley sort of answer on it, and so then of course the claim was, well, you should have your royal warrant on your business revoked for that. So Lowe and Oliver, an electrical contracting business in which the Great Yarmouth MP serves as director, was appointed a royal warrant holder by the king in 2025. The company proudly declares on its website that the distinction is coveted and that it is extremely proud to be entitled to display the words by the appointment to His Majesty the King. What better recommendation could there be? Additionally, when receiving the award, fellow director Fred Lowe called it a prestigious honor, while chairman Paul Toussaint said it was the perfect finish to another successful year. However, during an appearance on BBC Radio on Thursday, Mr. Lowe refused on multiple occasions to acknowledge the monarch's ethnicity, instead of suggesting there were different interpretations of the matter. And they were trying to get him in a gotcha, but he fucked it up, you know? Presenter Nick Robinson drew Mr. Lowe's attention to the fact that Prince Philip, the king's father, was born in the Greek island of Corfu, meaning Charles himself would fall outside of that definition of British, and is what they mean there. Are you aware that by the definitions used by that particular report, King Charles is not a white Briton? Do you think he is a white Briton? Mr. Robinson asked. Lowe responded, well, many people have different interpretations of that, Nick. I mean, we can split, dude, it's not a good answer. You can't just be like, oh, well, it's complicated.
Look me in the eyeballs and tell me, no, deport the king.
Deport the king. He's a Greek. It would have been unfathomably based.
If he wants to be a king, let him retake Constantinople.
Indeed, right. Unfathomably based. That would have gone hard. That would have gone hard. I mean, King Charles certainly hasn't acted in the British people's interest.
I feel
Call
like
him a
we really
Greek
do
and move
gloss
on with
over
it.
how the Turks are literally just a robber state.
I mean, they are.
They are national scale squatters and nothing else. Done literally nothing with their position in the world, living inside the rotten carcass of an empire.
Well,
yeah, I hate
we got to whinge more
too,
about
man.
how the fucking Native Americans got done dirty. You know, couldn't imagine the Skraeling could actually get their shit together.
Is GB News advocating cancel culture? Certainly seems to be. They want his royal warrant taken away because he refused, basically, he refused also, though, to be fair, to call the king a white Briton either. He didn't do either one because he was being a bit of a weasel. Pressed a second time, the Restore Britain leader said, the experience of what we're talking about is quite clear, and I think most British people, if you speak to them, would agree. In other words, yeah, he thinks that the king is white, as a white Briton, but yeah, no, but it was technically his father was born in Greece, so whatever. I would have been way funnier if we just called him a Greek and said, no, he's not. That would have been hilarious, but can't have
Prince Philip isn't around. We can't call him Stavros anymore. You have inherited the title.
Yeah.
Fuck off back home, Stavros.
Yeah. He also claimed that by 2063, white British people will be a minority in current trends. That is a fact. It's not a claim. That is if trends continue by current trends, then yes. So that's not them putting it in here like
any
it's
place you'll find a white
insane.
English person will be in Guernsey's fucking coast roads.
Oof. When Mr. Robinson told him he was avoiding the question, Mr. Lowe insisted otherwise. Royal commentator, he should have just given an answer. Said yes or no, one way or the other. Whichever one. It would be more based and funny if he had said no, but really just this answer of, well, people know what I mean. People then just say, yes, he's white British and fuck off. And let's not play silly buggers about this because that's what it is.
I would say the diplomatic approach would be say, well, regardless of what you feel about his Greek heritage, as king, it makes him de facto a white Briton.
Yes, yeah. Royal commentator Richard Fitzwilliams has since demanded Lowe and Oliver be stripped of its prestigious appointment. Which Which is pretty I mean, like, he didn't actually say anything, and it's still... Fuck you, Rupert. Then he came
It does smack of, like, send him to the principal at once.
It
Type
does.
shit.
It does. Oh my god. So Rupert Lowe urges Nigel Farage to work with Restore Britain. It just looks weak. It looks weak. And there's been, like, this is true. There has been a slew of attacks against Rupert Lowe in the last couple of weeks, and against Restore. That's been ramping back up again. Meanwhile, by the way, if you don't pay attention to this stuff, and if you're an American or not from here, I really no reason to other than it's interesting, I guess. The mainstream meteors have focused their attention increasingly on Count Binface. Seriously, on Count Binface. The guy that we talked about a couple weeks ago and went, yeah, politics is such an incredible fucking joke, and what's more of a joke is that they're pretending that this is serious and taking this guy seriously. Well, they've not shut up about the Binface guy. He's been...
Meaning that not only is he being
Perpetual
treated like he's a
distraction.
serious candidate, which is ridiculous, but it's
Yeah.
also ruined the bit.
It's ruined. Anything that was funny out of it was ruined instantly by it being treated seriously. I mean, what was funny about it is that this is the actual level of seriousness of democratic politics, is that this guy is running and being treated seriously. But they keep doing it. The joke's boring and over now. It was funny for like 5 minutes and not in the way that you thought it was funny. It was funny because you were
Good
taking
rule
it
of thumb,
fucking
if you find
seriously.
yourself over here in the right wing and you find yourself actually in taking part in anything as resembling a democratic fucking vote, you should probably think, hang on a second, I didn't think we did this.
Yeah. UK royal family are traitors, and rolled for the Muslims now. Muslims, I think you mean, yeah.
As someone whose granddad was a pally with Dodi's dad, the royal family are...
Dodi Al-Fayed.
Yes, Mohammed Al-Fayed was a business partner of my grandfather during his gun running days.
Oh yeah, you told me that, yeah.
He never ever forgave them and never will, and even he took it to his grave.
Yeah.
And rightly so. As we've learned, don't forget old King Chuck was really pally with Savile.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, that's true.
Yeah. Yeah. Is the right
One of those cases of course Savile was a nonce. Look at him. He got eyeballs, but no, everyone got to play fucking silly buggers about it. I think everyone should have. I think everyone who
he was
good news for you.
He was visibly a nonce. By the way,
it said something that the Sex Pistols nearly got shit canned because Johnny Rotten, during an interview, the one that famously went completely haywire, people were saying fuck, the person who was holding the interview mentioned that he was drunk and then hit on one of the hangers on of the band. Like
damn.
Susie, was her name literally Susie, sir? But regardless, one of the things that Johnny brought up in that interview was, I've heard some really unwelcome things about Savile. I've heard some nasty things. He didn't say anything, but he said, I've heard some fucking rumors about that. And then the entire interview goes to shit.
Curious.
Well, don't forget, they were using Childline to lure out people, like kids who would go on and say, like, I've been abused by such and such person, and if it was anyone famous, the child would mysteriously have a car accident within a week.
Jesus Christ!
It is everyone in the upper echelons of society.
Yeah,
they all need to fucking go.
Yeah, it's full of nonsense. Speaking of nonsense, though, did any of you see or hear about the EDP 445 documentary that came out?
Chris Chan for it.
Yeah, Chris Chan was in it, which was bizarre. But the thing I was watching Kino Casino talk about it. Excuse me, 1 second.
I don't know what that is.
I'm sorry, Bill. Like, I don't want to make it. All right, Bill's gonna go for a piss. That way he doesn't have to hear me ring the bell. I already don't want to ring it because I know that it's I know it's very loud. Anywho, I was listening to them talk about it though, and they think that it's essentially a suicide note from EDP because in that documentary, he just straight up. It's like so. The guy is approaching him like in a To Catch a Predator style kind of thing of so why were you messaging someone you thought was a 13-year-old girl? And he's like, because I wanted to fuck her. And he's just straight up. He just says all of this shit. And he's like, yeah, because I wanted to have sex with a 13-year-old and a 15-year-old. He just says that shit.
Hey, remember, you gotta use the Ralph voice.
Oh, right, yeah, so that you don't get clipped, right. He said, yeah, EDP said, Well, he also has EDP has his own distinct voice, but yes, and I want to fuck a bitch. You know, dude. I mean, he hung himself on camera for.
How big was the tree?
It'd have to be a pretty big tree to hang EDP 445. Crazy. Yeah,
I'm
he is a
guessing that
sick and
they-
evil cretin. I don't know. I mean, he got off from any kind of charges regarding that because the predator catching Sting was incredibly mishandled by Alex Rosen at the time, who had the decoy contact EDP. And one of the rules about that stuff is that if you're going to engage in this kind of predator hunting shit, you can't reach out to them. You can't proposition them. They have to approach you, right? So yeah, it was a very anemic Whoa Buddy, because I don't want to make too much noise because Bill hates the sound of the triangle. So it's extremely... Whoa Buddy, okay? Yeah, it was a horrifying documentary. I don't know if he's planning on killing himself or something, because I have no idea why you would go on camera and just admit to all that stuff, but well, anywho, back to this. So Rupert Lowe went to Reform essentially and said, yeah, let's put our past disagreements aside for the good of the country. I will remind you that the past disagreements in question involve Nigel Farage calling the police on Rupert Lowe and having his guns taken away from him. Like, put him under serious police scrutiny for allegedly harassing and mistreating and being potentially a violent threat towards, who was it? Somebody in Reform who accused him of being aggressive and violent towards, and they went and seized his guns. There's a little bit more than a disagreement. I mean, you know, he was betrayed by Nigel Farage and by Reform. So if he's not coming in with his, you know, hands open and saying, hey, let's make a deal, it looks very weak and pathetic on Rupert's part, in my opinion. Leader of Restore Britain has extended an olive branch to Nigel Farage, saying the two should put personalities and our past... Again, I would not call that a past disagreement. The guy tried to have him thrown in jail. Aside for the good of the country, Lowe told the Reform UK leader that if he was prepared to work together around serious policies, serious reform, and serious government, then so are we. Video posted to X, which we'll watch here in a minute. We can just watch it now. That's just the article on it. We'll watch the video. Because Nigel has responded to this by now. And there's been a spate of articles about... Why is that not working? Oh, I missed the page. There we go. You've maybe what was said in the background, I'm guessing, is why don't you come to the table a little bit, and then we could talk about this. But of course, it was immediately denied. I think this is all to make Restore continue to look like the outsiders. I think that's the same reason it's coinciding with all of these. Yes, but they're not really. They're containment. They're not proper outsiders. They are not a proper party that's going to be able to push things forward.
But you said to look.
Yes, to look. Oh, right. You're right.
They are
Yes.
containment, yes, obviously, but they're designed to look like, hey, look, it's basically the...
They're doing the right thing here, right? I think it also does make it maybe the way some people would perceive this is it looks like Rupert Lowe is the bigger man. I think it makes him look exceptionally weak politically, because you shouldn't do this with your enemies who try to have you arrested. You know, if it was just a political disagreement with Nigel Farage, that would be one thing, but Nigel Farage tried to have him put in fucking jail. So I wouldn't come to the table with him under any circumstances if I were Rupert Lowe, and that was serious and that were real. But instead, yes, this is all optics, because at the same time, all of these Jewish groups come out and say Charlie Downs is an anti-Semite and Rupert Lowe has to get rid of him. Rupert Lowe refuses to. This is all meant to give credence to the idea of legitimacy to Restore. But Restore is not legitimate. They are containment. I thought, and I was hoping for a whole couple of weeks when this first popped off, like a month maybe, that fingers crossed, could this be legitimate? Could this be serious? Now, I knew the likelihood of that was extremely low. And, haha, pun intended. But I wasn't inherently black-pilled that it was absolutely going to be the case. No, it was the case that they're contained. But I would like there to be some kind of serious opposition, but there can't be. There can't be any serious opposition. They will be crushed instantly. So, Not trying to be a black belt on that, but that's what happens, and now you get containment. So here's Rupert Lowe coming to Nigel Farage saying, hey, why don't we be buddies, and they tried to have me thrown in jail.
Nigel, when we were both elected at the general election in July 2024, the five of us all knew that we had achieved something truly remarkable through starting the process of breaking the two-party system that has strangled and suffocated Britain for so very long. It was a special moment, and it was an honor to walk into that building as part of our group of 5 MPs. I treasured that then, and despite everything, I still treasure it today. However, now in 2026, we're in a very different place. The landscape has changed dramatically.
Not really.
Our differences over the last...
No, in fact, it's not. In fact, you're trying to go back into reform from the looks of this. I mean, like, you're the one saying, holding out the olive branch, essentially going, oh, why don't we form a coalition? In other words, if you were under any auspices, which like I said, I admit, I had some hope out for there at the very beginning, and anyone who for the last, I mean, when did they launch? Spoon. Was it in January? It was early this year, was it not? Yeah.
They want what?
When did Restore launch? Was it early this year or late last year?
Yeah. I think it was early this. No, I think it was late last year.
I think it was late last year. There was a period of time for like a month or so or two where even I covered it, and I was like, like I said, hold out some hope for this, that it might be legitimate, but it very clearly wasn't. And if there's really for the last 3-4 months at this point, if you've been holding out hope, yeah, I'd say since about like April in particular, if after that point you thought that what was Makersfield, or Makerfield was the real indicator, the real bellwether, if you will, that if you hadn't figured out by that point that this was a fucking joke, then I don't know what's going on. But people have invested too much time and energy, which is the problem with electoral politics. They get invested, and then they're psychologically invested, and they can't go, wait, never mind, this is a waste of my time and energy, and my time and energy is best spent elsewhere. And they keep investing more time and energy into this sink. And that is the problem with that. Yeah. Treachery everywhere. We all hoped a peaceful resolution was possible, but I believe it's no longer possible. That was the hope with Restore was, and I think I believe I said it at the time, is that like the reason why I'm holding out hope for this is that I think it's the last, if there's any chance that electoral politics gets anything done, it's going to be with this. And it was done within 6 months, within 4 months, probably really. That was all gone. Yeah. Flan the Man for 5 says, the only good thing about the EDP documentary is that I can use it to dunk on Eagles fans. Strangely, the Ravens catch a W in it because it was a Ravens fan who caught him, or who was originally doing a lot of the stuff on him and exposed him as being a nonce. Anyway, let's continue.
18 months are well documented. I do not agree with how you remove me from reform, but let's not recycle those same arguments again and again.
I don't know. Again, they tried to have, this is 12 minutes long. We're not going to watch all this. They tried to have you arrested and put in jail. And they had your guns taken away, man. I think it does
really
actually.
Weird, strange that he's putting out, because you have this very slow, somber tone of talking, and you've got this like very
the inspirational music,
somber music in the background.
Yeah,
it's not inspirational. It's more like regretful.
It is a bit regretful, isn't it? Yeah.
Yeah, it's not music that makes me want to join. It sounds sorrowful.
Yes.
I don't know if that's a word.
February this year, as 2026 as a party. Yes, it hasn't been that long. Yeah, the pressure group was June, but it was February that he did his announcement video. So it really has not. I mean, it's been then 6 months. This party has launched and fallen apart in 6 months.
I want to move past that. The country we both love is changing beyond recognition. Millions of people feel like strangers in their own communities. They work hard, pay their taxes, obey the law.
We get the idea.
And yet they see no fair reward for any of that. They see a patriotic right hopelessly divided.
This is 12 minutes of this, so let's just read. That's why I have the article up. You get an idea.
Boomer coded.
It is extremely boomer coded. Let's see. The author.
It doesn't mean anything. It's a diagnosis of the problems, but it's one that everyone knows.
Everyone's aware of it.
So when you say things,
playing pretend.
yeah, you know, if you just said, my intention is to get in and kill every single fucker of the current ruling class, like, then I might take you seriously.
Yeah.
But when you just, like, ramble off a list of the problems, it's...
That we all know are problems. Yes.
Yeah.
Lo-
Yeah.
so
Like,
Lo,
I'm not really that bothered by it.
yeah, Lowe said, "I truly believe." Oh, look, the lines that were powerful when they launched was "Millions must go," and that is true. One way or another, millions must go.
Logan's always
People
launched
read what they
a very
wanted into that, you know.
feel the burn, make America great again.
All those little slogans, right?
Yeah.
I truly believe there could be sufficient
What
common ground
was the
for
Obama's one again? Yes, we can, or
hope,
some shit.
and yes, we can,
That's
and
very
also just
boring. Yeah.
literally just hope.
Hmm.
Jesus.
I am a black man running for president.
Yeah.
Although he's not really. I mean, he's freaking milkshade.
Yeah. I truly believe there could be sufficient common ground for our two movements to cooperate collectively, destroy the looming left-wing alliance that will finish off what hope remains for this country. In my view, failing to even try because of our own personal difficulties this is complete 180 from what he was saying in February. Now is the time to put our differences aside and cooperate for the good of the country that we all love. The offer comes after Restore Britain placed 4th in Greater Manchester mayoral by-election, where its candidate Marlon West took 8.7% of the vote. That was always going to happen. Reform's Cian Astley came in 2nd at 21% behind Labour's Andy Burnham's successor, Bev Craig. Speaking to BBC Radio 4 Today program on Monday, Reform's Home Affairs spokesman Zia Youssef said the party would not form a coalition to gain control of number 10, saying one thing about history in this country, it shows that coalition governments achieve nothing. I mean, that's very fucking rich, considering the left is obviously going to form a coalition one way or another, if not officially. Oh, yeah, sure, Bill. That would be greatly appreciated. Bill was standing at the bottom of the stairs. I don't know how long you were standing there. Hello. Asked me if I wanted a drink. Thank you, Bill. We're worried that you weren't standing there too long. I hope you weren't. Let's see. Everyone ends up disappointed. Lowe was among 5 Reform MPs who entered Parliament for the first time in the 2024 general election, representing the constituency of Great Yarmouth. He was suspended in May 2025 when accusations emerged that he had bullied staff and threatened... it was Youssef that he supposedly bullied, yeah. The party's chair at the time claims Lowe denied. Lowe founded Restore Britain in February with backing from Elon Musk. Yeah, that's just all background we already know. So, Ed, came out with his hands open and said, yeah, let's just put all that silly stuff about how you tried to have me thrown in prison and, accused me of crimes and had my guns taken away. Let's just put all that aside and let's form a little coalition government. And Nigel's response was, Reform's response was, no, fuck you. In fact, it was a very specific fuck you. It was not until you sack that anti-Semite Charlie Downs. That is the only thing that Rupert Lowe appears to care, or excuse me, that Nigel Farage appears to care about regarding Rupert Lowe and Restore, which is getting rid of the anti-Semite, which really shows you where all these people, performatively or not, fucking concerns lie. It's in that little country in the Middle East that has an extraordinary and disproportionate amount of lobbying power in Western countries for some reason. We'll look at what Charlie Downs has done.
It's
that's
almost
so
like they have a
anti-Semitic.
history of pissing people off.
Yeah, or something. Farage demands sacking of Lowe aid as price of Restore reform talks. Farage used a press conference in Westminster to publicly state a new condition for holding discussions with that party. And we'll just watch it, shall we? It is his main contention, by the way. It's his main fucking issue, is to fire Charlie Downs because he did an anti-Semitism. So here's the pertinent clip.
I'm always happy to meet people and talk to people within reason.
Yeah, boomers are pathetic, indeed. Indeed, Banana Rabbit.
Within reason. But I do think it's fair to say that there are 1 or 2 people in the orbit of the upper echelons of that party.
Echelons?
Who, if I sat down and talked to, I think our members and our voters would be utterly shocked that I'd done it. I mean, don't forget.
No, I don't actually agree with that at all.
Utterly shocked that you just talked to them.
I think it's crock of shit.
It is a crock of shit. It's all crock of shit.
I think there are some people in the upper echelon of the party. Would you care to name them then?
Charlie Downs is who he's going to name specifically because they're anti-Semites.
No, do you know why he's not naming them?
No, they have specifically though named Charlie Downs.
No, Farage here now.
Right now, he's not named him yet. Yeah.
Yeah, it's because if people were to listen to Farage, who's the biggest one of reform, and actually listen to Charlie Downs talk, they would go, "This is the guy you want to get rid of." He sounds completely
We'll look at the evidence of Charlie Downs' anti-Semitism.
I look forward to the eventual formation of the Party for Gaza and Freedom, which will inevitably be comprised entirely of people that we're on a first name basis with. But followed by people who couldn't string a fucking sentence together.
Are they trying to turn Charlie Downs into British Nick Fuentes, us from in Michigan? There is a British Nick Fuentes. There's a whole, like, international Nick Fuentes color palette, right? Like, there's a whole bunch of them. It's just all guys who, like, put on their little suits, all these Zoomer dudes. They sit in their desks in front of their green screens with their mugs, and they talk and act like Nick Fuentes. It's a whole micro industry of them. And I know there is a British one. I just can't remember what his name is. But I mean, they're kind of, I guess, they're trying to turn. What Charlie Downs is just a scapegoat. I don't think they even think he's anti-Semitic. It's all it's all performative. You have to denounce the anti-Semites, right? Because that's what really matters. That little country in the Middle East matters and whether or not how you feel about that group of people who are not British.
Welcome to Levant, hell on earth, but somehow the most important one.
Although we'll see some arguments about how Jews are as British as anyone else, even though they call themselves Jews. No, I'm not trying to be too rude.
On their own metric, yes, which is no one's British.
But they also do live in their own enclaves, much like they do in much of the U.S. I'm not trying to be rude. I mean, I'm friends with somebody who is a British Jew who lives in a Jewish enclave, but they do that, just that they do in the U.S.
As you would expect people to do. It's called self-interest.
Well, they don't consider they consider themselves British when they want to, when it's convenient, and they consider themselves Jewish when it's in their interest. The same way that Hassan Piker considers himself white when it's in his interest, and Turkish or Muslim when that's in his interest.
Now, I have fought the far right for over a quarter of a century. I took on the
BNP. This freeze. Oh, great. This is another reason why I didn't want to use this. Okay.
For years, when it was a tough thing to do, but I won. I've always made sure.
We lost.
By the way,
everyone lost. All it cost you is your integrity.
He said he took on the BNP for years, but it paused there for a second. That's what he was saying. No, I beat the BNP. I beat the Nazis.
The political parties that I've run have absolutely been non-sectarian, non-racially prejudiced.
That's why they're gay.
And I've insisted on that for year after year after year.
That's why you suck.
And I wouldn't do anything to jeopardize that.
I look forward to this getting brought back up in a fucking court case when
he's seen all this
people
shit.
With sense are in power.
He's seen all this shit about being non-sectarian, non-identity politics, and he's about to make a big fucking fuss over somebody in another party supposedly having not worshiping a certain group of people enough. Because it's not, when we look again at the evidence of Charlie Downs being an anti-Semite. Or Frank Wright. They've also accused him now of being an anti-Semite. Because of course they have.
Also, I really hate this argument from everyone where I'm not racist. Like, dude, you have to understand this when it comes to literally any aspect of humanity.
Everyone's racist.
Mammals look after their own.
Yes.
No, it's not a question of race. It's like every group looks after their own. That is how every mammal on Earth fucking survives, for God's sakes.
Yes.
And the moment
you'll always have family, and family always have tribe.
Yes, and just because you value something does not mean other people will. Like anyone that does not share your values and prioritizes your group is an enemy. End of story. I don't care how nice they are. They are an enemy in a collective sense.
Yes.
Bugger off.
Why do you think they always push generational horror films? Well, they always push fucking Teenage Rebellion and continuing that well into the fucking 40s in some cases.
Yeah.
Like they are trying to break up the in-group of white folk with any people who they had any effect of like breaking up that process of the elderly who support the youth in their childhood, and then as those children like become adults, they earn a living, which by the way is now no longer an option for a lot of people. They support the elderly, and it's a whole like self-sustaining process. But that means you don't need the state to automate it.
Yeah, exactly.
By the way, the very reason why they're trying to divide the white people, is because when white people get organized, we tend to make new nation states, and that certain country in the Middle East will get reduced to a fucking parking lot.
Well, that's why. Yep. Why do you think they have to do it exactly?
I say, still to this day, we give Ulster, Gaza, and we give the Republic of Ireland the main body of Israel because it will be funny.
It would be funny.
Oh
a bunch
God,
of
no, it'll just be
and every 10 years they swap.
Well, you know, like a bunch of Middle Eastern countries love Bobby Sands, right? And see him as like a hero figure.
Is Iran, I believe, is a really big fan.
Iran does, yeah. Iran is one of them, but it's not just Iran. A lot of Middle Eastern countries.
By the way, do you know who's to blame for all of this? Cromwell.
Yeah, well,
ironically, yes.
Yes, if you go back far enough, it's Cromwell. Yeah.
Yeah. Who let them in again?
Treachery Everywhere says, I agree with Spoon, but especially my own people are so immensely mind-fucked. They abandon their own all the time, but that's sadly a cultural feature for Dutch natives. It's not just the Dutch, it's all Europeans.
They want to do to you what they did to the Chinese, where they literally said like, oh, did you save someone at in a roadside collision or whatnot? You're now responsible for their upkeep forever.
The thing is that,
so now you'll just pretend not to see it when someone's hanging from a fucking tree, as we saw this week.
I sort of disagree with this. I don't think this is deeply ingrained with people. I think this is literally just a product of the current state. I think if you were to make the thing okay, the amount of people who will switch on a dime overnight would not surprise you, actually, in the grand scheme of things.
The way that it's a mindfuck, though. The way that it's a mindfuck, though,
no,
is that
I disagree.
They're trying it and they were succeeding.
Let me explain, Spoon. Is that the mindfuckery happens when they try to use this magic soil kind of stuff, because they're saying, no, these people, they've been here for 5 minutes. They're just as British. They're just as Dutch.
Yeah, but
they're just as American.
Here's the thing.
And with Americans, it really
Most
mind fucks them because that's how the country works.
Most people, this is something that AA pointed out, is that the anti-immigration thing is across the board, even with the boomers.
Oh, yes.
It's like over 78% of the
Yes.
country. So
Everyone
this
agrees.
is not something you need to convince people to.
People
yes,
don't like it,
if
no.
someone came
But
in
you
with
can
a
convince
convince,
them that
I will
they
go.
other people are.
Yes, but the moment that someone just says, hey, look, I'm going to go like absolutely Fjoge style on absolutely everyone who doesn't look like you, the support for that would be overwhelming. Yeah.
But it's about building up the terror.
Yes, if the actual demographics, if their will mattered, if the will of the people mattered to in any capacity in democracy, then both in the United States and across Europe, it would be that
none of this would happen.
None of this would have happened in the first place.
That has been conditioned.
This is the will of the WEF. This is the will of this group of elites who decided that they're going to bring in a new client class. A more easily controllable client class, and they're going to fucking replace you. Yeah, a little bit,
Yes,
Bill.
because they're fundamentally globalist capitalists.
Now you're not, Bill. Are you?
I
Yes.
wasn't talking just then.
Go ahead. Repeat.
Okay.
Sorry.
I've now completely forgotten what I was going to say.
Oh, I'm sorry. I also do hope you're right, Spoon. I hope you're ultimately right about that. I mean, you're definitely right about the boom, about how everybody doesn't. No one likes this. It is like 75% of even boomers don't like it.
What is this phrase that they have conditioned everyone in the West to be terrified of? What is one of the phrases from the German era, shall we say? Triumph of the will.
Yes.
They made sure that the thing, like,
very boring.
They used like the Nazis.
What's the name of the Leni Riefenstahl documentary or film?
They made sure that anything that could, like, they could basically twist anything that we associate with, like, white identitarianism would be to be twisted around on itself. And as what have we learned from Terry Pratchett? Beware of words that twist like a snake.
Indeed. Remember Tim Pool's gay little song "Will of the People"? I gotta be honest, I kind of liked Tim Pool's gay little song "Will of the People," but Tim Pool and I share a favorite band. So Tim Pool and I like the same band, so yeah.
Most emo is cringe, however. Butt Rock's king.
Butt Rock is king, but I love Metric. That's my favorite band, and I think, from what I know, Tim likes them as well. So it would make sense that I wouldn't.
Might as well be Hudson Mohawk.
Do not compare. There's a huge moth that just floated in. Don't compare Metric to Hudson Mohawk.
God wills it. God sent them off to fuck with you.
I know he probably did, but I don't like moth. Anyway, Nige.
Politically, it wouldn't work for me because it would actually be the wrong thing to do. So we can talk to Rupert Lowe. It's fine.
According to who?
You know. But
Except now we'll talk to Rupert Lowe it's fine. But I've got some conditions, right? Which case, it's really not fine, is it? Why is this? Oh, okay.
Etc.
Twitter's been fucked recently.
Putting out
What?
Twitter's been fucked recently, that's why.
Yeah.
what I would call the old theory. The old theory that we probably haven't heard in this country since 1936.
Oh my God.
God, get on with it, you bent too fuck.
He's calling them fascists. He's calling him an anti-Semite. You know, that's what
God,
the old theory. That's what he's saying. The old theory. We haven't heard it in 1936. Fuck. We live in a fucking
Our
period, all
ancestors
right.
would look upon what we experience and they would weep tears of rage. That everything they ever stood for meant nothing because of these people.
Yeah, you think 2016 never ends. 1936 never fucking ends.
Publicly supportive people demanding that all Jews be removed from the country. Just as an example. So the condition I would put on it is those people...
By the way, quite a popular position at the time.
Why is that bad?
Like, incredibly popular position now, both left and right. It's bipartisan now.
No, but I mean, it was a popular position in the 1930s.
109 countries can't be wrong. Hold the will on them.
He's going about this in such a queer way too. I do mean that, like, just like mincing, like, what?
Well,
I wouldn't be like one of those leftists who calls everyone a Nazi.
When Nick Fuentes hits the wall at 35, he will look like Nigel Farage, 1-to-1. I am fucking calling for the.
How is that, dude? Who is going to give that big booty Latina a reason to unfreeze her eggs? Nick.
Nigel Farage.
It's time to take a stand. I know you're gay, buddy. For the future of the Mexican people, you got to take one for the team.
I can imagine you will try like Shaq Clavicula or something.
Oh, right.
Well,
I can show you my new
that would actually be funny though.
You're gonna have to clarify which one of them is gonna try and fuck Clavicula.
Let me show you my new thumbnail, by the way, because I already made the thumbnail for the new video.
Yeah.
And I don't know if I'm
he spent like what, like $20,000 on a new nose or something, or like facial surgery, and he looks worse.
Yeah. By the way, so
I
what do
don't know
you make of
why.
this?
Like,
What do you make of this?
He looked fairly
he
looked fairly masculine before. Like, why did he?
Now he's got like the local shop for local people nose.
Well, I mean,
I'm a little this to look like a gay Neanderthal.
So
It made him look younger and more boyish.
I do like saying that
I don't know
hormonal birth
why.
control made him look like that, because in my hypothesis, it did. So, women's pills
Also, he was roided
is
as
why he
gills.
looks like that, if my hypothesis is correct.
Also, it hasn't saved him from having the same fucking banjo lips I have.
Oh, Bill, you don't have. You think you have banjo lips? You have not. You have got nothing on Isaiah Wendigoon.
Well, yeah,
He's
because it's not
big old
90% of my
banjo
body
lips.
weight. Because it's a lot.
Anyway, I hate this mincing way that Farage is going about talking about this stuff, because he doesn't want to sound. He doesn't want to be instantly identified as being exactly identical to the leftoids who call everyone Nazis, right?
Yeah, he's a roided zoomer.
Would have to be out of the inner circle, and I think that's that for me would be the only way we could sensibly proceed. And
You can only negotiate if you literally conduct a purge on your own ranks.
Yeah, you're the fucking
Okay,
second in
Nigel,
command of
we'll
your
talk
party. His
when you
name
get
is
rid of the
Zia
buttons.
Yusuf.
Okay, that
Well,
face right there is how I feel looking at all politics these days.
Yeah, I just gonna.
Nigel, we can talk as soon as you kick out all the Tories.
No, his party's all made up of Tories.
Yeah.
That's what it is.
course,
Reform
it's called
Reform
Reform.
UK is just Tory
Reforming
too.
the Tories.
Yes, they've reformed the Tory party into more Tories.
Don't worry, Nigel will protect you, just like Anne.
Those
Only person really sent in the party just got fucking beaten to death. And they act like nothing happened.
Hang on, I'm gonna go back a minute.
God damn, Bill, that was rough.
That was rough.
But it's the
I got
fucking
this-
fact
I
of the
got-
matter. Not a fucking word out of him.
No, I know. I sorry, it threw me for a loop. that you said
Only
that, though,
politician in England had any fucking crumb of sense to a name.
Yeah, indeed.
would be the only way we could sensibly proceed. And I suspect many of those who say restore in answer to a poll are perhaps not quite aware.
Yeah.
You know, they see Rupert, they see this farmer from Gloucestershire. I think they know he makes sense, but those he's got around him, I think they'd be pretty horrified too.
Oh, they'd be pretty horrified to know
They'd be more
about.
popular than he is, actually.
Again, well, Where is this? Do I actually have it here? The thing that he's done. Yeah, here's the Telegraph.
Nigel, what
This is
policies
the
do
hit
you
piece.
have that are popular? Just out of curiosity.
Because who knows what the fuck Nigel's policies are? Some
Whatever they
may
need to be.
go back? Question mark?
Nigel's policies have always been exactly what they've always been, exactly what they need to be in the minute.
Yes, in the moment. So this is the Telegraph's
By the way,
hit
I
piece
just
on
find
Charlie
this-
Downs, by the
I
way.
just-
This is
You know what
all.
I just find
This what they
what
got
I
on
find
him.
hilarious about this. This
Mhm.
just says Restore co-founder suggested Farage had been bought by the Jews.
Yes.
And the one thing that Farage talks about all the fucking time is we must protect the Jews. It's like,
Yes, constantly.
you don't think Farage's own mouth kind of
Does that-
confirms this? I
yeah?
don't even know who Charlie Downs is, and I can already tell like he is correct just by listening to Farage talk.
Yeah. Indeed, Shademaster. And in another day that ends in Y, Bill chooses violence. It's every day. Every day that ends in Y.
Motherfucker, I didn't choose violence. Violence chose me.
Eric Zahn for 5 says, Bill, what's your opinion on Bible translations? NIV, NLT, King James, does it matter?
KJV. It's what
I mean,
always KJV.
I always go by KJV. Does it matter? Is one better than the other, or is it all autism? I don't think all are the same.
There are
Obviously,
some very
your
like,
Schofield Bibles, you know?
God help you. There are some really fucking rough new ones.
Yeah.
Like the
Some of
word,
those
or it was called.
Protestant ones, yeah. Some of those Protestant ones that are very, very, very revisionist and friendly towards a certain country in the Middle East, for example. Like
There are
Schofield
versions
Bible.
of the Bible that are legitimately just propaganda, and that's really saying something.
Yeah. Yeah.
Stick with KJV, you won't go too far wrong.
Yeah. They own it all, both sides.
Find the oldest ones you
indeed.
can.
Yeah, older the better. Learn
Zero.
Greek.
Zero.
Learn Greek.
Yeah.
Learn Greek. That's the best way.
After you just called Charles not British for being Greek, then telling the people to learn Greek.
Hey, I've got
Which one
nothing
is
against
it,
the Greeks. I
Bill?
just want them over there.
True, based.
I want
Understandable.
a.
We
Listen,
can learn
it's
the
better for the
language.
world
We've
if
got a
Constantinople was
dictionary.
owned by white people, or at least
Yeah.
as close to white people as the Greeks can achieve.
We've got the dictionary. We've got the recipes. Now, speaking of recipes, I do love Greek food. Sorry, that's not.
Greek food is kind of garbage. I don't like it.
Oh no, I love
I don't like an
saganaki.
aubergine, okay?
Moussaka.
It was
Bruh.
in the freezer long enough before you get the fucking thing.
I know. Well, that's because I was saving it. I just want a saganaki, man. It's like
They will not say
That
oppa
sounds
anymore.
really shady if you say that out loud.
Saganaki is cheese covered
it's just
in booze.
cheese that you cover in booze and set on fire, and it's delicious. It's
Everyone
just
goes,
it is just a
"Oppa."
big piece of cheese that you cover in booze and set on fire.
Burning cheese
The
is the only
Greeks
thing
are
I agree
correct
with the
about
Greeks
this.
with. Except unfortunately they made it. What they do
Spanakopita.
isn't.
I love spanakopita.
What cheese is it? Is it feta? Because I can't fucking say.
It's feta and spinach in a phyllo pastry. It's so good.
Well, actually, spanakopita ain't bad.
Dolmades. I love dolmades.
This is just a constant barrage of me going, no, I don't like that.
No, I don't. Well, you wouldn't
It's-
like dolmades.
I-
It's rice wrapped in olive leaves. You wouldn't
Again,
like
it's
dolmades.
like this continued policy by this podcast of defaming
Talking
me
about
and
food.
implying that I eat like a 12-year-old, which may be true, but I don't care because I hate foreign muck.
Billy, you had chicken tendies today, and you made me a sandwich out of them. Thank you. You shared your tendies with me.
I made for you. I didn't eat those. I
You
put
didn't
mine
even
till
eat the
I'm served.
tendies? Oh my god. You've made me tendies and you didn't even share them with me.
No.
Ree. Anyway,
I said next sandwich.
okay. Thank you, by the way. Co-founder of Restore Britain has been accused of suggesting Nigel Farage was bought by Jewish supporters. Charlie Downs responded to a post on X by the Reform leader in which Mr. Farage had said that he could not be bought, with an image showing him in front of signs for Reform Jewish Alliance. So he
I'm pissed off now. You
posted
didn't
a
even mention the
fucking
homemade
picture.
stuffing I put in there. Fuck you.
You did put homemade stuffing in there. I'm sorry. Campaigners against anti-Semitism said Mr. Downs. Like what? He just posted a picture. This is what I'm saying. Like this is their hit piece article on Charlie Downs that's supposed to be the great evidence against or for why he's an
They're hoping
anti-Semite.
you don't.
Must
They're
be
hoping
removed.
you don't read that far because you've got shit to do because you've got to work 3 jobs.
And you just-
Otherwise, you'll get kicked out.
What?
of
And you
your
just saw the
apartment.
headline, and yeah, he didn't even say that, right?
They
So-
need. That's why they have made sure that the economy has collapsed the way it has, is because they can just need you busy enough that you can't think.
Yeah, always. Campaigners against anti-Semitism said Mr. Downs, who'd been part of Restore alongside Rupert Lowe, its leader, since it was launched, had perpetuated the oldest smear about Jewish people with the Post. What, that they have lobbying groups? Like every other special interest group?
Well, the oldest smear was the blood libel.
Yeah, I thought that was blood libel. Well, I guess, are they saying this is blood libel? I suppose.
Or they instituting the white people was on the money.
There's literally a book about the lobbying power, like John
Yes.
Mearsheimer wrote.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's called the Talmud.
Well, no, but everybody everybody is well aware, who's not retarded, is aware of the power of various Jewish lobbying groups in Western
If they're
countries.
that weak,
Like,
then
it's
why are
AIPAC
we
in
having
the
this
United States.
conversation?
Well,
Yeah,
apparently you're not even
exactly.
allowed to have the conversation because it's anti-Semitic.
We don't have lobbying power. Now
Infuriating.
stop saying that, or else we'll cancel you.
Yeah, or else we'll use our lobbying power to cancel you. Shut down your party. So 25-year-old has also complained that white British people will become a minority within 50 years, which he says is well, that's true. We've already been over this. That's true. And they put this in
They're
here.
only the minority
Isn't that
now.
curious that a true statement about the demographics, which by the way, out the other side of their mouth, they'll say that's a good thing because that's New Britain, right? That's a good thing that it won't be, it will be minority white British in 50 years. That's a good thing. But then when you talk about it, they go, oh, that's a racist conspiracy theory. And then you read the WHO document on replacement migration. Not the World Economic Forum, not the World Health Organization.
Same fucking people. Okay,
They are the same people. So you read the World Economic Forum's document, 2006 document, I believe, on replacement migration. It lays out in detail what they were going to do in Europe and which they have subsequently done. That document is not hidden. You can just go to Google right now, type in World Economic Forum replacement migration document. I think it's 2006, right? 2000, even a bit before that. You should be able to just go find the document. Where's the document? It's normally pretty easy to find. I can't find it this second. Normally it's no issue to pull this up, but you can find this document very, very easily on the internet. Just me trying to pull it up midstream is not trust me, it's easy to find. 2000, not 2006. It's been around. They've called it that now for 26 years. And they laid out exactly what they were going to do, and then they did it, which was to replace native populations. So for you saying that's what they said they were going to do, and they're doing it. It is a terrifying prospect, and it's being done. We're 25 years into it, plus, of this program. On Thursday, Mr. Lowe refused. It's just crazy how they put that. Oh, how is it anti-Semitic, and then this? Why was this part attached to the anti-Semitic part? Isn't that curious? How being afraid of saying it's terrifying, the idea that white native British people will become a minority in their own country, that's terrifying, is being put right next to he's propagating the oldest smear about Jews. Weird, huh? I don't know, guys. I don't know. It's just coincidence, I guess. On Thursday, Mr. Lowe refused to say that the king was a white Briton because he at one point, because he has a foreign-born parent. The accusations of anti-Semitism raised from fresh questions for Restore's leadership, which has attempted to dismiss concerns over extreme views as smears. Mr. Downs also called Alistair Heath, the editor of the Sunday Telegraph, the paper that we are reading right now, a traitor for accusing the party of racism.
I wonder why.
This
is by the way, here's our vested and very clearly bias-inducing incident with this man. I wonder why this exists. This whole article.
Oh my!
William Nunn, they haven't erased the document. I'm not able to find it.
Look at this. Look at this. This is some creepy premonition shit. Look at that.
What? Oh my god! Oh man, called it on point. Clavicular shoots his shot at UFC after split from field.
I have powers, ladies and gentlemen.
You called it on point.
I was realize how incredibly broad AOC's nose is.
From that, that's not a good angle for maybe.
Are there any good
it's
ones?
not a good angle for Clav either. That's like before he had more of his
before
face
just
smashed,
nip it in the bud before any perverts in the fucking chat chime in with from behind. Yeah, I'm gonna, that's still not a good angle for her because she's still in the fucking room, isn't she?
Yeah, that was creepy.
Beyond the wall.
I don't know if I get this reference. Maybe you guys will. Ginger Plumber for 5 says, I thought this was funny, so now you have to hear it. The best Bible is the Orange Catholic Bible. This is a reference. I'm not sure what the reference is to. Are you guys?
Yeah, I don't know what the reference is either.
Orange Catholic Bible.
Oh, fucking... of course, the fucking... I should have known the fucking
the Dutch?
Dune fanboys would be involved.
Oh, okay.
USCB is the The one in Dune.
The Orange Catholic Bible was a fictional religious text from Frank Herbert's Dune. I wouldn't have remembered that. I wouldn't have been able to pull that.
I'm not allowed to use the term I use to refer to Dune fans, especially obsessive ones, because what rhymes with Dune?
You guys all got. I fucking Shai Halid indeed.
It's been a long fucking time since I've had anything to do with Dune.
Well, I haven't seen any of those movies.
I have
Are they any
semi-fond
good?
memories of watching this miniseries version of Children of Dune, or possibly Dune the Sai.
Man,
I can't remember which one it was.
I haven't seen the new films because I have no interest in watching
Zendaya can't
Zendaya
act.
not know how to act. So, oh well. Dan, you did call that though, Spoon. There it is. Did he actually do it? I mean, that's what TMZ says. And they're truly the most trustworthy name in news. Fuck CNN.
Of course, absolutely. They never ever talk
TMZ
shit
would
ever.
never, talk shite. Let's see. Yeah, of course. Thank you for that, Alistair Heath. In the original post in February, Mr. Farage posted a video of himself with a caption, "I cannot be bullied. I can't be bullied. I can't be bought. I've stood for the same principles for many decades." And
you can't be bullied. We'll see about that.
And then Charlie Duns just responded with this picture. He didn't say anything. He just responded to Farage with Reform Jewish Alliance in the Reform colors and a fucking Star of David and a menorah on either side of him. He actually didn't make any accusation at all, did he? He just posted a picture. Remember, this is Nigel Farage's entire supposed issue with joining arms with Restore. Is that, well, not until you get rid of that anti-Semite. What has he done to be an anti-Semite? Posted a picture of Farage.
He called me out on Twitter.
He called you out on Twitter.
Everything boils down to I need, as a politician, I need absolute power to invade everyone's privacy because someone with a Vegeta profile called me gay on Twitter.
Well, if someone with a Vegeta profile calls you gay on Twitter, it's serious, son.
I need to fucking destroy society's privacy and social norms for the sake of one single petty grievance.
Alex Hearn, spokesman for Labour Against Anti-Semitism, said Restore Britain's spokesman insinuated that Nigel Farage had been bought by Jews. No, he didn't! I mean, sort of, but he just posted a picture of you where you clearly have been paid to talk there, have you not? Have you not been paid to speak there? For this Jewish Reform Alliance thing. Come on, you really got paid to do that.
I took money from the Jews, and then posted
and
the
there's
picture
the
of
evidence
me.
of you taking money from the Jews? You see why this is a ridiculous,
Here's an idea,
guys.
Nigel. If you think he's defamed you, take him to court.
Take him, yeah. Don't use your smear merchants. Take him to court.
Yeah, and then your anti-Jewish lawyers can get you a bunch of money.
Yeah, there you go. Do it. He won't.
It definitely isn't an attempt at me to, flush out what racial lawyers are.
Yeah.
So we can see how far their integration into reform goes.
Here's Alex Hearn, this Labour Against Anti-Semitism guy, saying, again, oldest smear about money and influence. Is it a smear if it's true? How is it a smear if it's true?
I asked that about blood libel too.
Exactly. How is it a smear if it's true? Delivered as a picture so that nothing could be quoted back at him. Because, well, how are you going to say that? We're going to say the picture is AI? You're going to say it's fake?
It's worth 1,000 words. Clap back with another picture then.
Yeah, so whatever. It's not an aberration. Charlie Downs has said his party believes Britain is a people defined by indigenous British ancestry and Christian faith, a definition under which no Jew and other minority can be British. Based.
You
However,
can't sell me on. I'm sorry.
However, many generations we have been here.
Yeah,
but
because in 1066,
British,
my ancestors made the mistake of bringing you fuckers over.
Do you see how interesting that is, though? Many generations we have been here, but you're not British. You're still a Jew, aren't you? You still identify yourself as differentiated.
And whilst denying the native Britons the right to claim the same.
Yeah. You are saying, I'm a Jew first. It doesn't, no matter how many generations you've been here, you never become British.
So we are not rootless. We simply own wherever we touch our feet.
Apparently. Magic soil. Bullshit,
more
right?
More local than the locals.
Yep. More local, yes. Even more so than you. High-profile Restore supporters have called for Jews to be deported, and the party will not disown them. Whom?
Hey, listen.
Who did that?
Restore was promised to Israel 3,000 years ago.
Which Restore supporter, and I mean, like, seriously, not just some random on fucking Twitter, because I've not seen anyone be that based, who has called for the deportation of Jews? You can just make statements like this, but they always do. Anyone who objects to rape, they'll point to some fucking sock puppet account with 3 fucking followers and go, oh look, they always do that shit, which you do in their rabbi. Anyway, anyone who objects to racism should object to Restore. Anyone who objects to racism should, yeah. I couldn't even understand that sentence for a second because I was like, what do you mean object to racism? They are far right in a suit. I wish. A spokesman for Campaign Against Anti-Semitism said, quote, like many political parties, Reform has a Jewish supporters group. Yes, of course it does. Just as it does other special interest groups. Because of course it does. That's the problem with Reform. It was launched by Nigel Farage and other senior Reform figures. There is nothing unusual or sinister. Yes, there is.
If you have to say there's nothing unusual or sinister, it's like having a song about how you don't diddle kids. Everyone assumes, well, immediately you diddle kids. Well, and guess what? In this case, probably.
Yes. These are patriotic, Britain first, if you want to put it that kind of way, parties. They both are supposed to be, Reform and Restore. So yes, it is unusual and sinister for groups of people who do not fundamentally identify as British, who identify as hyphenated British, to have a place in patriotic parties. Now, I mean, all of this is retarded bullshit, electoral politics is fake and gay.
Well, if everyone's allowed to have a special interest group,
yeah, why
stands
can't
to reason?
Right? Yeah, where's the British one? Where's the British special interest group then?
We can go further. Where's just white in general?
It's so fucking retarded and just insufferable. If Charlie Downs is suggesting that Reform or Mr. Farage have somehow been bullied or bought by Jews, would he say that veterans have done the same? What the fuck? It's this whataboutism.
Yes.
Yes, by the way. Or is it just Jews for whom his pernicious imputation is reserved? Whoever is buying him off. Yeah. Or are they?
Oh, I thought he was asking you if the
if the Jews have bought it. I also that's what he meant, by the way. And I was like, well, yeah, probably.
That threw me off because I had a brain fart.
No, I agree. I was on the same line of thought that you were, whereas I was like, is he saying that veterans organizations have been bought up by Jews? I was like, yeah, probably.
And we overtook. Yeah.
Yeah, unfortunately. Oh my god.
Oh well, so it's important to eat crow occasionally.
Political extremists from the Soviets to the Nazis have tried to demonize Jews by suggesting that there is a Jewish conspiracy to subvert the will of the people by buying it. But you do buy influence.
I thought the Soviets were, they were great and they didn't do anything.
I thought they were on your
that.
side, right? Well, and until I guess they got tired of Trotsky. I don't know.
Everyone's an anti-Semite when it's convenient.
Yeah. Restore Britain must clarify the meaning of this tweet by its own spokesperson or apologize for it. And God, they really threw this level of a hissy fit over a real picture. It's not AI. A real picture of Nigel Farage giving a speech in front of Jews for Reform with the Star of David in the Reform colors. This much of a hissy fit over it. An actual picture of something he really did.
Which was, I presume, a public promotional image.
Yeah. Restore Britain must clarify the meaning of the tweet. So spokesperson apologized for it, explain what further steps it intends to take. Across society, it has become open season on Jews. Political parties must demonstrate whether they oppose this trend or intend to join it. It really always comes down to this. It always comes down to this.
They're really acting like that Kanye album was better than it was.
Yeah, true. But it does always come down to this. It's always about this little country in the Middle East and the people who identify as associated with it and the religion of that little country in the Middle East. That's the only thing that has fucking power when it comes to politics.
Well, he is called the Prince of the World, is he not?
Yeah. Mr. Downs had previously said that Restore believes that Britain is a people defined by indigenous British ancestry and Christian faith, and that white British people are faith becoming a minority in their own homeland. We've already read this. They've reiterated that. On Thursday, he accused Mr. Heath of, again, the guy behind the Telegraph here, of being a traitor to the British people for a column where journalists called out Mr. Lowe's repellent views and said, so the Telegraph is running hit piece after hit piece on Restore, and Charlie Downs, the spokesperson for Restore, says, well, fuck you. And then they clutch their pearls. Well, I can't imagine why he would call you out. What, considering you keep running hit pieces on them.
Keep on clutching those pearls, they'll make a great tourniquet.
In response to the piece headlined, Farage must reject Rupert Lowe's repugnant dance with white nationalism, Mr. Downs said he made no apology for demanding demographic security for my people in our own homeland and accused Mr. Heath of being an agent of the anti-white establishment, which he is. Elon Musk, billionaire owner of X, who has backed Restore, responded to the tweet saying, "True, Heath is a traitor." That's it. They're just salty. They're just fucking salty at this guy. They're just salty at Charlie Downs. And they've been trying to get Rupert to denounce these people for forever, you know? And he hasn't thus far. But the whole point is to actually remember, despite us talking about how ridiculous all this stuff is, the point of all of this, ultimately, is to make Restore contained. That's your far-right party that you're allowed to have. Your far-right neo-Nazi party is Restore, which is neither far-right nor neo-Nazi nor fascist. It's 90s liberalism.
At this point, I'm just going to fucking just straight up say it. I'm just not going to give a shit about politician unless they legitimately are so mentally ill they think they're Alexander the Great Reborn, in which case, you know what, fucking have at it. And I need someone we need that Andrew Jackson shit where they're just a complete fucking psycho for no reason and will actually get shit done.
Indeed, Treachery is Everywhere says, "I wish this fictional universe these people lived in was real. It would solve all problems with just a few gas chambers." I mean, they sure would be easier if the fictional world that they pretend is real was real, wouldn't it?
The fiscal planning of someone who has not got a account with British Gas, given the price that he's fucking
well, that's very true. I wouldn't want to see the
how
gas
I'm getting
bill.
fucking gouged over here.
Yeah, I would not want to see the bill. That's true indeed.
I'll see myself out.
So, oh no, not like that, Bill. Never mind.
God, that took a while to kick in on that.
Yeah,
am I on a delay?
Well, no, because I was opening back up the tab. Because I was looking at the chat for a second. I was able to back up the tab with the article, so that took my brain a minute to respond. Yes.
The folks at home see the lengths I go to inject some levity into the show as well as a manga.
Thank you. Well, thank you. Let's see. The rest of it, just like, let's see. Faraj responded saying he was open-minded about discussing working with Lowe. No conversations yet taking place. He's not now, as we went through it. But by the way, this is it. This is the evidence. This is the evidence that Charlie Downs is an anti-Semite, and that he must be kicked out of Restore if Restore wants to come and kneel.
How dare you accuse the Jewish people of having an overrepresentation in power now please rescind all of your career, apologize for everything you did, all ruin your life.
For a tweet of a photo, of a real photo. Why don't you just, you'd think, like, why don't you own it? Look, he backs you. All he's saying is that, like, well, look, he's got the backing of this Jewish group. What's the problem with that? Do you not pay him, I guess? Like all other, special interest groups do? For power within politics? Of course you do. So here's Rupert's response to all of it. Which, by the way, means that probably Charlie Downs wrote it, just to be clear, because it was posted on X, which means that Charlie Downs or one of the other Zoomers who works for him wrote this. Rupert does not write any of his zeets. Reform and Nigel Farage have finally made a response to our offer in the Daily Telegraph. I will go into their 4 conditions. The Reform Chairman, Lee Anderson, has said Reform will not step aside in any constituencies. Reform should always be on the ballot paper, meaning that Reform plan to run in every seat, even if there's an arrangement. This is not a constructive start. I've been realistic. Clearly, the whole point of any arrangement would be to not divide the electoral force. That would mean, why did you launch this party then, man? What was the 8 months ago? No, yeah, 6 months ago. Why did you do it? If you're just going to say, oh, never mind, let's just join up. I've been realistic. Clearly, the whole point of any arrangement would be to not divide the electoral force. That would mean certain Restore Britain candidates, it's after what happened in Manchester, staying aside to ensure a sensible, and Makerfield, and pragmatic approach to our voting system. If Reform are not willing to reciprocate in any constituencies, any at all, the offer I have made is entirely redundant. That is true. They have also said that we must endorse Farage to be PM and allow the failed Conservative ministers to again be part of the future cabinet. Contrary to reports, I have never said that Reform must dump anybody. That is not my place to do so. It's their party. This is entirely Reform's choice who they choose to be MP or to employ. It is putting the same ministers who failed Britain into a future cabinet, which Restore Britain has helped to empower, that I take issue with. Indeed. Like, that's why it's ridiculous that you're trying to form a coalition with them anyway. Because what do you think? Who the fuck do you think they're going to put into power? Of course, it's all the Tories that make up their party. Former Tories who make up their party. So it's ridiculous to try and, if you were serious, if you were anything other than containment, you of course would not ever consider joining a coalition with fucking Reform. Anyway. Which he understands, or whoever wrote this understands, but still chose to try and stretch out the olive branch anyway. Restore Britain will not be responsible for handling Nadim Zahawi, Nadine Dorris, and others of the most powerful jobs in the country, handing them the most powerful jobs in the country. Farage and Reform have also said that Restore Britain must outright sack Charlie Downs, putting a young Christian man out of work just as he is looking to build his life and start a family. That is simply not how I operate. I want to be clear. If a sensible reciprocal arrangement can be found on our proposed policy platform. Man, I'm fucking up reading. We would be willing to stand our Restore Britain candidates aside in certain seats in order to defeat the left-wing alliance. So again, the left-wing can form an alliance, obviously. And maybe the argument is that, well, I guess we should form an alliance as well. But the whole point is that you are not Reform. That Reform are just a bunch of fucking Tories in slightly repainted teal. And you're trying to form a coalition with them. Why? You are contained. Why? You are contained. And now bitching about this, while still pointing out in the same fucking breath why you shouldn't.
Fucking Boris wave.
Yes, yes. Why the people that are in Reform are responsible for the Boris wave. That brought in 1 million people a year to a country of 89 million now. 1 million people a year. Between 750,000 and 1 million. By the estimates that we know, it could be more than that, by the way. For any political party, that is a big step to make country before party. Reform have just outright rejected doing the same. If that position continues, this whole exercise is futile. Indeed. So stop in any way considering it. Stop in any way entertaining this nonsense. You are containment otherwise. You are fully contained. And people, again, who think that these attacks on Restore as, oh, look, the mainstream is attacking them as being anti-Semitic, and think that that is somehow giving credence to the idea that Restore is serious and legitimate, are seriously, and I'm sorry, mistaken. This is to set Restore aside as containment. As utterly contained. That's as far right as you are allowed to be. And it's the extremist position. The anti-Semitic Nazi position. To post a picture of Nigel Farage. After all,
qualified lobbying power.
Yes.
Because
it is. After all the bad blood, if we focus on personality and ego, we will get nowhere. That much is obvious from the last 7 days. Our papers on economics, energy, he always talks about his papers, deportations, etc. No one reads your papers. I'm sorry, no one does. It doesn't work in politics. People actually don't care. They care about vibes. Overwhelmingly. They just don't give a shit about policy. And they don't care to read your policy papers. That's why democracy's a fucking farce.
Yeah, it was boring.
Yeah, it's boring. I wish it weren't, but that's the truth. No one's gonna read your papers.
Okay, I'm just gonna say it straight up. If anyone, I'm not sure what the House of Parliament. I'm not really sure what the layout is. I think like if I look it up, I'm going to put on a watch list. So I'll dismiss with the idea of it. But if someone has the means to throw a javelin and manage to land it through a window into like the altar in Parliament, whoever does that, the ore farming will be complete. You will not have to do anything else if you nail that hit.
Indeed.
Let's just cut the bullshit and call British politics what it is: a glorified darts match.
Yeah.
At least get it someone who can land a fucking javelin far enough that they can just kill their enemies and be done with it. Give me someone with warrior religion.
Indeed. Sandrick says, I think AA had it right. This is just another shit test from the J lobby. Yeah, it is. It's another shit. It is a shit test. Yeah, exactly.
This is just them way of trying to like flesh out who's who and get more information. They'll put a little ledger somewhere and then eventually they'll hopefully be forced for the pages.
Yep. The place to start this negotiation is on policy, which again, not where it actually happens. Find common ground. You know where the common ground is. You gotta sack Charlie Downs. As a sacrifice to the altar of a certain lobby, of a certain country in the Middle East. Restore Britain remains open to good faith talks where both parties understand the brutal electoral reality we are facing. And of course, there was more of this. Restore is beyond the pale. The segment on it. This is Alistair Heath of The Telegraph, in particular, who's very upset about the anti-Semitism of Charlie Downs that we just examined.
Alistair, another blistering piece. It's fair to say you'd put the cat amongst the pigeons. The headline says it all. 7,000 Telegraph responders have got stuck in. Nigel Farage must reject Rupert Lowe's repugnant dance with white nationalism.
Yes.
We looked at
Why?
we looked at what the repugnant things supposedly were. It was a picture of Nigel Farage. That's the flirting with white nationalism or what the fuck ever. Jesus fucking Christ.
Flirting with dangerous thinking is just whatever happens when politicians get held accountable.
Indeed.
And that strongly. I think it's time for people on the mainstream right to make a stand.
Come on.
What does that even mean?
It's frozen again. It's Twitter.
To take a stand and to basically say that there's two big debates here. There are people like me who believe that immigration should be dramatically reduced, that, you know, illegal immigrants should be kicked out, that there should be integration, that we should wage a fight against Islamism.
That's my dream.
Well, again,
That is
this
not
is
the
the
way
counter
people
jihad.
work.
This is the counter jihad shit, though. It's like, it's all about Islam. That's what it's really about. You know, there's no other issues whatsoever. Just Islam. And it needs to be sensible, of course. Some people, no, many of them will integrate. Of course they will. So they can stay.
No, they won't.
I reiterate,
integrate.
eyeballs above ears. Ears on a cant.
Well, yeah.
Don't trust.
This is
Job
the yeah. Well, he's the one who's upset about the anti-Semitism. Oy vey.
Should
Get a proper job and sort your tie
We should
out.
love this country.
Hang on,
and
I
we
can't
should
pause it.
embrace
Fucking Twitter's
people
been
who-
so busted recently.
So I said, get a proper job and fucking sort your tie out, you useless bastard.
Oh yeah, it is fucked. Hang on, I might have to. Oh god, there we go.
who are willing to love this country. And my position is that you can become British. You can choose to become British.
No.
And it is not a...
No, you can't.
No.
To be English is to be genetic.
You absolutely cannot. You know, America is this propositional nation. And one of its propositions is that anyone can become an American. That is not
Which is
part of the
bullshit.
proposition, which yes, it is bullshit. And that is not part of the proposition of England at all.
But no aspect of your inherent, like,
Yes, Banana Rabbit.
personality should be something that is actually changeable by your own actions.
Yeah. What fucking absurdity. The yankification of it all is disgusting.
It is yankification.
Yes.
It's about race, and it's not about your parents or grandparents or great-grandparents, right? So
Yes, it is. Yes, it absolutely is. It 1000% is. Yes, about your parents and grandparents. Fuck, this is reform, by the way. Your conservative party, sir.
And unfortunately, there's a group of people, some of whom are supporters of Restore, that don't agree with that and have a much more ethnic definition of Britishness. I think that's where the whole argument boils down to.
Twitter's
And
fucked.
I just don't agree with that. I think that's wrong. And I think we
Well,
should
you're
be,
retarded.
You know, the parties of the right
Here's
should be
what the
civic
fuck you think.
nationalist
Log
parties.
on, piss off.
That's really it. Yeah, he doesn't agree with it because he doesn't agree that, obviously, he doesn't think there is such a thing as being British. It's a proposition. Anyone can become it, right?
Well, if anyone can become any nationality, then I'm going to now socially identify as Northern Pakistani, as there are still Indo-Aryan nations there. And now I can say Paki all I like.
There you go. Right? What's the problem? He can say it.
Also, I'm also a qualified Pan-African priest, so, well, I've got a word for you.
That's true. Bill is. Bill is a Pan-African priest.
Parties. You know,
I was
people
born in
who
Africa.
love Britain, who
Oh yeah, there's another one. Well, 2/3 of the party here
2/3.
now have
Look
the
at how
past.
diverse Broken Crown is. We've got a Pan-African priest and an
the word.
African. And an American. Together, we make one African American. That should count for some kind of diversity thing, right?
who've become British citizens are British regardless of the colour of their skin. I think
No.
that is...
No.
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 No,
No,
we're
that
going to
is not
start. We're going to
true.
start gatekeeping internally.
No. Just no. Outright no. I'll say it. You know, Rupert Lowe is probably too pussy to actually say it, but I and most people will agree and will say it. But it is most people, by the way. They know. They know what the fuck it means to be British. They know what it means. Or they'll say, oh, we mean British, not English, right? English is something that you can't just become, but anyone can become British. That's absurd. And that is yankification.
is the key argument here. I also disagree with Storr on a bunch of specific policies. For example, they want to ban kosher slaughter. Rupert Lowe said that he was
curious that's what he takes umbrage with. Isn't
Doesn't
it?
bring up the halal slaughter, which is arguably a more forefront policy.
It was both halal and kosher, which is one of the things that they announced early on that I went, ooh, woo, what's this?
Okay, for now,
No,
we
it was
we
clear.
need to
What I
say-
said was it looked like red meat to me. And that's what it was. But they're still taking umbrage with it anyway. Yeah.
Okay, I'm going to say it. We should start just saying like, okay, if you're pro Israeli pro Jewish lobby, you're just pro animal abuse because you are.
Well, they are. Banana Rabbit asks.
Halal slaughter is barbaric.
Banana Rabbit says, ask him what makes someone Israeli. They'll give you a very
Usually, it's being on the sex offenders register for more than 3 months.
yes,
and
but they
one
will
thing to
also
get a
say
click.
it's genetic. It has to.
Yes.
It is matrilineal through your mother's side.
Yeah,
you
criminality
must
often
be
is.
genetically of one of the tribes of Israel.
I would have said being hated.
Well, that's the whole point. They're trying to get everyone to hate them to fulfill the prophecy. It's
But
a
they
whole
will
thing.
they will like pay for people to have genetic tests and then go on trips to the Holy Land to see if they want to move there. The Israeli state will do that.
Yeah.
So, but you have to take a genetic test to prove that you are Jewish, to prove that you are of their tribe.
I'll
But
take
it's
one to
always
flex on.
it's always rules for thee and not for me, right?
was a
You
barbaric
can tell I'm
and
not look like a human being.
anti-British practice in that video that he made intended for Nigel Farage. That's complete nonsense. There's been kosher slaughter in this country ever since there's been Jews in this country. And
well,
that's not a flex, you dumbass. That's
Looks
a
like-
fucking diamond.
Well, first of all, how else
So-
would it be there? It's not like it would precede or proceed them.
well, right.
Yeah,
You're the ones who
exactly.
do that. Jews
Plus-
do kosher slaughter. So yeah, there's been kosher slaughter as long as there've been Jews. Now, if there were no Jews, there would be no kosher slaughter, right?
So you are admitting that that is a race thing?
Yeah, it's a cultural thing for sure. He is admitting that. Yeah.
No, it's no. There's no such thing as culture. It's just race.
Yes. You're right. You're right. You're correct. Thank you for correcting me.
Well, spirituality is the basis of everything, and spirituality is based on race. So
Yes. Yeah.
Yeah.
Jews or British patriots. There's
No,
all
no.
sorts of other points like that. But I think fundamentally, there's a big row here. And the row is about, can you become British?
You also
It's
No.
not a fucking row. It's obvious. The
Also-
answer is no.
could they not find someone to be offended who could actually speak with some decent cadence? Now, I have a stutter. That much is well hidden, perhaps, but there. This person really is like every so often he has a pause, like he's getting rammed up the arse in between words.
I've never noticed
Sorry,
this
buddy, we're
stuff.
not that kind of right wing.
Dissident Knight asked if this means that you can exercise the Gemons. The Jamons. Because you're a
All I
Pan-African
ask-
priest.
All I ask is for an opportunity. Put me in, coach. I can do it.
Yeah, put him in, coach.
I wish I could find there's a video out there. It was like anti-Semitism on the right. He's like inquire, and someone fucked up like inquire within for job opportunities. And it's a goose like crip walking to this looks like a job for me. So I
This
really
looks
wish I
like
could
a
find it.
job for me. So yeah. Oh my god.
Claim that's Rupert Lowe again. You're not sparing any punches. Is a deluded egotist who is toxifying British politics, fanning the fires of racial and religious strifes, and risks handing permanent power to Andy Burnham's leftist revolutionaries. That's
Oh
fair
my
to say. Quite a few of
God.
your own readers
I will say
disagree
this-
with your opinion.
Okay, I'm going to say something very unwelcome. Nigel Farage is the Jeremy Hambley of politics because the degree to which that cocksucker can project, and by virtue of his accolades, like really,
Damn.
it's just one big grift.
It is one big grift. Damn. Nigel Farage is the Jeremy Hambley of British politics. Is a
Well, he's on
real
Cameo not so
fucking
long ago saying up the rah,
Well-
and having to have a very awkward conversation with an Irish news anchor to go really, really nice.
You know,
It was almost casual. It was fantastic.
Scrump and Evelyn and Pat did the Fellies the other day, and Jeremy Hambley
Oh,
was in the
yeah.
running for most, what was it,
Reset the clock.
pathetic grifter or something like that. And now, of course, the award did go to Captive Dreamer for being the most raped, but Jeremy Hambley was on there for his Wise Money Israel advert.
Oh yeah.
I like how I'm slowly approaching the same viewership as him over, slowly but surely, and that's with me only being on the show about 1/5 as often.
Oh, no.
I'm racing him to the bottom.
No, Bill. You're my favorite member of the team.
He is an insufferable git, though.
He is.
Yeah.
Oh, yes.
Wait, whom? Farage or Jeremy Hambley?
Both.
Yes.
The top-rated comment on the article was by a reader called David Jones saying, "Oh, Alistair, I'm disappointed. I'm normally a big fan of your articles, but this attack on Rupert is totally desperate."
Well, it's not desperate. I think
It is.
No, it's not desperate. It's not desperate. It's not desperate. Says bro, looking increasingly desperate. However, again, Restore is completely contained. So, it does look desperate, and it is desperate, but you've contained them.
it's essential. I think obviously his behaviour is entirely destructive because A, he's bringing in all this kind of obsessive.
Oh, damn. Scud X says that gentle reminder, the Jairus Wise Money Israel ad paid him $17.
That's it?
Anyone want to pay
You
us
sold this
$17
to
for? We'll read all kinds of stuff for $17. Not that.
Right-wing YouTube could be summed up in its entirety with "you have destroyed and betrayed yourself for nothing."
Why for nothing? $17 to sell your soul to. What? It's so funny. Hang on, I want to pull it up now because I'm mentioning it. Let me get it real quick because it's so funny. It is so fucking funny.
Cringiest ad.
Hang on. Scrump posted it because for the fellies. Where was this? Just the other day. God, you stand. It was like you stand with Israel, and now your wallet can stand with Israel too.
And it's literally a fucking Ponzi scheme to funnel money into Israeli companies.
Here it is. Real quick. Oh, because it's so funny. Oh my god.
You love Israel. You stand with Israel. But did you know your portfolio can stand with Israel too?
He's
Wise Money
actively
Israel
cracking up
manages
saying
Israeli
this.
stock and bond accounts for Christians and pro-Israel investors around.
He's laughing again.
Jer is actually laughing. Probably the last time he smiled. Probably will be the last time he smiles, to be honest.
The world who want their money to reflect what they believe.
Even
when you
he
invest
can't
in
take it
Israeli
seriously.
companies, you're participating in the economy of the Jewish state, the invocation coming out of the Holy Land, and the nation God promised.
Do this. Is it?
Huh?
How much is it to do this?
$17.
$17. He'd have made more money from the clip of this.
Yeah, it's been because it's such a hilarious clip.
If listen, Jeremy, if you're out there, and if you are, please do something about your weight before they chop
No,
your
he
feet
hates
off.
he hates
But
me now too. He's hated me since I
your
came out with
life
my opinions on
fucking
Iran.
leads the way, Aiden. But
It sure does.
references aside, if you want to make money, just do clips of yourself and just fully metamorphosize into a fucking clown.
Yeah. I mean, he
You're
really
already
well. He
there.
has. He's
Yeah.
already
Own
there.
it.
Just
Yeah.
put on the clown nose and the wig. and
If you just
yeah,
do
might as
if you
well
just go
at this
full
point.
clown, you'll make it cringy to report on you, and then you can possibly cycle back into.
That's
media work.
true. That's if you just wear clown makeup and you totally embody the clown that you are, then you might get made fun of a little bit less.
Yeah, because people's like, oh, no, he's
Hitting
no,
on
don't try.
photos.
We got it. That was the funniest part. Was the beginning. Anyway. Oh no, it's only like 2 seconds longer.
For many
Nothing
believers,
longer.
it's one of the most tangible ways you can put faith into action. That you can check out. There's a QR code. And then there's wisemoneyisrael.com.
There you go.
Why the hell would you do this? They already take your fucking taxes.
Because you love Israel, you stand with Israel, and now your portfolio stands with Israel too.
Okay, if I'm of the opinion that if the state is going to be investing people's money in this fashion, with the Israeli state, for instance, that the people of the nation should be allowed a dividend in financial kickbacks.
That's actually a good point.
If I think foreign aid should be sold as a shareholding thing.
Oh my God. Okay. Anyway,
Foreign aid should be buying
that's so
stocks in
funny.
the country.
That's so funny.
And eventually,
I agree
you
though.
just,
That
flip the country and sell it on to someone else.
yeah.
Race-linked debate. For example, today he was unable to say that the king was white British because under certain definitions the king isn't white British. Well, if the king...
I love how like they are going with.
Okay, so you are
I
admitting
wish he
he was
had.
correct.
Yeah. I really wish he had. The more they whinge about this, the more I wish he had just been like, no, he's a Greek. That would have been fucking based. But Rupert's not that based. It's not that cool.
They are going to literally use the fact that fucking Stavros and Cheap is half Greek to try and weasel the Jewish identity into a British identity.
Yeah.
They're legitimately going to try and pull that shit.
It looks like it, yeah.
Well, if that's the case, then maybe the monarchs we have aren't fit for task, and we should have a purge.
Maybe.
Isn't white British, who's white British? I think you can become British. That's the key. And obviously the King's British.
And you're wrong.
We've already heard you say this like 3 times. I got it, right? They also went after Frank Wright for... we've got to get into... I've had to archive these. Some Telegraph articles, they will allow you to access for free. Others, they won't. Oh, no. Am I not going to be able to get in here now? Oh, this is why I was using the other... This is why I was using the other browser, because it wasn't working on... Like, I got to do it again. Hang on. It was working here, at least before. Give me a moment. If it's not working, it's not working. Yeah, it looks like it is over here. Yeah, it's working over here, though, so... 1 second. Let me just switch.
Let's build the... Yeah, Spoon, how did you find watching Kamen Rider with us on Key Nights? Available over for Tuesday.
I wasn't the one yesterday, but I saw the last one. Some of those. Do you know what just made me laugh? The fact that you know when you saw the motorcycle landing, is that you just see the air shots and you just see the road and the air shots in the road, and you never see him do anything except the air shots until he fucking lands.
Oh yeah, because the actor didn't even have a license.
Yeah, just like this is like some old school. We're not actually doing any stunts.
Yeah, because when they tried to do a stunt, they broke his leg.
Oh fuck!
Skyrider nearly died because he drove into a wall. Actually, it's a shame you weren't there for the last one, because the last one was the infamous episode where they are trying to find Hitler's buried treasure.
Okay,
see if we can roll back and watch that one again next week.
Low praised Restore activist who blamed Israel for 9/11. Party leader hailed campaigner promote. No, wait till you see their evidence for this. This just shows like you can be the most tepid possible person on this shit, and they'll just call you a Nazi, because of course they will. Campaigner promoting anti-Semitic conspiracy theory. It is boring. It's boring as fuck. So
you're a Nazi. What does it even mean?
What does it mean? Low praised a Restore Party activist who believes the anti-Semitic conspiracy theory that Israel was behind the September 11 attacks. Well, a hell of a lot of evidence for that. Frank Wright, a Restore campaigner from Newbury, Berkshire, has been hailed by Mr. Lowe as a good man despite repeatedly sharing anti-Semitic material online. Restore Britain leader even lauded a video in which Mr. Wright said that Europe's migration crisis is a consequence of wars in the Middle East, which serves the grand strategy, only serves the grand strategy of the Israelis, which is true. His praise comes amid growing accusations of anti-Semitism within Mr. Lowe's party. Last week, the Telegraph, blah, 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 that's Charlie Downs. Lowe has refused to sack Mr. Downs, saying he would not put a young Christian man out of work, despite Reform ruling out an electoral pact unless he agreed to cut ties with the activist. Excuse me. Mr. Wright has thousands of followers online. Of course, that's a problem for them. This is it. Liked a comment under one of his blog posts, which said that his readers should consider whether liberal democracy was merely a front for the radical Jewish takeover of the world. It added, the revolutionary Jewish movement also produced the current genocidal state of Israel, which helped carry out the 9/11 false flag attacks. He liked this comment, and that is their evidence that he is spreading and espousing it. He liked a comment. That's also factually true, by the way.
They like to fucking comment.
Yeah, how did they? Well, I mean, they had to dig into it, I guess. But all of it is true.
People wouldn't even fucking know that they like to comment.
No one would know. Right. This is their damning evidence of the anti-Semitism in Restore, and they're going this hard at them anyway.
One more step screen.
This is what people are saying. Oh no, look, Restore's not contained. Restore's not contained because they're going at them so hard. They're throwing all this anti-Semitism stuff at them. It's like no. That's what makes them contained. This is your far-right party. That's not really far-right, but we're going to label as anti-Semitic. We're going to label as neo-Nazi and beyond the pale.
Like they do with every other fucking containment party.
That's what containment is. You know? And oh no, Britain's Jews are afraid. So, fuck everything, I guess, because they're afraid. So this guy, Gideon Folter, writes, Britain's Jews are right to fear the rise of Restore. I'm not going to read this. Another Telegraph
Not
article.
if
He
only.
whinges on about it, but I did want to show you this though because the guy who's written this article, which I'm not going to get into because it doesn't matter, just would like to point out, is so merchantly. Scrump pointed this out too. It says is so merchantly that the police commented on it. He was, and then had to apologize for commenting on what a merchant boy he is. And there he is right there with his kippa right on the top covering his balls.
Again, we're still watching the other browser.
Oh, fuck, dude.
Told you like twice now.
No, before, but not this time when I switched. Sorry. I'm sorry I have to keep switching browsers, but there was a reason why I did in the first place. Sorry.
Okay.
I got it.
I worry that my audio is actually fucking up. I'm going to check some cables.
Oh, it sounds fine to me. But, well,
Yeah,
Bill, you commented on this man wearing his kippa right at the top of his head like he's trying to cover his Norwood. I think maybe it's a possibility. Let's see. The Met Police has apologized after... This was in 2024, was it? Yeah. Apologized after an officer said an anti-Semitism charity leader looked openly Jewish.
I mean... It's an odd thing to say, but is he wrong?
Is he wrong? He's wearing a kippa. He does look openly Jewish.
Yeah, of course he does.
He looks openly Jewish. He is.
You just know that the millisecond the officer said that, they just thought, oh, fuck, here we go. I'm going to hear about this from HR before the day's out.
So this is the guy. This is the guy who is such a merchant that even the police made note of it. Is the one who's saying Britain's Jews are right to fear the right of restore.
He looks like a pretty sketchy fucker.
Oh my god.
He probably is one.
He probably is.
I mean, he is. Yeah.
I mean, yeah. All right.
Just doing his background.
He looks a bit noncy, this bloke who is probably a nonce.
Here's Melanie Phillips. She says, Restore's ideology is the antithesis of Britishness. She says, far-right party is bigoted. It's bigoted call for Christian ethno-state, which they do not call for. They're not that big.
They should.
Willfully mischaracterizes citizenship. Now, she goes on and on here. This is another hit piece that's come out this past week about Restore Britain. I'm going to just show you, instead of reading her shitty little hit piece, we're just going to watch a clip of this woman, shall we, of Melanie Phillips.
Yeah,
right, this is why I had to keep switching. Oh my god, so hang on. I can't watch it on this browser. I have to open the other browser. So give me a second. I have to switch back. And I'm sorry, because unfortunately it means I have to keep changing things on two fronts here.
The song switchback has unironically just come on my fucking randomizer. Just could not...
What?
The song switchback has legitimately just come up on my randomizer.
One sec, let me go back to the other thing.
Serendipity.
Okay, I think that should be the last time I need to use the Brave browser, though. Because its archive doesn't work on Chrome, or at least on my Chrome for some reason. Anywho. Alrighty, let's watch this video. If it will... Here we go. Okay. Yeah.
To fight, you need to know and love your identity. Israel gets it. Now, diaspora Jews need also to realize.
What?
No, I find the opening statement there from her rather ironic.
Indeed, right?
Your identity matters, except that you literally said it's antithetical for the Restore Party to value that thing that you think is good for the Jews.
That you value for Jews. Yes, it's always rules for thee, but not for me. Different set of rules for us. Yes.
Wow, the literal demons are hypocrites. Fucking imagine that.
Crazy.
Yeah, I know, right?
Now, diaspora Jews need also to realize you are not just Americans with Judaism added on. In Britain, they're not just British Jews with Judaism added on. They are part of the British people, you are part of the Jewish people and the Jewish nation.
You are not part of the British. She misspoke. She accidentally said you're part of the... No, you are not. You are part of the Jewish people.
If this was put in a fantasy book, it would be considered on the nose, pardon the pun.
Cinema, right?
And that should come first. First and foremost, you are Jews. Everything else is secondary. To fight...
Really?
How can you end it there? Cock drop.
How convenient. Yeah, right, that's it. That's it. This one just said, oh no, the Foids are upset. Oh, yes. Okay, so... Alex Phillips is oh no, I dared to criticize Restore Britain. The abuse I received was revolting. Women like me should be able to offer Women like me should be able to offer opinions on political movements without a torrent of sexist slurs.
No, women should not be allowed to proper fuck all.
Agreed.
Yeah. The majority of men shouldn't be allowed either. Shut the fuck up. I don't like.
When Charlie Downs, Restore Britain's campaign director, came onto my program 5 months ago, I began with the obvious question: what's the difference between restore and reform? Downs asserted Nigel Farage believed anybody could be British, but we watched this on the show, by the way. But Restore believed only white Christians could warrant that label. Fair enough as an abstract ideology, but how does it transpose into a manifesto? But look, who gives a fuck? She's just crying and whinging that people were mean to her. Oh, Connor Tomlinson. By the way, this is Connor Tomlinson alleged I had not attended his wedding because I was drunk, shaming me for not having children.
Connor, actually.
Yeah, he did. Because she really did. She was supposed to go to his wedding. She was invited, by the way. And she did instead post a picture of her getting drunk in London. And apparently wherever he was getting married was like a 20-minute train ride away. And she instead just got drunk and then didn't go.
Like, the second someone gets this incredibly personal and specific, you say, oh, yeah, you 100% did all of those things.
Oh, yeah, 100% did.
Also, just take a moment. You managed to make Connor look based. Like, you should be fucking punched
I know
for that alone.
Shaming me for not having children,
The man
suggesting
looks like a Toby jug. Like, how can you manage to make
suggesting this was the genesis of psychological imbalance while painting a mawkish 1950s ideal of a merry band of Restore brethren bouncing babies on knees as a paradigm of fulfilled superior existence. Well, it is.
First of all, it is. Secondly, you're getting fucking like politimogged
You're getting
by a man
mogged
who
by
looks
Connor.
like a novelty pencil sharpener. Like, getting rinsed by Connor, it's like getting beaten by me in a running race. I was like, you know you're fucked. Like, there's no coming back from
You got completely rinsed by Connor Tomlinson. I was ready.
Also, that's really dumb because she's still fucking talking about it.
I know. She's
Yeah,
so
she's all the
fucking
self-incrimination.
I know. She's so
Like, she's boasting
butt-blasted.
about what a fuckwit she is.
Right?
Normally I have to get a couple drinks in me to get this bad.
Right? I was presenting breakfast the weekend of this wedding and concluded the round trip to the outer frontiers of East London before another 4-hour dawn show was impossible. I'm not wanting to disturb this man on his wedding day. I conveyed my sincerest apologies via another guest. She didn't even tell him directly.
Wait. Read that previous sentence again.
I was presenting breakfast the weekend of his wedding and concluded the round trip to the outer frontiers of East London before another 4-hour dawn show was impossible. Meaning, she means inevitable is what she means. That she was up into the early...
She had to be up very, very early. But to be fair, the breakfast show is notoriously, like, you need to be up there at like 2, if I recall.
Right. So she was out late drinking, not wanting to... it had 4 hours, I guess, whatever. She was out drinking and then had to go prepare for her next show. Not wanting to disturb this man.
All I say is, maybe if you presented breakfast rather than presenting breakfast, maybe you'd get a fella.
Yeah.
Wait, hold on a second. A right-wing influencer from Norway started bombarding me with inquisition into why I had no children. Bitch, it's the fucking internet. Just don't comment.
Just
for
don't
24
respond. Yeah.
If that's Arch, that's hilarious.
It would be really funny. I don't think it is. She almost had a panic attack when she saw that she was trending on X for being 42 and dude, bitch. You're so
Just get off
fucking
the
sensitive.
internet, you fucking moron.
Welcome to the internet. If you have some kind of shortcoming in your life, it will be brought
Everyone
up.
will talk about it, you know.
And we will wiggle knives in the wound until you cry.
Yes, and indeed, Simply Green, she canceled the day of. She canceled the day of the wedding. She just, because she was out drinking. She was supposed to show up, and she was out drinking. And yeah, I know she had a show to present, but she said she was going to be at the wedding, and then she no-showed. However, the whole idea that we are talking about this in the first place, and that this is of some sort of political import, that she didn't go to Connor Tomlinson's wedding, is fucking ridiculous. Because she
felt the need to bring it up and self-incriminate.
Yeah, it's incredibly it's just Alexander Phillips. Of course, she fucking did. Wait, because it's just this vapid.
Do you realize by bringing this up, you just look like a salty bent on the fucking...
What is it with the last name? What is it about the last name Phillips? Like Darlene Phillips, Jess Phillips, Sandra. This one, it's all Sandra. Like, it's all just last name Phillips. That name's, I don't know what to tell you.
Oh, anyway, so she was fucking seething about that. The Foyds are upset. Rupert Lowe also made an additional statement about being anti-Semitic, which I guess we'll just look at here quickly before we talk about some other stuff, because we've been talking about this for a while. The media continues to try and paint me as some raging anti-Semite. The second that you engage with this, that you take this shit seriously, you lose. You are proving that you're contained, by the way. Seemingly driven mainly by Restore Britain's policy of banning both halal and kosher slaughter. I mean, and it's Charlie Downs now. They've chosen him as the scapegoat, as their guy that they're after. My position is this: considering the state of Britain, what happens in a Middle Eastern foreign conflict is so far down my list of priorities. Restore Britain's politics is not determined by what happens in Palestine. The clue is in the name. Britain is our one and only priority. He'll say stuff like this, and to be fair, he hasn't disavowed Charlie Downs. But the result of it is the same. Restore Britain is contained. It is a containment party. I mean, he can say whatever he likes here. Best way to keep Jewish people safe in Britain is to deport the many thousands of Islamists that want them and us dead. There's your counter-jihad, by the way.
Send them all to Israel. They've got a country now.
Yeah, why can't they go there? But there's your counter-jihad narrative, which Restore has always been very bad about.
Just get rid of both.
Yeah, why not both?
Yeah, send all of them back for some fucking place else. Hell, it doesn't even need to be that fussy. Send them to Albania, it'll be funny.
That along with
that once, and then Boris got caught doing it, and now suddenly it's a problem.
Try and send some of them to Spain. I hear they're fairly accommodating.
Indeed. That along with ending immigration from Islamic countries, which so freely provide us with these scumbags. Do I think Israel is beyond criticism? No, and I certainly don't think disapproving of certain Israeli decisions should be immediately denounced as anti-Semitism. That part's true. But quite frankly, I'm not overly interested. A Restore Britain government's foreign policy agenda will be guided by what is right for the British people, not what happens in the Middle East. Again, it's like saying the right things in this instance, but you are contained, sir. So, speaking of containment, and speaking of a lot of this, I'm going to get through this quick, because a lot of this is old news now. Israel, in my opinion, invaded Spain. Spanish politicians, and not just mine, Spanish politicians, commentators, accuse Israel of stirring chaos over Quetta, I think it's pronounced, migration, Israeli diplomat, Danny Danon, and Spanish transport minister Oscar Puente exchanged barbs over Quetta migration claims, while Spanish commentators accuse Israel of seeking revenge against Madrid over its Gaza policy. Because, yeah, it's not just been that they wouldn't go in with Iran. Spain has denounced Israel's actions in Gaza. Diplomatic tensions between Spain and Israel over Gaza war have increasingly spilled into social media, with the migration crisis in Spain's North African enclave of Quetta emerging as the latest flashpoint after exchange of barbs between Israeli UN ambassador Danny Danon
For
and
those
Spanish...
of you who don't know this,
yes,
at one point in history, Spain decided to kick the fuck out of all the Jews.
They did.
And they've been salty.
One of many countries.
Because the Jews were instrumental in the loss of massive areas of Spanish land. They were notorious for opening the gates of cities and
Which is literally
castles.
what they've done again, by the way.
Yes. It's almost like it's a genetic predisposition.
Weird.
Before anyone gives Spain shit over the Inquisition, let's face it, none of us here actually would, but the Spanish Inquisition was also on record as being like some of the fairest court cases that anyone in the region had, like anywhere in Europe had seen.
Yeah.
Like they were all like very strict.
By the way, tell me if I'm pronouncing it wrong.
People don't like it when you pretend to renounce your religion as a sign of goodwill because you betrayed everyone. When you pretend to convert.
Yep.
It makes people think you can open the gates again.
Yep, and they do.
They did.
They did. Spain, which never misses an opportunity to lecture Israel, has declared a state emergency in Quetta following the crisis over its immigration policy, Danon wrote on X. Maybe before it continues lecturing us.
I would much rather listen to a Spanish.
It's time it explained to the world why it still maintains colonial enclaves in Africa. By the way,
because they can't govern themselves as Spanish superior.
The right is as led by these people as the left is. That is fresh meat. That is red meat to the left. Look, they're colonizers. They're the colonizers. Go be angry at the Spanish. Say, no, they deserve this. And the left will follow lockstep with Israeli fucking propaganda while they, my BDS list, free Palestine, and then go lockstep with this. Fuck Spain. They're colonialists.
Okay, let's follow the line of logic.
Contained.
What if this is just Gaza for Spain? Then what can they do to Morocco?
But Morocco's full of Arabs. That's why they were able to flood it, you know?
Yeah, but my point is this. If Israel's just allowed to indiscriminately murder in Gaza,
Yeah.
it stands to reason that Spain can just wipe Morocco off the map.
Oh, true. Right. You know, they're just protecting themselves, right?
Yeah.
They're just protecting themselves. Quoting Dannon's post on X, Puente responded, "Well, it all seems becoming quite clear." Yeah, indeed. Well, the minister did not he doesn't have to elaborate. We fucking know. Because this is quite clear. This is a signal to the fucking left of Spain is your enemy now. Attack Spain. Because they have been critical of Israel. That big moth.
Yeah, as well, because the Spanish have quite a hardcore left-wing government.
Yeah. Well, it will be sympathetic.
Which just means
you know.
that there's one thing we can all have in common. We can't stand that fucking country in the Middle East.
This is Yair Netanyahu, Bibi Netanyahu's son, tweets, "Dear Arabs and Muslims, want to free occupied Arab Islamic lands? Here's a good start." This is in May 25th of 2019. Pointing specifically
Yeah,
to
Netanyahu,
Morocco
even your
and
son's a
Kuwait.
cunt.
In 2019, he was saying, the son of Bibi Netanyahu was telling Arab Muslims to go attack and conquer Kuwait, Spain, which they have done. Michael Rubin suggested as much in March. We'll get that. Here it is. Morocco should send a new green march into Quetta and Melilla. This is Michael Rubin, senior fellow of the AEI, who says Spain's Pedro Sanchez should make good on his anti-colonial rhetoric and end its occupation in Africa. He goes on and on. He makes a whole big argument about how Spain should give Quetta to the Muslims. And how Morocco specifically should send a new march into it in March of this year. Michael Rubin. Now, I wasn't familiar really with this outlet, AEI. So I looked them up. Here's their tags for Jewish. We're not asking the wrong questions about anti-Semitism on campus. UCLA professor's case against anti-Semitism lawsuit proves its point. When, let's see, in their own words, how Sarah Lawrence failed Jewish students. Purim and the fragility of pluralism. David Axelrod is right about anti-Semitism but wrong about why it's rising. You must be better. The class president, some of these are random, but the real threat to Jewish learning isn't the screen, it's institution. What campus climate surveys tell us about anti-Semitism. This is leadership failed at Sarah Lawrence over anti-Semitism. Leadership at Sarah Lawrence failed to prevent foreseeable crisis of anti-Semitism. When anti-Semitism stops pretending. Anti-Semitism on the couch. These are articles that have been in this outlet since January of this year. Yeah, Michael Rubin giving suggestions on the invasion of Quetta in March of this year. Speaking of wise money Israel, you should instead invest in them, obviously. Oren Barsky here, Barsky, he says, hashtag invest in Israel. Israel flag, some shit in Hebrew. He says, why does Spain hold territories in Africa? Sounds like colonialism to me. And some of them will just
Poland own land in the Levant.
Curious. They also will just outright say pretty much that this is revenge for Iran. Here's Danny Dannon. Yeah, Spain never misses in my opinion.
Jews own land in America. It's called fucking Congress.
Oh, what did Anna say here? Seems like a lot of countries in the international community loathe Israel. Maybe look within for once instead of lashing out constantly like a toddler with a hot tater tot in his mouth. Anna, that's a weak one. You could have done better than that, Anna. Come on. I expect better.
The way that the Bill and Melinda Gates and Chinese and the Israelis buy up fucking farmland in America, the only tracts of land available for sale in America will be AOC's jugs.
Indeed. Well, hopefully there's large tracts of land
real
there.
estate on that is starting to slow down.
They say that shrinkflation.
Well, if she's not, look, why don't you just get pregnant now? I guess you can't because you lost your boyfriend, but then you'd have huge tracts of land, right? Anyway, so they invaded, the Muslims ran into Quetta, here they are breaking into homes, Just these were scenes from now 2 weeks ago, but this is the ambulating horde that has been invited in by Israel because of Spain's denouncement of their Gaza policy and because Spain didn't want to be involved in the war with Iran. And so this has happened in Spain. And so this has happened in Spain. At the direction, explicit direction
people in the Israeli administration.
Of the Israeli administration, people in power in Israel, and Israeli commentators.
If that is not an act of war,
how else would you? Yes, what else is this? And look, the fucking white women, too.
Now,
just popping
in amongst this, you'll see a bitch with a.
I don't think I have that clip actually. I don't know if I saved it, but it might be the same woman here. There's a now quite famous video where it's just a white woman just being like waving them in.
And it's, when I say white woman, someone with the most aggressive Jewish phenotype I've ever seen.
Yeah, with a very aggressive phenotype. Is this what I had? Like one more clip of this. I don't know if it's that one. No, it's the same one, huh? Oh well.
You see shit like this, and you look at World War II history, and you go, "Huh, maybe we should listen to painters more often."
However,
let's not go that far. Artists.
I have, however, the narrative on this story from behind the boomer blockade. So if you're a neocon Zionist, this is the version of that story that you would have heard. Spanish Socialist Workers Party triggered the invasion of Ceuta. It was the commies that done it. Despite all of the evidence that for years
they themselves,
the Israelis have been saying to do this, is basically make an attack on Spain, on this Spanish land that has been Spanish since the 1400s. Well, that's the commies. And if you're a fucking retarded neocon boomer in heart or otherwise, that's probably what you got out of this, right? It's the commies. Keep you on that perpetual fucking cycle. And actually, it's the Jews who are the real patriots, by the way, after all. Oh, we already watched this one. Sorry, this ended up in the. Well, he was saying there that the Jews are true English. I forgot I put that twice, but Trump, because of his incessant support of Israel, I think in part, has really lost whatever Midas touch he might have had in terms of politics. So Trump, this is insane. Trump-backed candidate in battleground Michigan district loses to opponent who dropped out. Trump, the guy that Trump backed.
Pretty funny.
Yes, it's very funny. Amir Hassan lost to Tom Smith, who had suspended his campaign, but is now jumping back into the race for the Purple District because he won by default. Essentially, he was elected, even though he had dropped out of the race, and the guy he was running against was handpicked by Trump and endorsed by Trump. He lost a battleground Republican primary in Michigan to a candidate that suspended his campaign last month.
That must have been a very strange phone call. So yeah, I'm up. What's up? I what? What the fuck do you mean?
Yeah.
The fuck you mean I won?
Well, here's what the Trump establishment neocons have spent their past week doing. Trying to convince you that a $20 burrito, it should be normal. And if you have a problem with a burrito being $20, you should pull yourself up by the bootstraps and stop whining, you little commie. You can't afford a house? You can't afford to get married? You can't afford to have children? What are you, a communist?
As a homeowner myself, can I just say, if I'm paying $20 for an article of Mexican food, it better come with the chef who prepared it as a slave. Okay?
Indeed. Conservative.
I better be purchasing a future in fucking tacos.
Someone to make you tacos and burritos from now on. Yeah, like you're making a long-term investment.
$20.
I like burritos too, neon suspenders, but
there are people who suck dick for that much.
Look, I mean, I make burritos a lot, as Bill can attest. I make burritos quite often. I do love burritos. I'm an Amerimut, so I therefore like Meximut food. So even over here in Guernsey, I will make Mexican food quite frequently. Conservative
well,
media.
it has to soon because they're just opening a Mexican restaurant across from the weed place, and of course it's run by an Irishman.
Yeah, we got to go in. You're
who's a personal
right.
friend
That's
of mine.
bizarre. Yeah, Spoon. Get this. They've opened a Mexican restaurant right across the way from the shop where we buy our marijuana products for medical reasons.
Goynip.
Yeah, my goynip. And the guy who runs it is Irish. The Mexican restaurant.
Of course.
To be fair, he's
Of course. Of course. What does that mean?
The Irish can turn their hand to any graft. Also,
the Irish.
I don't know what you mean by of course here. Of course, the guy who runs the Mexican restaurant in Guernsey is Irish? But it's second Mexican restaurant and third Mexican restaurant in Guernsey.
Well, Habanero shut down, and Buho is run by Indians.
Well, Buho is a Mexican restaurant, though, whether or not it's run by Indians. No, but there's a tequila bar, or at least there used to be.
Bar.
No, they also have food. They have food there though too.
I guarantee it's run
And
by
then
Polish
yes,
people or something silly.
jalapeno, which was their attempt at a Chipotle, did shut down though. But...
No, that was habanero, which is one in
or
the
habanero,
arcade.
not jalapeno. Yeah.
We're getting into the fucking weeds on this one, boys.
Sorry. Yeah. Just it's bizarre. Anyway.
I want to do a string where it's just like I'll bring my copy of the Book of Guernsey Folklore. I'll do random readings for donos, and we'll just chat random shite and to have people slowly but surely puzzle out a feel for the island just through hearsay.
So it started with a complaint on X about the cost of it would be fun, but the cost of a $20 burrito.
I paid it to me.
Oh, sure, maybe with some. Yeah, why not? Why not? Over the next several days, that mundane-sounding gripe escalated into the latest round of conservative media infighting, a still raging fight over affordability and economic populism that pulled in Turning Point USA, Ben Shapiro, Washington Post columnist, Mark Thiessen, and even Vice President J.D. Vance. The catalyst for this latest round was a tweet by TPUSA spokesman Andrew Colvett, who passed along a student's comment about inflation. One of our TPUSA college students gave me his take on affordability. A burrito shouldn't cost $20. Indeed. Yeah, a lot of this is a hangover from COVID and Biden-era inflation, but the lived experience is the same. It just feels like basic things cost too much. Well, they do. The cost of living is up enormously. And it's not gotten better under Trump. It really hasn't. I know, like, Western Journal, by the way, that slop outlet that I like to go to because they have the boomer side of things. They just published an article today that was about how, like, actually inflation, it's not bad at all. It's actually great. And things are more affordable than ever under Trump. Yay. Come on now.
Oh, the question has sent me something.
Huh?
The question has sent me something.
Oh? You've been sent something? I'll keep reading this while you get that. Colvett's post, which quickly racked up more than 3 million views, kicked off what Colvett himself dubbed the Great Burrito Debate of 2026. What is this? Epsom accused? What is this, Bill?
Yeah, I'm trying to fucking screen cap the fucking what he sent me so I can get this right.
Huh? Do you want me to bring this up or no?
Oh no, yeah, I'm just fucking posting it to relate to you because he usually sends me stuff to send to you directly.
Okay. Epsom accused appears in court, cannot be named. It said a 49-year-old man was arrested following a violent rampage in Epsom on Wednesday. The accused allegedly assaulted a female jogger, stole Good Samaritan's vehicle, and deliberately drove into a group of 3 teenage cyclists from Auckland Grammar School. One cyclist remains in critical condition while the other 2 are treated for serious injuries. The man also allegedly killed a dog and assaulted another woman. He faces 17 charges, including wounding with intent to cause grievous bodily harm and dangerous driving. Has been granted name suppression. Of course he has. His first court appearance occurred on the 10th of August via audio-visual link. A man look at that mosaic, who beats women, uses cars as weapons, hates dogs. I have a pretty good idea. There's all you can see is some dark hair and vaguely brown skin. Yeah, I wonder who could have done this. It is a fucking mystery. Good thing they've protected this is Auckland. This is in New Zealand or Australia?
Australia. Oh, it's New Zealand. Yeah.
New Zealand. So, gee, I wonder who it could have been. It is a fucking mystery. Who hates dogs, who hates women, and uses cars as weapons? Don't know.
Koreans.
Yeah. Oh, if it were a Korean, that would be a shock, though. So here's the Great Burrito Debate. We'll get back to it. It's so stupid. This is a bunch of fucking distraction shit, too. But it does prove these people fucking hate you. Thiessen was quickly to downplay the student's complaint, replying to Colvett, saying, "Cry me a river." The burritos in the college cafeteria are included
No, we
in your
went
meal.
there. That was the Russia-Ukraine arc. We've already been through that.
Well, I know, right?
It's still
They
not sorted
included
out.
in your meal plan, the cost of which fucking goes up and is paid for either by yourself or by your fucking parents. Fuck you, you fucking piece of. Oh my god. Thiessen insisted that the burrito only cost $20 on DoorDash because you're too lazy to walk over to Chipotle or Taco Bell. So just a bunch of fucking lies. Just it must be no, cover it up. Just deal with it. This is the reaction. This is the response to conservatives, to the Republican Party, destroying this fucking country. United States, excuse me. I say this like I still live there, or have in years. Destroying the United States with untenable policies.
So when last I checked, it was not socially acceptable for public servants to mouth off to their constituents.
Whatever. He doesn't give a fuck. Who is this guy though? Thiessen? What is he again? No, he's a WAPO columnist.
Never mind. He's journalist. He's just be
he's a
hanging on the
journalist. He's
tree
literally
by
scum.
default.
Yeah, he's yeah. Back then, he added, I didn't whine about it. This is all this shit. I pulled myself up by the bootstraps. Well, yes, you
should
had
pull
it
yourself
better.
up by the neck.
Yes, because things were more affordable when you were younger.
I could see that joke
You
going.
lived in a functional society that hadn't been flooded with third worlders, that hasn't had the
When the
economy,
economy was
destroyed.
better, I was able to do more with less. Like, yeah, no
Weird.
shit. That's kind of
What's all that is like? My
the
parents
fucking
worked.
boomer mentality. Yeah,
My parents worked
in
very hard
1970s.
to make sure that I didn't have to want for anything in my life, and that they worked their fingers to the bone for my the good things in my life. And I'm going to be continuing that tradition by having you work your fingers to the bone for everything I want in my life, in ad nauseum.
Look, the boomers' parents, and I can speak from my own boomer parents and their parents. The boomers' parents gave them a lot. They really did support them. My grandmother gave every last penny she had to my father. Really, she did. I mean, she was his only child, but still, my grandparents left everything to their kids. And you look at the boomers and they're like, I'm taking that all to the grave with me. Fuck you. It is not the same mindset.
Yeah, they
It is
really are
not.
just an absolute fucking cunt of a generation.
The boomer mentality is
who grew up in the most prosperous period of time, who were given everything by their parents, who worked themselves to the bone during their lifetimes, and turn around and go, fuck them kids. I had to go get a job and work for a living at one point, where, of course, I made what, by today's standards, would be an exorbitant amount of money with... without needing the advanced degrees, without having to compete with, a guerrillian Indians and foreigners.
I did.
I'll sum up the boomers right now.
On X a while ago, they said they bought a house for something like $32,000. It was like a 4-bedroom house.
Yeah.
And oh my god, like the amount of people in the comment section, like, do you realize how fucking tone deaf this sounds? You fucking despicable.
No, they really
cunt.
don't. They have no idea
Jesus,
how tone deaf
yeah.
it is. They have no clue.
Okay, do you want? I'm going to sum up the boomers with a single object described: Italian silk pillow in a coffin.
Indeed. Daily Wire
Also
founder.
put a fucking massage setting on the fuckers.
Yeah. Yep, indeed. Daily Wire co-founder Ben Shapiro echoed the sentiment, because of course he did. The covetous Jew, excuse me, I couldn't help myself, sorry. Declaring if you're paying $20 for a burrito and you're not independently wealthy, you're doing life wrong. No, the problem is the burrito costs $20. And by the way, they cost that much everywhere.
The fact that it costs $20, you fucking retard.
Pretending to be retarded.
God, he's got an insufferably midwit like you.
Conservative political commentator Tommy Lauren also chimed in, noting that while things are generally more expensive today, the young people complaining about it also all get daily iced coffee. You are all spiritual boomers. You're all fucking spiritual boomers. Well, if maybe you didn't buy your iced coffee, why don't you? If you didn't get your avocado, they're not. They can't afford houses. They can't afford to get married. They can't afford to have children.
Well, no matter why.
Fuck you.
Why the fuck is fucking mashed up vegetable on a fucking piece of bread considered a luxury food necessary to bankrupt oneself?
Yeah.
And more importantly,
why is it coffee? You didn't buy coffees every day. You don't buy coffees every fucking day, Tommy Lauren. You haven't done that your entire fucking life.
And hey, Ben, here's an idea. Have you tried not being the Wesley of all of right-wing politics?
Right. Shut up, Ben.
Also,
oh my
Tommy
God, it's
Lauren
actually
is married
mad.
to like a $30 million
Right, she's married to a
professional athlete.
multimillionaire. The more populous contingent
Yeah,
dismissing the idea of
so-
$20 burritos as a indeed. Sorry, yeah, indeed. The more
Also, have you
populous.
seen her face lately? Jesus fucking
She not
Christ,
aged
her,
well?
Like, You would think with the oh my god, you would think with that amount of fucking money, you would get a decent fucking Botox job.
What she look like
No,
now?
apparently,
you know
all-
the way
if
that
you're,
this
if you're like Asian, you get perfect every single time plastic
Whoa!
surgery. Whereas if you are in the West, you're applying your
What?
plastic surgery with a 12 gauge, apparently.
What the fuck happened?
Yeah, do you know the way
Oh.
that there's so many celebrities they have, like they lose their baby fat and they have that like
The
gaunt,
buccal fat, you mean,
druggy
yeah.
face?
Yeah,
shit
they
going on?
get on Ozempic. What?
Yeah.
She's got
Speaking
like a
of
six
which,
head.
have you seen what Ariana Grande's like lately? Holy
Yeah, I
fuck!
know. She does not
Like
look
the
good.
like the mainstream crowd is like, this bitch looks like Skeletor.
Yeah, go to the picture you just had before.
What, another picture? Wait, which? Of Tommy?
No, the one you just had before.
She kind of looks like Casper in
Yes,
drag.
the main one you just had loaded up.
Well, that's what I did have loaded up. Which one? This one?
No, you just had the normal one when you just loaded the name up in the thing at the first
Oh,
one that popped
what she
up.
used to look like, you mean? Ugh.
No, the one that she looks like now, which looks gold as shit.
I don't know what picture you're talking about, though. This? That's not her. That's why I typed in 2026.
That one in the middle.
Is that her?
That. Oh, for God's sakes, I'm gonna.
Spoon,
spam
I
you.
have no idea what you're talking about.
We're on a slight delay, I think.
It's the one in the middle. No, I can see it in real time when she's searching. Oh fuck! I'll fucking find it.
I literally, I have this? I don't know what he's talking about.
I got enough of the second-hand guidance bullshit from
I
Watching Nightmare.
don't know. I don't know what I'm supposed to be clicking on. So okay. Anyway, I'll just keep reading while you're looking for it. Okay. Populist contingent dismissing the idea of $20 burritos as a product of delivery apps laziness is missing the point that it's a well, we get it. Consumer prices, for example, were up 3.5% year over year through June, according to recent data from the Bureau of Labor Statistics, with food prices up 3%. Energy prices up 15.7%, gasoline prices jumping 26.7%. Inflation-adjusted hourly earnings, meanwhile, were essentially flat. And according to analysis from Democratic staff in Congress, Joint Economic Committee, families have spent more than $3,500 extra on everyday essentials since early 2025. So that's the reality, is that people are absolutely paying more for everything. And the conservatives just laugh in their face and say, pull yourself up by the fucking bootstraps. Because they fucking hate you. And a good example of these people who absolutely hate you, another absolute Israel ball washer, Dan Crenshaw, who Hassan Piker once said that a brave Mujahideen freedom fighter should have fucked his eye hole out, said, just hearing about this dumb $20 burrito debate, just so I thought I'd make the losers on social media angry before going to bed. Stop whining, get a job, eat ramen like the rest of us did in a college on a budget with 4 roommates. They're already doing all that.
Did you see the response?
Yeah, I do. I'm going to get it up in a minute. The market doesn't care what you think something should cost. Here it is again. Only communists care. They set the prices, remember? Then everyone stars, remember? Are you a communist or are you an American adult male capable of handling his own shit? Readers would add context. In 2021, Crenshaw criticized the Biden administration comments on food prices excluding meat as telling Americans to just be vegan and stop complaining. You loathsome neocon fuck. Then he went, oops, sorry I triggered you, teehee. Okay, I'm sorry for triggering the comments section. Of course the world is objectively harder than ever, which is, obviously he's being facetious here. And while a $20 burrito is rare, it's not rare, that's the problem. The fact that it exists anywhere is obviously proof that capitalism has failed. Lol, no, just kidding. Remember when the right had principles and made fun of leftists for elevating victimhood as a virtue? When I tell people the truth, they're just everything is up. You lying about this doesn't make it go away, and people know. You complained when things were expensive under Biden because of COVID. As you're right to do. But it shows that you don't give a shit, because the reason things are so expensive now is because you can't in any way touch the boomers. You can't in any way inconvenience the fucking boomers because they're your base, and once they die, their GOP is fucked, and I can't wait for that shit.
You sound like a little kid trying to fit in with the old
also do.
folks at the fucking family reunion, you boomer washing fuck.
And the other reason that the price of everything is up is because of your fucking war for Israel and Iran.
Got his book deal, got his bag, and he's fucking off and blaming everyone else.
By the way, speaking of Iran, Trump is bloviating as usual. Ah, man, if you don't open up the... If Iran...
Wait, you didn't even see the top comment responding to Crenshaw?
No, wait, was it? Cernovich, or... There's Kang
No,
Min.
there's one before. That was the previous one, not that one.
Okay.
The previous tweet you had up.
Yeah, I got it. Oh, Shu, yeah. Here we go.
No.
No, not Shu? Chris Rufo? Carl Benjamin?
No.
Spoon, I don't know which...
Hey, when?
Spoon, you keep telling me to find things that aren't there.
I'm just wondering if it's there. Okay, fine. This was the comment.
What was
Someone
it?
said to Crenshaw, unlike you, inflation has two eyes.
Oof. Very good.
Which was
absolute pyrocynical victory.
Absolute pyrocynical victory.
That's like a fucking brutal edge.
I don't think Spoon gets that.
Like that. Well,
don't tell nobody tell him.
Don't tell him.
Yeah. Hold on a sec.
You don't want to know. Don't Google that.
Speaking of Iran, though, do not Google pyrocynical inflation.
I think he learned not to Google things we tell him to Google ever since the Rule 34 Trump incident.
The Rule 34.
Nah, that's just fine.
That was so funny, though, Spoon. That was so funny. So Trump says Iran will be hit very hard if Hormuz Strait not open soon. As oil prices fall, but they're not falling, by the way, because the strait's not going to be open. But we don't need the strait to be open, by the way. We don't need it. We don't need it because we're just going to build a fucking pipeline around it. Listen to this fucking horse shit, by the way. This is Scott Bessent.
The strait will never go back to being the way it was before. What would you say?
I would take, I think they're saying that in a doomsday sort of way. I would say it in another way. The strait is never going back to the way it was because the Iranians have used or tried to use it as a choke point.
It is a choke point.
We're going to see over the next 2 years, the strait's going to become irrelevant.
What the hell is he talking about?
He said the strait's going to become irrelevant. The Iranians have been trying to use it as a choke point, but it's going to become irrelevant because in 2 years, we're going to build a pipeline.
Is it just me or does his face look like a mask?
It does.
Like he
Scott
legit looks like
Bessent
a fucking monster.
is saying that we've won so hard. Actually, the strait's irrelevant. We don't even need the strait. We're going to build a pipeline in 2 years from the Gulf states to the other side of the strait or somewhere so that we can just
Who's going to build it exactly?
Well, how many trillions and trillions of dollars will that cost? Because it's a huge project to build this hundreds of miles of fucking oil pipeline. Like people already tried to think about how much it would cost to do this when the war started. Oh, irrelevant. We'll just build a pipeline. Sure thing, Jan.
Going to become just another body of water, and I would say that more than 50 or 70% of the energy that moves through the strait now is going to go through underground pipelines.
In 2 years. Oh, it doesn't matter because actually, guess you know what, Scott? We control the strait. That's what Trump said. We control it. We've always controlled it. We control the strait.
Back to the subject of Iran, sir. Can you give us any estimate of when you think the Strait of Hormuz will be part
of it? Well, it's open now. We're taking a lot of shit. It's open now. Look, the only one that
it's not open right now.
The Strait of Hormuz right now is the United States Navy.
Oh.
We have a blockade that's been infallible. It's a steel wall. And we let people in that we want to let in. And those people come in, and they've been coming in and they're going out. So it's actually...
All of this is factually wrong.
Actually open now. We do not let them go into Iran. They're not admitted into the strait to go to Iran. But it's open for others. Now, a little bit... complex.
It's just wrong. Strait was not. I mean, there was a brief period in which they were open to trade for a while.
Does Trump sound really fucking bored?
He sounds tired. Now he says, "I think we'll keep it. Not only do we have control of it, but we're going to keep it. Our naval blockade is being called by everyone a wall of steel. Nothing Iran can do about it. They have no navy. They have no air force. The remaining soldiers. Okay, blah blah blah. We get it. We get it. Well, it's closed. All right, and it's closed according to the IRGC until Trump is out of office." The IRGC said on Sunday that the Strait of Hormuz would remain closed until the U.S. meets Tehran's demands, including an end to sanctions and compensation for war damage. The blockade of the crucial energy route has rattled markets and pushed up prices, while Trump said he was taking a low-key approach to negotiations with Iran, and then also saying, well, I already own the Strait. We've always owned the Strait. There is no war in Ba Sing Se. Fuck. Meanwhile, yeah, Hormuz shipping traffic falls to one-week low amid hostilities, as hostilities have risen again. Now, this is just the very past week, right? This is August 12th. So today, tally of vessels tracked in the Strait of Hormuz fell to one-week low of 8 on Tuesday, shipping data showed. 8 in a week. Right? Or in that day, at least. And meanwhile, here's our greatest ally that we got into this conflict over. And in facilitation for. Netanyahu rejects U.S.-led 15-point Gaza peace plan in rare public break. Really rare? Public break with Trump? Guardian. Israeli PM says IDF will not withdraw until Hamas is disarmed and rebukes U.S. pressure to end wars without his country's buy-in. You can't fucking... You got this shit confused, Donald. He tells you what to do, not the other way around. You don't get to tell him, hey, maybe you should try making peace in Gaza instead of just bombing it into oblivion. Maybe you should stop attacking Lebanon. Bibi's gonna do whatever the fuck he wants.
Yeah,
you are getting wagged, motherfucker. You don't have a say in this. You are thoroughly and utterly wagged.
You look like his handler.
Yeah, he is. By the way, also, we talked about this the last time we were here, which is not 2 weeks ago, which was the Supreme Court decision on birthright citizenship. And Trump has made 2 executive orders that, you know, the way that the Western Journal here is signaling it is Democrats are furious as Trump signs 2 executive EOs to end birthright tourism, which will do nothing to do so, by the way. The first executive order is going to, that's ban birthright citizenship. So here's what he's done since, where is it here? 2 EOs. One precludes children born to those in the U.S. with connections to foreign embassies, foreign organizations, or when a parent is either an alien enemy, such as those who belong to a designated foreign terrorist organization. That's fucking nothing. So that's an extremely small percentage, right, of who don't get birthright citizenship. And the other one is when a parent of the persons engage in commercial transaction to ensure that the person's mother is present in the United States or a territory of the United States to give birth. Good luck proving that. In other words, Trump's EOs that are supposed to combat the Supreme Court's decision do nothing. There's your win. But I did tell you that I thought that Rubio would be returned to, it would not return to Freedom Fries, but Freedom Free Holies. According to a Western Journal, which again, this is a boomer slop outlet, poll, Rubio remains the man to beat as Thomas Massie gains ground. I mean, this is just, again, boomer slop. The boomers are going to go for Rubio. Because that's the future, right? It's the blank slate liberalism. You know, race doesn't matter, right? We're all just Americans. Marco Rubio is an American, just like anybody else. He's definitely not Cuban in any way. Couldn't remember if he was Cuban or Puerto Rican for a second. He's definitely not Puerto Rican or Cuban in any capacity, even though he constantly talks about how he's Cuban and why that matters, his Cuban heritage, because of course they always do. You're always a hyphenated American. Only white people are not hyphenated Americans. And they're the ones that don't matter. This will be the future of the GOP. Marco Rubio and hyphenated Americans. Your Indians, your Mexicans, they're going to be the future of the GOP.
He's not going to be the next president, though.
No, he won't. No. No, he's unelectable for that position. But it is all about the counter-jihad narrative, ultimately. The Trump and the GOP have a new boogeyman, and here's an example of the counter-jihad. This is Abdul al-Sayed, who won... Yeah, sorry?
I was going to say the commies.
The commies, yes.
Boomer-coded.
It's all boomer-coded. The commies, and then this counter-jihad that they're always on about that also very much appeals to boomers. Victory in Michigan primary. Trump is homing in on his progressive policies, calling him a communist. There you go. And a man of hate. So not only is he an Arab, but he's a commie. It's look, guys, it's all very consistent.
They're friends of Putin, etc., and other such codswallop.
Yeah.
Jesus fucking Christ.
Trump is is very much against this guy. He's his new boogeyman, they say. His president might say he's right out of central casting. I'll say, who cares? Like, the point is, yeah, this guy is probably a commie and probably a commie and an Islamist, whatever. But this is where, look at this. Commie, Muslim, don't pay attention to the fact that we're fucking everything up. Go get distracted over here by this commie Muslim. By the way, like, look at the way
Opposes U.S. military aid for Israel. There we go. That's what it's about.
Oh, right, yes. Wait, who was?
Yeah, everything else is bollocks. That guy.
Abdullah Sayed?
Literally the first thing. Yes. Literally the first thing in the fucking opening paragraph.
Besides victory in Michigan, divisive Democratic Senate primary last week. Is it just who he won against? Where do you see Israel? Oh, yes. Opposes U.S. military aid for Israel. There you go.
There you go.
Yes, he has a relationship with streamer Hassan Piker, who we'll get to here at the end. He's issued controversial statements, including about Israel and the 2001 September 11 attacks.
That just tells you he's retarded.
I mean, yes, he is retarded, but again, this is all fucking containment. Now, I'm just going to play this for a second. So, they're going to expose his comments from deleted videos. And it's so comical. Like, just how, this guy fits the narrative. He doesn't, my God, guys, he doesn't even like football. He doesn't even like good old-fashioned American football. Look, the guy probably, I mean, he's friends with Hassan, he is a communist, Islamist, I'm sure, but it's just so funny how they have to go counter-jihad, anti-communism, don't pay attention to that, we're fucking everything up, look over here, get distracted, hey, fuck this guy too, by the way, but like, pathetic fucking attacks, it's just so funny.
File has unearthed old YouTube videos from Michigan Senate candidate Abdul El Sayed, many of which have been deleted or set to private. And
oh, real quick, let's see. Ginger Plumber for 5 says, speaking of counter jihad, have you seen the new Daily Wire movie trailer, Run, Hide, Fight, Infidel, Peak Goyslop? I have not, but it really sounds like Peak Goyslop. I'll look into that, though. Thank you, man.
Sounds like Goyslop, yeah.
One video, El Sayed reportedly expresses his disdain for fireworks, with the article from K-File saying he quote, cited Detroit's post-fireworks air quality, the chemicals used in
has disdain for
their
fireworks?
potential to trigger PTSD in veterans, and the risk they pose to children and pets. In other since-removed clips, El Sayed argued that the southern border was not among Americans' 5 biggest concerns, and lambasted Republicans for focusing on it. In another, he floated replacing the Second Amendment's right to bear arms with a constitutional right to health care.
And in one episode that is not...
Look, this guy's just a fucking gay commie loser. But this is the kind of shit you're supposed to get distracted by. Not by the failings of the Republican Party. Not by the fact that, yeah, burrito costs $20. Not by the fact that we are still engaged in this quagmire in Iran.
This is basically just to make them seem as radical as possible, so you'll vote for the GOP.
Yes. And by the way, he doesn't like football.
Been deleted, El Sayed showed apprehension about football, citing ethical concerns about its safety risks and linking the sport's ethos to slavery and manifest destiny. Following the report, El Sayed's campaign suggested he doesn't hold all those same views that he did in the deleted videos, and a campaign spokesperson said, quote, Abdul is the former captain of his high school football team.
Who gives a flying fuck about this? I want to talk about Hassan real briefly here.
It's embarrassing.
It is embarrassing. This is just real. How the midterms look. I just happened to see this. Republicans, faggots secretly. Democrats, faggots openly. Republicans, Zionists. Democrats, Bolsheviks. Republicans, every god valid. Democrats, godless. I mean, this is a bit gay, but it's largely correct. Republicans hate whites. Democrats hate whites. Republicans anti-fascist. Democrats anti-fascist. Republicans anti-racist. Democrats anti-racist. Republicans hate anti-Semites. Democrats hate anti-Semites. Republicans want a browner America legally. Democrats want a browner America legally.
It's pretty accurate, actually.
It is.
They ain't missed yet.
Indeed. But socialists are learning that they are containment too. You are contained. You are contained. This woman, Francesca Hong, who is the DSA representative, lost her Wisconsin Democrat primary to Governor David Crowley by roughly 0.4 points. So this Asian socialist woman is lost.
About you that you don't think the media has picked up on over the course of this campaign thus far. Is there any...
Far-left voters, this is according to Derek Doherty, says far-left voters have become demoralized, believing the election was stolen as late ballots dropped and flipped her county behind Crowley. Again, I want to bring up the Western Journal because they're just peak slop here. A crazy socialist Francesca Hong loses Wisconsin Dem Gov to guy who re-entered race weeks ago because his wife saw a bird.
What?
Point being, the socialists are contained too. They lost to an establishment Democrat. But yeah, let's see. Since beginning 2024, 29 articles have appeared in this journal with the word Schadenfreude. Okay, this is the 30th. We got it. Blah, blah, blah. So what is your point here? Let's get to, where does he get into this? Right, okay. So, after polls showed her cruising to a victory in Wisconsin Democratic gubernatorial primary, crazy socialist and racist Thanksgiving chancellor, my God, Francesca Hong has apparently been defeated by a guy who dropped out of the race 2 months. So very, is it not reminiscent? The guy who's got Trump's endorsement lost to a guy who dropped out. This woman, the socialist, lost to a guy who dropped out. Because he acceded, he had no path to victory and was polling in the low single digits, but says he got back into the contest because his wife saw a cardinal. A Catholic, not a Catholic type cardinal, just the bird. And the bird gave him a message from God or whatever that he should re-enter the race, and he kicked her ass and won. You are contained. You are useful fucking idiots. Just like the fucking Republicans and conservatives.
Well, to be
It's
fair,
the same shit.
let's be fair, Aiden. If people had that much umbrage about taking advice from a bird, I don't think they'd be listening to this podcast.
I knew somewhere the bird thing was going to come back to bite me for me putting in that article. Here's Zoran Mamdani, by the way, just straight up saying that.
Increasingly like Race Warski.
He does look like Worski there. He's just saying straight up here is that, like, look, yeah, of course we trick these useful idiots into voting for us and then don't do what the fuck they want because we don't give a shit.
I think that with the interesting thing about our communities here is I think that minority communities, because we have never had representation.
Listen to him speaking with his fucking put-on Indian accent here too, by the way.
We are tied much more to identity. White
Sorry?
Such a repulsive tongue.
It is repulsive, yes.
White communities, they've had representation forever. And so for them, their tie is a little less identity and a little more ideology. And so,
is her husband white? That's what Banana Rabbit says. Of course he is. I wouldn't even be a little bit shocked.
What I mean by that is we have a lot of voters here who think of themselves first as progressive voters. And so we reach out to them speaking about our platform, our progressive platform.
We tell them about our progressive platform.
You're very right that you need someone in the middle to be a validator, someone to tell them to trust us.
Validate their beliefs.
We've had that with Tiffany Caban and Cynthia Nixon.
Basically, what he's saying is we reach out to these people, we lie to them, we say we're progressive, and that's all that fucking matters to these people, and they vote for us. And then we do our racial politics the way that we want to, right? However, also, he is telling you that you got to get a fucking ID, by the way, in New York. Mamdani wants to protect taxpayer-funded grocery stores from non-New York City residents. They will need an ID card to enter. Don't need an ID card to vote, but you do need a ID card. What the fuck did the Hassan thing? Did I not copy that either? 1 second. Let me go get it from my Twitter. I can't believe I've missed two of these up tonight. Where's my bookmarks? There we go. Where is that small-headed loser? Here it is. Oh, there it is. Yeah. Hassan Piker was very upset that Francesca Hong lost. Because of course he was backing the DSA. Oh my god, lost it again. Fuck. Of course he was backing the DSA person, right? So he's gonna have a little seethe about it. But I really wanted to play this video because I think that Hassan is quite literally leaning in, or I guess literally leaning out of the small head allegations. He's not only wearing ill-fitting suits that make his body look larger. He's got his camera now situated at this low angle. It used to be from a high angle.
What you mean now?
Do you see what I mean? And he's leaning back so as to make his head look like he's already got a tiny head, and he's like tiny skull maxing.
He's officially at like Mario movie Goomba, like 90s one.
He's skull minning.
But I'm also a stupid guy who shits in his diapers. And
You
I
are.
will be soiling.
He looks like that one retarded puppet from Puppet
He's
Master.
talking about someone else, but he is talking about himself. You are a stupid guy who shits your diapers.
I'm so fucking dumb. It's like pundit brain. I can't do it. I can't. You're gonna catch me fucking shitting on voters. I don't like shitting on voters. It's always our fault.
Do.
It's always the campaign's fault. It's always our fault. We didn't fucking try hard enough. Okay?
Because electoral politics
try
is
hard.
retarded, and you are contained.
You contain the second you look in the background of your pundit and they've got fucking
Look at this
wall-hanger
child's
swords.
Look at this teenager's bedroom of a background he's got. While he wears a suit and says, "Take me seriously."
this if you took him out of the image and just told me, oh, this is like Linkara's new backdrop.
Yeah,
Says, I believe you.
Oh yeah, yeah.
Didn't try hard enough. That's what happened.
I mean, you should get afraid because this tiny-headed loser.
I wouldn't mind the katana swords. I'd put them on top of my whiskey rack.
I mean, yeah, that might be all right. However, you got to watch out. He says knives out. He's coming to get you, Hasan Piker. He's gonna come beat your ass.
You can't even use knives to fucking eat, let alone stab someone.
Indeed.
So it'll be less difficult. It'll be easier to deliver our message. It'll be more difficult though because the establishment will not underestimate us.
Oh, they don't take you seriously
I need
at
to
all.
ask, is he putting on? I know he's putting on a little voice, but is it just me or does he just sound like only
Gay?
plays a little bit?
Kind of weirdly, yeah. Weirdly, he does. Yeah.
You fucking smoke monkey.
Yes, Grey Jack Eye. Yes, indeed. Hasan wears suits now because Shuon Head talked shit about him. Yes, that is why. It's one of the main reasons he started wearing suits.
Eternally rent free.
He is so raped. The raped.
Continue to
Why
undermine
would you
us,
listen
but
to
they
a
will.
woman? Seriously. No offense, you.
Well, because
Precisely what to say to get under her skin.
Because he's got a fragile ego. Is he intentionally trying to make his head look tinier? I mean, it's already so tiny.
And with his
But
juggy ears as well.
Look at this. Look at this fucking image.
He looks like Bollywood Connor Tomlinson. And now I've said that, you'll never unsee it.
Oh my god! Look at him here. Look how big his hand is.
Suave discount Italian.
How big his hand is because of the way he's sitting. He's got his camera. So
He
Also,
looks.
his mic looks tiny.
By the way, I thought that these were edited at first. No, he switched his camera
True
to be
gooning.
at this. He looks
Hey,
like
boss.
he does it like a
It's
fucking
the
goof.
He's like one more row Trenbolone away from fighting Batman. And losing.
Looks like the singer from Talking Heads, more like the Talking Tiny Heads.
They will not underestimate us.
Oh, don't underestimate you.
The knives will be out.
He looks like.
Oh, the knives are out. Are they, Hasan? I'm fucking terrified.
Like
I'm shaking.
There is a real like hardcore like George W. Bush vibe.
There is.
Oh god, this.
I'm so terrified, Hasan. The knives are out, are they? Oh no. Oh no. The knives are out.
Oh god, it's worse than I remember it being. It looks like he's doing the fucking can.
Well, the knives are out, says Hasan. And the knives may be out, but I think we are headed in for the evening. That is all I had for you guys tonight. Thank you so much for showing up and hanging out. As I'll be working on my new video, and hopefully it'll be in like a week and a half, 2 weeks, something like that. It'll be out on the Science Simple channel, where you can find me every Sunday, where I do a stream with Oozaloo. Next week, we'll be back on Overcast with our regular stream over there, now that I'm back. And yeah, I think that's it. Anything you want to shill before we head out, Spoon?
Yeah, no, I don't think so. I'm gonna do a video on Sargon probably tomorrow or
I look
Friday.
forward to that, to see what you have to say.
Yeah,
about that.
it's probably gonna piss some people off because I know Sargon has a lot of fans, and if the moment I say anything negative about him, the fanboys
Holy
will screech and
shit!
piss their pants.
Ginger Plumber, thank you for the 20
Jesus.
Broken Crown gifted memberships. Holy fuck, man. Thank you so
Yes,
much.
ma'am.
Good God. Let's fucking go. Wow. I wish we don't have any kind of like celebration
Oh yeah,
music or
Bill's
whatever.
getting a paycheck this month.
Thank you so much, man. Thank you so much to Ginger Plumber for the 20 gifted memberships. And we will see. And who's been a member for 2 months saying, read the Rising Red series. Red Rising series, damn it. I will for that, sir. Red Rising series. Let me put a note in this one because I will check that out. I'm always, is it fiction? Because I haven't read any good fiction in a while. Let me check that out though. Thank you, sir. Thank you so much for the 20 gifted memberships. And we will see you all back here on Wednesday, regularly scheduled. You can see me on Sunday on Science Simple and on Overcast next Thursday. But we'll let you know more about that as we get closer. And I'll be at the Wit Town in 3 weeks. We'll let you know more about that though, again, as we get closer to it.